Here's Peter. He's gonna stream all night and day. Here's Peter. What kind of games will they play? Here's Peter. Dedicating his page to you. Here's Peter. His Mega Man hat is so blue.
Hey Peter, get your ass out of your ears. You're being hosted.
Here's Peter.
Here's Peter, baby! Woo! Another seamless opening. Yes, I've warmed up my voice. Are you crazy? I'm not going to do an 8-hour broadcast without warming up my voice.
Hey Peter, get your
What am I,
ass out
stupid?
of your ears. You're being hosted.
Oh my god. Slushy Artemis Max, hello! Hello. Hello, 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 hello. I hate the entire concept of vocal warm-ups. It's not for any rational reason. Lily, hello! It's totally irrational and stupid, but I just like... I don't know. I find them humiliating, which is why my voice is not in good shape. I'm doing great, Max! We don't have transcoding, so I'm gonna restart the stream. See you in a second. Hey, Queen! This is my favorite song. I know all the lyrics. Hey! We got it! Doesn't deserve a full air horn. It seemed like that, Lily. It seemed like y'all were having just the best ding-dang time. Thor! What's up? Straight talk, baby! All interviews, all the time. Will I get as overwhelmed and flustered as I did last time? Only time will tell. My glasses are poking me in the nose. Because I still haven't found my nose piece. I should just go to the fucking eye doctor and ask if they can replace it. Because they probably will. I mean, I hope they will. Because it's not like a standard nose piece. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe they can take it out of the display copy or something. I don't know. Display copy? Do you call a pair of glasses a copy? Yeah, let me get a copy of those glasses. Hi, everyone. I have had a good day, albeit a very uneventful one. I'm feeling model. That's the word. Model. Makes more sense. Thank you, Max. Pretty uneventful day. I'm kind of already gearing up to do a lot of work over the weekend. So I'm kind of trying to go easy on myself in the immediate days preceding it. You know, juggle a lot of interview logistics for this here stream. That was very loud. Cooked myself some delicious baked haddock. Sounds silly. I don't know why that sounds silly, really. It's just the name of the thing that I made. Get out of here. Just checking in on this fucking nonsense gaming channel shit. I set up a private Discord server for these interviews in the hopes of
found him in the garbage, so we took him home.
Getting better sound quality for the interviews. Domino! What's up, bud? Thanks for following. Welcome to the dumpster. Welcome to the stream. At least one call tonight will still be on a traditional phone line for reasons that aren't interesting. But for the most part, they'll be over Discord, and, you know, not that everyone has a great computer microphone, but hopefully it'll be better than just the phone calls. Also, I don't know if I talked about this, but part of the reason... that makes me so happy. I'm very excited for Britt to have an interview. Nice, Claire, nice. Congrats. You love to see it, folks. You just love to see it. It's weird. Interviews! It's gonna be great. Noir Weirding! What's up? That's right, Lily. I got that transcoding, baby! It is warm in this apartment. I can't decide if it's like open the window to let December air in warm. Completely lost my train of thought in the middle of that sentence. Ooh, Weirding, that sounds wonderful. What kind of cornbread are we talking? Are we talking southern cornbread? Northern cornbread? Anything getting mixed into that cornbread? Fill me in. Fill me in on all the cornbread deets. Just a crack. Just a tad. Maybe I will. Because if, I made a very important change from last interview stream. Interviews are now given 20-minute slots instead of 15-minute slots, which means that they have a little more room to breathe, and also there's just fewer of them overall. So hopefully I will not get so insanely flustered. Claire, I believe in you. I believe in you every step of the way. Cantoris, hello! Well, thanks for stopping in briefly. Yeah, I think they'll be good in VOD form. I'm assuming that I don't fuck them up tonight, you know? That's the hope. Loud ass keyboard time. I have to set up a thing that I forgot to do. Let's do this every 20 minutes. Great. Okay. Oh boy. What are we doing, folks? This music feels a little loud to me. Let's tell this music to chill the fuck out a little bit. Chill the fuck out. It's a chill jam, but it could be chiller in its general comportment. Very proud of myself for pulling the word comportment. Like, if you could have seen like a slow-mo inside my brain, fucking mad dash up and down the hallways, electrical fires going off, but you know what? We got the job done. Smiter, what's up? Oh no, Hades. Why? Why have you done such a thing, Hades? So many hamster wheels. It's like the fucking Charlie Chaplin Modern Times up in here. I should rewatch that movie. I haven't seen Modern Times since college. I don't know if I like Chaplin. Like, I legit don't know how I feel about Charlie Chaplin. I remember being very taken with him in college. But that was a long time ago. Because I'm a very old man, as you can tell by my long white beard and racist views. Sorry. Sorry, that one really got me. How's everyone else doing? This is like my one chance to check in with you until the next break in the schedule, because the next break in the schedule is at midnight. So this is my last chance to like actually really check in with the chat. Do a little chat check. Check my chat, children. So how is everyone? It's pretty soon. I'm just gonna be talking a lot. Ooh, Smiter, that's gotta feel good. I hope. I always find that to be very therapeutic, if somewhat psychologically challenging. Max, congrats, bud. That sounds productive. That sounds good. Oh, Claire, just do what I did and sleep on the saddest mattress of dirty laundry. I only did that for I need to take a quick nap during the move. I did sleep that night on a mattress. J-Dubs, what's up? How are the nachos? Tell me about the nachos. Fill me in on the nachos. Oh my god, Artemis, that's amazing. Holy cow. Congrats, bud. Do you have like an overall goal, or is it just kind of like, we'll see how it goes and freewheel and fancy free it? Aw, Max. That's a very relatable mental state. How long has interview and stream been? What, you mean tonight, Smiter? Or like as a thing? Ah, see, Max, Domino is also supportive of your day. It's been going for 13 minutes, Smiter. We always start at 8 o'clock. Stream starts at 8 every night. There have been no interviews. It has just been the theme song, and then this face. But very soon, very soon. That's a good goal, Artemis. That's a very good goal. I am shooting for a similar goal myself. I feel like I missed something else, but maybe not. Nope, I don't know. I don't know what I missed. Folks, a reminder, if you'd like to see the schedule of interviews lined up tonight, they're on the Discord in the stream announcements channel. Thank you, Weirding. I found them under my desk last night, and I put them on, and then, well, actually, before I put them on, I discovered that I only have enough for one hand. Like, the package is clearly only one hand's worth of nails, although they have 8, which is obviously so you can like adjust the proper sizes, which I appreciate always, even though my fingers are still too big for the big ones, to be honest. Although actually these are pretty close. But there's only, see if you can get a closer look actually, because I really fucking like them, and I have no idea where they're from. Like, I don't know how or when I got these. So I don't know how I can. It's hard to show them off because they're so shiny. Come on. What if I put my hand behind it? My hand is already. I can't get. Yeah, if I. Come on, man. Hold on. There we go. Yeah. Look at those nails. Please don't pay attention to how bad I fucked up the edges. Just enjoy that they are pretty, and please don't make fun of me. They're very pretty. They're very pretty. And then so I also found this other pack with one set of nails, but it's this pattern, which is so wildly different. Like, I don't know if I want to go like full crazy one hand one way, one hand another way. We do have a lot of interviews lined up. I think we're at like 15 or 16 guests tonight, and there'll be time for chat interviews in between those, and also time, ideally, for me to pee in between them. Lot of pressure, Lily. And there's always a lot of pressure on an interview stream, right? I'm like warm and cold at the same time. Does that mean I'm dying? Am I going through menopause? What's happening? I think I'm just like vaguely damp from sweating. I took a vigorous walk to the store and then I was cooking, so that it was warm. Thank you, Domino. I really like them. And if they're anything like the last set of stick-ons I used, they're gonna last for a million years. I mean, the last nails only came off when I like scraped them off by hand, because I'm like, I'm sick of these and I'm having a particularly stressful therapy session. So bonus twofer. Get those birds, save on stones. That's my promise. Here at Wacky Pete's. Twice the birds, half the stones. Which means that originally you were killing one bird with 2 stones. Wow. No wonder I'm doing great. The market was begging for someone like me to come along and innovate this aviocide business. Thor. Hi, Wacky Pete. Wacky Pete is just Billy. Also, we started an interview in 3 minutes. I can't do an accent. I'm so sorry, Thor. Actually, Lily or Max, could we go ahead and like disable most of the... Yeah, please refund the points. You know what? You know what? You know what? You know what?
Are you afraid to fight me yourself, you cowardly snake?
You got me, Thor. You called me out for my cowardice. I keep forgetting to set up the actual soundboard for those. What am I doing? What's happening? Thank you, Lily. You're the best. You're my number one guy. That's right. No nonsense. I can guarantee no nonsense. There's going to be a lot of nonsense, I assume. You know how I used to talk about how, like, every time I start the show, I have this moment of panic of, like, oh, God, what if I don't know how to do the show anymore, even though I've been doing it, like, nonstop? I've mostly gotten over that. I still have it for the interview streams. I'm like, oh, God, what if I suck at this? But, like, I don't suck at it. Chicanery. Like, I'll be fine. And I've got interesting people lined up. And they'll talk about interesting stuff, and it'll be fine. And with that little bit of positive self-talk, with that fucking heartwarming affirmation, I think now is a good time to toss it over to our first interview. Claire, I say yes. I say for sure. I just remembered my smart idea that I had. My smart idea. It's time for my smart idea that none of you ever need to know about. It's just gonna be my idea, and that's fine. It's my idea. It's my thought. That's the goal, to be our own thoughts. I probably don't need that up there, do I? It's gonna be down there. What the fuck? How did that rip emote get in there? Nightbot? What are you doing? Oh. The letter Q becomes a rip emote? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That's so bad. Why is that? But there's no colons. It's just if you want me to... Anyway, I've rephrased it. I've reworded it. It now says question. Oh shit! Fuck! We're 1 minute behind. Damn it! We're already behind schedule. Nightbot, you fucked my shit up. Nightbot, why would? How could this happen to me? Okay. Here we go. It's time for an interview. Here we go. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Hello? Can you hear me?
I sure can.
It's Siobhan Gilbert, everybody.
Hello, everyone.
Our first guest of the evening and a return engagement. You may recall Siobhan's interview from our first all-interview stream. Siobhan Gilbert is a screenwriter and recent expat, repat, transpat.
Transpat. No, expat is fine.
Recently fled to the idyllic land of merry old Ireland. Hello, Siobhan. Welcome to the show.
Hi there, and thank you for having me.
How are you? How's your night going? Night. It's what? It's like 1 a.m. for you?
In the morning. Yeah, it's great. my birthday was technically yesterday, so
That's right. Happy birthday.
Thank you so much. I'm turning 33 again. We're not aging in the pandemic. That's what I've decided. If you keep me in my house for most of the fucking year, I'm not getting older. That's what I've decided.
Yeah, we're either not aging or we're aging decades at once. Or both.
Exactly. Yeah, that feels fair. I think depending on how much life has been thrown at you, but I feel like I've been, encased in carbonite. And so that's the vibe. So I'm drinking slightly not bubbly champagne anymore from a glass in a small house in Ireland with a roaring fire, and it's
oh, you have a roaring fire?
I built a fire, Peter.
Fuck you. I literally was already planning on being like, Siobhan, without making everyone in America too depressed, how is it in Ireland? But like, you've already started out with champagne and a roaring fire. And so that ship has sailed. I am sad.
That's fair. Listen.
Yes?
No. I was just gonna say, yeah, it's, there are some things that are, not American, and you kind of miss the unbridled optimism of this in general but there's a lot that's great about being here.
Let's start off with the sad, but what do you miss?
I miss food with flavor.
Okay, that's pretty valid. So is there a I don't know in my heart of hearts that much about food in Ireland, but I know about food in England.
Okay. Yeah, so it's pretty close. The difference being that Irish foods tends to be a lot more local. It's very much a meat, some sort of meat object, and a veg.
Sure.
Plus a potato, which is its own food group.
Sure.
Flavor, salt and pepper tend to be kind of the main things in a spice cabinet. And, you're probably going to get people being like, oh, well, not everyone. And yes, that's true.
I mean, salt and pepper are pretty important.
Indeed. But are they going to give you complexity? Or are they going to give your tongue, something to think about?
I suppose not all on their own. Not for an extended period of time, no.
Not really. So, yeah, but it's a lot of like fish and chicken, and it's all very local, very sustainable, which is actually pretty cool.
That's great.
Yeah. So yeah, that aspect of it is nice, but then although it's changing, there are now immigrant populations in Ireland, and
I
even,
wondered,
like, out where I am. So you're starting to see people, not everyone looks exactly the same,
it's a plus.
People have different accents, which is cool. And like, you're seeing like a curry shop open up and a Thai shop and, like all this sort of stuff. So that is particularly nice, because you're like, you can kind of see it and be like, oh, we're getting flavor now. We're getting this now. Okay. You're not putting like sweet corn and ham on pizza, which is
what?
An abomination. Yeah, it's an abomination known to man. It's
sweet
horrible. Corn from a can. And
no.
Pizza.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe it's delicious. Maybe it's secretly.
No, it's not.
Oh, shit.
Well, I've had to eat it to be nice, and it's not.
No. See, there's the unbridled optimism I hoped.
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, I have to imagine that even with the sort of demographic changes you're describing, like going from New York and LA to, I mean, how, you don't have to give us like longitude and latitude, but like how big of a town, city, village, whatever community, like what's the vibe?
So I'm currently in the capital of the county, which is like our version of a state.
Okay.
And the capital has like, I think 15,000 people in it.
Oh, wow. That's small.
So basically, if you went from Dublin and went effectively in a straight line 3.5 hours, you'd get to where I am.
Okay. Are you passing anything else in between?
Yes, like everything. Like I'm literally on the opposite of where Dublin is.
Okay, got it.
So have you ever seen those like postcards with those like really dramatic like cliffs?
Sure.
Those, like rock faces. Yeah. So 10 minutes away from that.
Wow.
20 minutes away from that. Yeah.
Is
So
there a
it's-
heath?
What?
Is there a heath? Is there a blasted heath anywhere? I don't know what a heath is.
No, there is no heath. I don't know what that is either, to be honest. There's rocks, which is just like their version of a lake. That's what I learned.
Sure. They saw everyone else with their lakes and are like, we want some of those, but we're going to put our own spin on it.
We're gonna put a. It's always a lot of. So I'm learning a lot about the Irish language. I know
Do you
very
speak
little.
Irish?
No, I know a few things from childhood.
Okay.
I know like. So here's the extent of what I know.
Please.
Based on my childhood upbringing, and this is why it's shameful to my family. I'll explain that later. So I know Cheers, Sláinte.
Sure.
I know Merry Christmas, Nullag Shona,
Mm-hmm.
and I know Kiss My Ass, which is Pug Mahon. That's it.
I mean, as far as like the basic ABCs go, that is a good starter pack.
It honestly is.
Especially this time of year.
Yeah, 100%. It's embarrassing because I have a relative who, Peter, you've actually met.
Your cousin, right?
Who is a broadcast presenter for the Irish language channel in Ireland. And therefore it is shameful because I know literally nothing.
I mean, are you planning on making an attempt to learn?
No, I'm too lazy for that. And
Understandable.
You know what? It makes no sense. Even my own name makes no sense. I don't know. I don't understand. No one's been able to fully point that out to me. I don't know.
Yeah,
You know
you'll
what?
note that I didn't ask you how to spell the things you just said.
Dude, I can't either. It's honestly like, ugh.
In the
No,
place where
I
you're
know.
living, how many, I mean, like, what is the language landscape? Are there people who speak it fluently around?
There are some, no, so there are areas that are not far from where I am that I think it's called Gaeltacht, which is like the Gaelic speaking, or the Irish, they don't call it Gaelic, they call it Irish. I learned that the hard way.
Sure. Are they too,
They're like,
is Gaelic, is that a different language? I'm trying to remember the little bit I know about this.
so Gaelic is the like umbrella under which there's Irish Gaelic and Scottish Gaelic.
I see. Okay. So what you're calling Irish is essentially Irish Gaelic then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Got it.
exactly. So, yeah, they're basically like, you know, there are some areas like where my grandmother was from, which is far from where I am. They were an Irish speaking region, but so basically they only use it if they want to talk shit about people.
Sure. Of course. A classic.
It's a very classic. It's a very shady language, and especially if they think that you don't understand it, that's immediately what they start speaking in.
Do you think people have been talking shit about you since you've been there?
Oh, 100%. And since childhood. Like, this has happened, like, since I've been over here.
Okay,
like,
so you're familiar with the feeling.
familiar with the tone.
The tone. That's very
Tone.
important.
It's like, oh, this fucking American's here again. The fucking Yank is here. Like,
But what if someone has, forgive the language, like resting bitch tone, and they're actually saying really nice things about you? And you're just like, wow, I guess Sarah fucking hates me. Cool, good to know. Just like, Siobhan looks great tonight.
So they don't do that. That's not a thing they do. It's
What, be
weird.
nice?
It's weird. 'Cause, like, oh, everything sounds sincere, and so like you have to pay attention to context to figure out whether they're taking the piss or not. If they're like fucking with you or not. There's like weird language things where it's like, you know, everything is like an inverse. so you'll hear someone like telling a story, and you're telling a story, and they'll be like, oh my gosh, blah blah blah. I'll keep talking, blah blah blah, and they'll say, oh no, stop. And what they really mean is, oh, keep going.
Sure.
But you wouldn't fucking know. Yeah, because that's normal.
I mean, that's not that odd.
No, stop. Or they'll say,
like, we say like, oh, shut up. She did not.
Sort of. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the other thing? Oh God. On a stop, and then sure no. Oh, sure no, I'll do it. It means I'm really not going to do it. But they make it sound like, oh yeah, I'm happy to do it. Yeah. So everything is fucking different. Because interestingly enough, they're actually very conflict avoidant. Well, it's a very bizarre.
I mean, they've had enough of it so far. I can understand them wanting to keep it out of their conversation.
And the whole thing is like, they'll have expressions where they'll say things like, so say you and I are talking about Alexander Hamilton.
Sure.
And, so you and I are talking about like the Federalist Papers and da da da. And
as
then
we
I'll
so
say,
often
oh
are.
yeah. As we so often are. And we'll say, oh yeah, your man's in the musical down on 45th Street. And what you immediately ascertain is I'm talking about Alexander Hamilton because he was the subject of our entire conversation, as I choose to redirect the conversation into something completely different.
Wait. I'm not following. So they'll become more specific to the current topic as a way of exiting the current topic?
Yes.
I don't know, man. I think maybe I'll just take the coronavirus instead. I think maybe I'll just stay here. Sounds like too much work.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. Yeah, no, but it's a pretty cool. It's a pretty weird place. Is sort of what I'm recognizing. Yeah.
Well, so speaking, this is what we call in the business a flawless segue. Speaking of a lot of work, last time we spoke, we spoke about sort of how you anticipated your work changing, or as the case may be, not changing when you made the move. Now that you've made the move, how's that been? How has work been disrupted or not?
So the hours have been actually pretty great.
Okay.
If I've had to be on like calls with anyone in the States, it's been very good because that's sort of like turned into like, oh, this is what I do in the afternoons and the evenings now, which has been sort of nice. And then it's really bizarre. Like the minute I within a week of me being here, and I was in quarantine for like 2 weeks.
Sure.
My agent who's in London was like getting on more calls with me, and then all of a sudden like, oh, we should do this and we should do that and we should do that, and I was like, well, I've been your client for 2 years, like I'm like, why is there all this attention now? Like, could it be because of like stuff that's happening, professionally for me that I can't talk about because I signed a non-disclosure agreement? Could be.
Shit.
But a lot of it is also like, I think because, so you might do this. I definitely do this. If there is someone that I know I have to get back to, but the time difference is weird, or like say I send an email on a Friday and they're not going to read it until like Monday afternoon. When are you sending that email?
Well, personally, I just fucking use the schedule send to send it when I think they'll read it.
Do you? Oh, you're a responsible person. Wow.
I'm a clever boy.
Clever boy. Clever boy.
I try at least. Oh, I like that character. Who's that?
Oh, that's my Mae West. I've gotten into a real Mae West vibe.
Really?
Dude, I fucking stand Mae West. Come on. Like, she got arrested for pornography. She used to write, direct, act in all of her plays. She's the one who discovered, was it Cary Grant?
I don't know.
Made Cary Grant her. Yeah, she made Cary Grant her bitch in like his first like 2 movies.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Dude, I stand. Her and Dolly Parton, they're like blonde, big titted women that like I just look up to professionally in a way.
Absolutely.
Like,
the heroes we need.
Heroes we need. Listen, to make fun of my love for Dolly Parton, and she like is saving the world. So
Dolly Parton's the fucking goat, man. She's the best.
Honestly.
Is there anything without breaking a non-disclosure agreement that you can tell us about what you're working on now?
Yes, I am working on adapting a project from one setting to another remote island setting at the moment. So I'm stuck in a lot of research. Very cryptic.
Are you working on the remake of Lost?
I fucking wish.
Right?
I mean, the smoke monster, honestly.
Legendary.
I would start with the box. You know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
You know how...
The box? Do you mean the vault?
Vault, yeah, sorry. The vault.
Don't step to me on Lost lore, because I will get it wrong. Okay, so you're adapting something from one setting to another. This is a pre-existing work? Is a movie?
Yes.
A movie that has already been made that you were working on?
No, it hasn't already been made. It was someone else's movie, and now I'm working on it.
I see.
So I have to do a lot of research, and I have to do a lot of research into folk Catholicism.
Interesting.
And yeah, so like...
I'm not familiar with that concept.
You are or you're not?
I am not. Folk Catholicism is not a phrase I think I've heard before.
Okay, so effectively, like, after, like, during, you know, kind of the Roman Empire, and as Christianity spread, Christians that are really good, savvy. I wouldn't say good as, like, good. But they did a very savvy thing where they would take the local culture, or they would take the local gods or feast days or whatever, and they would impress upon them Catholic rites or Catholic rituals or Catholic orthodoxy to make it to make kind of a more seamless transition when they were converting people.
Sure.
You know, yeah. So which is why Easter is when it is and why Christmas is when it is.
Sure, Saturnalia and whatnot.
Exactly. You know, and that's why there's the Yule log that we now attribute to Christmas, even though that makes literally. So, you know, within every country that was colonized by like a Catholic power, you'll start to see, you know, certain things, and even to the modern day, there are ties of like certain superstitions, and there are like, you know, certain beliefs that they hold. Mm-hmm. I shouldn't really talk about the country that
sure.
Work for. I'm in Ireland, right? So even in Ireland, like there are certain things that like you do that are superstitious based, but they're also based either like on religious rites or like
that's interesting.
Sanitary rites that have. Yeah. So like a couple of the things are like. So in Ireland, if someone dies, this has changed a little bit, but traditionally they are waked in their house or in a house. Mm-hmm. There's like a dead body in the house for at least 48 hours. And what there used to be was someone who would, quote unquote, sit vigil and pray over the body overnight.
Sure.
And they would do that with the window open to make sure. But so the window would be open to make sure, from a practical standpoint, that the smell would be leaving the house.
Sure.
The reason why people would be praying vigil would be so the quote unquote banshees wouldn't come in and steal the soul or steal the body.
Sure.
In reality, it's because they didn't want grave robbers or, you know, anyone to like come in and screw with the body while.
So it's a real multi-purpose vigil. Like what I'm hearing is that we're accomplishing a lot with like a very simple rite. I think from an efficiency standpoint, this is terrific.
Exactly. And so there's a lot of stuff. There's always stuff with like death or weddings or like trying to, you know, like fall in love or whatever. There's like for every culture, there's a few like little bits and bobs, but a lot of it has to do with like kind of the major turning points in life. And so each culture and each kind of like indigenous culture kind of like leaves a little nugget of themselves there.
That's fascinating.
And so so that's the, when you do 13 years hard time at Catholic school, it comes out anyway.
Right. You've been training for this all your life.
Seriously. Dude, I was talking with one of my cousin's wife, and she's a high school teacher, and she has to give like the talk to kids, and like education in Ireland is like actually about like contraception and like what happens if you get pregnant, and like self-esteem and respect and like consent.
That's great.
She's like, why are you looking at me like I have four heads? And I was like, listen, I had sexual education that was taught by Sister Linda, and it was broken down like this. We did oral presentations on the lives of saints, and then we did oral presentations on STDs, and that was it. There was nothing.
What else do you need? I mean,
man.
It's the bread and butter, man. Siobhan, I gotta let you go.
Right.
But thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hopefully next time we talk, we will be on the other side of the NDA, and you can fill us in on juicy project details. Those JPDs.
I would love that. Peter, how are you doing? You doing good?
Who's to say, really? I'm going through some stuff right now.
Okay.
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. It's very sweet of you. All right, Siobhan, I'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much.
Bye, sweetie. Bye.
All right. What a fantastic start. We are already 4 minutes behind schedule. And I have to open a window because it's too warm in here. I don't understand it. I don't understand. It's fucking December. Why can I not regulate the temperature in my home? Oh, God. All right. Time for the next guest, baby. Let's... Why do I keep asking, like, super, like, open-ended questions about interesting topics when there's 1 minute left? All right. Here we go. It's all happening. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hi.
Hello, it's our next guest, everyone. Writer, novelist, content director, which is a title that I kind of understand. It's Jen Vafidis, everyone.
Hi.
Hello, Jen. You're live on the air.
Wow. I can't wait.
Also, for context, folks, Jen is my best friend in the whole wide world, and I love her very much, and I was very nervous about asking her to be on the show.
Why?
I don't know, because I'd want you to be proud of me.
Oh, I'm already proud of you. This is so scary and weird. Also,
Okay.
Whatever. Okay. Yeah, let's move on to the questions.
Great. Question number one. How are you? How is your night going?
My night's going really well. I am a little stoned. I'm just going to be honest with your viewers.
Great.
I just made a really beautiful soup. A winter soup.
Tell me everything about the soup.
I mean, it's actually really simple and dumb. You get it off the New York Times website.
Sure.
It's like you type in that I want to eat something with greens, and so I found something that was just like basically, I don't know. I'm boring myself talking about this. Let's talk about something else. I feel like all my nights are boring, but they're just like blissful at the same time. So
well, I mean, that's not the worst combo. Boring and blissful.
No. I mean, it's good. It's good.
I mean,
more. What about you? What have you been doing? Who did you talk to before me?
I talked to Siobhan Gilbert, who question mark you've met?
Yeah.
Okay. Siobhan, who recently moved back to Ireland.
Yeah, because I probably met her at some function, and then that was it. I never met her.
Yeah, it seems almost impossible that you hadn't, but yeah, I don't believe that the two of you share any independent connection.
Well, the important part here is, I mean, one of the things that makes me a unique friend of yours, I'm just going to say this, is that I have barely hung out with the rest of your friends.
Yes, ever. This is something that Jen and I have talked about many times over the years, that one of the great values in both directions is that each of us, like, has met the other person's friends and is aware via anecdotes and gossips about many more. But there is, in practical terms, almost no social crossover between us.
It's beautiful.
It's so liberating.
It's our safe space.
It is.
Talk about this. Yeah.
I don't have to be careful about any of my friends' feelings when I'm gossiping with Jen.
No.
It's perfect.
I feel like I have unfair opinions about your friends based on your stories.
Oh, you almost certainly do. There's no way that you don't.
No, I mean, I could say some things, but I feel like I don't want to say them because this is more of a public forum.
Yeah, we're being broadcast on a fairly wide web. I don't know if it's the whole world, but it's a decent.
Right.
Jen, there's a question from the chat about the origins of your last name, where that comes from.
It comes from the country of Greece.
Oh, it's a Greek? Okay. Yes, that does make sense.
Did you not know that?
No.
That's fine. I don't know where straight comes from either. It's totally
right. I guess did I know that you had Greek in your background? I guess not.
Well, to be fair, I was literally just saying this to my boyfriend Jeremy, who is in another room. But we were talking about.
He's not listening to the interview?
No, he's not here. Unless you want me to bring him on, which I could shout, but that's not really nice. But anyway, let me just tell this story. Okay.
Please.
We were talking about street festivals where we grew up, and his example, which Peter, he's from Chicago. This is a Chicago thing.
Sure.
There was like some Buddhist temple that had like a Buddhist festival every year. And it was like a lot of vendors and food and stuff like that. And my like feeble attempt to connect with this and relate to this, because you know how that you do that with someone that you love. You're just like,
right.
Yeah. In my life.
Also me. I also.
Well, it's not so much I also, it's and me. We are together in one unit. We have
sorry, I don't mean to suggest that it's an egocentric thing. It's sort of a rush to demonstrate empathy and connection.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons it takes you and I like an hour to tell each other one story.
Yes, yes.
Because we both do it at each other for like hours.
Constantly.
But yeah, my feeble attempt at relating to this beautiful cultural exchange that Jeremy was talking about, I was like, there was a Greek festival where I grew up. My parents and I went once. We didn't really connect. We thought we would like awaken something in ourselves about like our culture. And
right. Yeah, let's see if this triggers anything deep within my ancestry. Nope. Turns out no.
Not at all. They were like doing different dances, And
Jen,
I was
don't get canceled on my stream.
I'm canceled for being offensive toward the Greek culture, which I am somewhat a part of. I don't know.
Yeah, so you're allowed.
Yeah, the point is, yes, my last name is Greek, although my eccentric English grandmother Americanized it.
Oh, really?
Which I recognize as a sentence that doesn't make sense.
I get it.
She just decided she wanted it to be pronounced a different way, which I like fully stan a little bit. Like I'm just like, yeah, that's. I'm going to change my husband's last name, like the pronunciation. We're not doing that here. We're going to pronounce it differently. Which
that is like, absolutely a power move. I love it.
Yeah.
Do you know what it used to be?
Vafidis.
Oh, interesting. Oh, that's very unsettling.
Why? It's different, right?
Well, no, nothing objectively. It's just I have known you for a very long time and often think of you as your full name.
Right. A lot of people do.
Right, yeah.
People call me just Jen. It's not, yeah.
So, it's just one of those, like, sort of like through a mirror darkly, like, it's something I know very intimately, but like one thing has been distorted and now I question everything about the foundation of my existence.
Oh no!
It's all right, I'll recover. I question the foundation of my existence on a pretty much daily basis these days.
Yeah, that's fair.
Jen, how is writing going these days?
Wow, I mean...
Let's get into it.
It's actually going really well.
We also don't have to talk about writing if you don't want to.
No, I'm into it. I'm like almost at the end of a long-term project that I'm really excited about.
Okay. Is there anything you can divulge about said project?
It's a full draft of a novel, which is really exciting. Basically, I mean, does this happen to you? Like, you're just totally motivated by spite on some level?
Oh, absolutely. It's been fueling me for years.
Yeah. I mean, I started writing this last year, this like draft of a novel. Like, I'm saying this by way of explaining that I have not been like outstandingly productive during these times of a pandemic. But like, I was just like dicking around on it for months and months and months. I like had 30 pages that I wrote over the course of 6 months, and they're great 30 pages, but like obviously I could have gotten more. And someone I hate tweeted about, starting out really strong. Someone I hate tweeted about their advance on like a shitty book. Like, I'm just gonna say it was bad. And I was like, what? That guy got this much money? And I was like, I gotta do this. And so then I like churned out like, 250 pages after that.
Wait, did he tweet the amount of the advance?
Yes.
That is super trashy.
It's incredibly trashy, especially since it was a big number. It's like, keep
oh
it
my God.
yourself.
Yeah,
Keep
you're
it
allowed to talk about money if the number is like 12.
I got $6 for this.
Right. Oh my God.
Do you understand why I was like fuming? I was like glowing with rage for maybe a whole week. And then I was just like, I have to do something about this.
I mean, God bless. Good for you.
Thank you.
For churning that rage through the crucible of productivity.
Well, I mean, that's what artists do, right?
Of course.
These artists.
Of course. You don't have to tell me, honey. Oh, by the way, so we have a question from the chat, but before that happens, because I feel like the question is going to lead to, I just want to very quickly say that Jen is the first person to ever hear about my Twitch stream and say, oh, so you're a cam girl. And at first I was like, well, I don't know if that, but now I've fully embraced it.
I was like, no, people give you stuff to watch you.
Right. I mean, that's the basics, right?
Are you embarrassed?
No, I love it. Do you know that I have a tier on my Patreon for foot pics?
Yeah, you told me.
Yeah.
I think about it a lot. I think about the fact that when you told me, you were like, this week I'm taking a picture of myself stepping on a cake, and I was like, I just don't really know how far this is gonna go.
Me neither, Jen. Me neither.
Well, whatever.
Oh my God. Look, I'm happy to be on this journey.
Same. You.
So a question from the chat. Can Jen tell us what genre she's writing or any specifics about the novel?
Oh, it's literary fiction. It's also a little bit about pornography, but it's not pornography, if that makes sense.
Right. I think, if I recall correctly, near the beginning of quarantine, 28 years ago, you and I had a conversation where you're like, oh, actually, there's this thing that I'm researching for the book that I think you might have some insight on.
Oh my God, you ghosted me so hard.
And I never responded to your email. It sat unread.
You purportedly love me. I mean, like, come on. That was horrible.
I feel so bad.
Yeah, right.
If you could see...
If you really felt bad, you wouldn't be bringing it up right now.
Okay, Jen, you know me very well. You know that's not true. This is my form of public self-flagellation.
Okay, whatever. No, that's totally fine. It ended up not being a problem because I went a different way with the plot. Yeah, I mean, like, it's about... whatever, I don't care. So it's about this... It's a murder mystery. It's a mystery about a murder that happens to one of the people in a collective of individuals who make softcore sexploitation movies in the early 60s. So it's both historical fiction, murder genre shit, and then like, other stuff. I mean, I heavily researched. I've watched a lot of softcore pornography.
What was your favorite?
My favorite?
Yeah, what's your favorite softcore pornography? We're getting into the real hard-hitting questions now.
From the era I'm writing about, my favorite one is this movie called Bad Girls Go to Hell.
Okay.
It's it's really dark, but also funny. I mean, honestly, when you explain the plots of these, they sound horrific. Like they're really bad. They're bad politically. Like I wouldn't say that I endorse any of the messages behind these.
They're not woke.
They are woefully not woke. I mean, and that's part of the pleasure of it on some level where you're just like, wow, people were crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, in Bad Girls Go to Hell, I think the plot is she gets raped by her superintendent. She kills him, murders him.
Great.
He goes on the run and she ends up like getting into more trouble as the movie goes on. And it's like, she's a bad girl, but she's like actually a bad girl. Like, it's not just like, ooh, naughty.
Right. Murder is involved.
Yeah, like actually she killed someone, but he started it. But like, whatever. It's like, it's a very like fun movie, and it was directed by a woman, which is partly what my novel is about. There's this wonderful, prolific film director named Doris Wishman, who was in her late 50s and making pornography, which I find very interesting.
Fascinating.
In the 60s.
If one wanted to learn more about Doris Wishman, how would one do that? Hypothetically.
Well, there's lots of shit on the internet, but also I think.
All right, Jen. All right.
Well,
hey, why don't you? Hey, you're an expert who's done a lot of research. What are some good resources out of the fucking internet?
Well, I can't go to a library. What's going on?
You could get more specific than the internet.
Okay, more specific. Something Weird, a DVD company, put out a lot of her movies.
Okay.
And I think Something Weird is a great, what's the word I want to say?
Repository?
It's a repository. Thank you.
Well, I heard you start to say it.
I did start to say it, and then I was like, wait, is that a real word? Like, I'm sorry. I'm a little high. Anyway,
sure.
Okay.
I got you.
It's a great repository for early exploitation movies that feature, like, the reason I really like these movies, here's the reason I really like these movies, is that they are document of spaces on film that have no money behind them, or they're like accidental. They end up becoming documents of that time in the way that, like, that's very mundane. Like, this is the way chairs looked, and this is the way, like, not a Mad Men, you know, like, instead of like an arch costume drama like The Queen's Gambit or The Crown, like the clothing in these movies is just like what people wore, which I find fascinating.
Yeah, there's not enough of a budget to design it to be anything other than what there already was.
Right.
It's like verite by necessity.
Exactly. And you've made work where it's like you have a set number of days where you're working on this for it to be consumed. These movies, sometimes they shot them in 12 days.
That's amazing.
Which is insane to me. But also they spent no money on it. It was like, what we really want to do is we want to show some tits. How are we going to do that? And there were a few directors that did really interesting things with that form, and then a few that did not. And then when hardcore became like a real thing in the 70s, these directors I'm talking about, for the most part, were like, I don't know, because it's such a different impulse.
Sure.
Now I'm talking about pornography. This is interesting.
It's a great topic.
Like there is a difference between hardcore pornography, which is like documentary, and softcore pornography, which is like a hero's journey.
Right. Joseph Campbell's Tits and Ass.
Yeah, well, maybe. I mean, like, that's what I mean, though, is that, like, those movies have a plot to them that sometimes has a moral edge, and that's because people are grappling with their own sexual desires.
That's interesting, because, I mean, what I think about, not that I consider myself a research expert on this by any stretch, but, like, a lot of, like, early 70s hardcore pornography does seem to be still very heavily narrative.
Yeah.
But then, you see already what, in my opinion, has become sort of the norm of hardcore porn, which is there's a story, and regardless of how much, content or work has gone into that, at some point there is the moment of, and then they fuck.
Right.
And when that happens, everything else in the movie stops.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Right. It almost becomes like a different set of characters at that point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think the thing to remember is that even with that interim period between like the hardcore we understand and the hardcore that the softcore that was decidedly not hardcore. There were people who even objected to that, where they were like, "You're showing penetration on screen? That ruins the point." And it's like, actually, for a lot of people, that is the point. Like,
that's really interesting.
Yeah, but a lot of people, there was some sort of idea artistically that like that's actually just like giving the whole thing away.
Is that I've never seen The Deuce. Is that what The Deuce is about?
Deuce is about late 70s.
Okay.
I mean, I'm talking about movies that were like, there's this movie called Nude on the Moon from 1961, I want to say, 60.
I love it already.
So the plot is these people go to the moon, and on the moon, like, which I'm describing in one sentence that's actually like a whole hour of the movie. These people
yada yada, they go to the moon.
Right. Well, but like honestly, it's not necessary. I mean, like this woman. It's a Doris Wishman movie, and she obviously was like, well, we got to keep them in their seats. Like, we can't just show the boobs right away. And it's like, actually, I bet there were a lot of people who were like, God, it's like 45 minutes.
Get to the boobs.
Fuck that. Yeah. So, I mean, I really like the movie. It's badly made, but it's like charming. Sure. They get to the moon, and there is a whole race of obviously women who are just like topless.
Sure.
So not actually nude, I want to point out. Like, that's the other thing is that, like, yes, they were promising nudity, but it was only of a sort.
Sure. Was there a legal aspect to that?
Yeah. Well, so that's actually a great question, Peter. Oh my God, you're interviewing me about this book.
I'm really good at this, Jen.
Yeah, there was. I mean, there were a lot of laws against it, and so the way that people got around that law, at least in the state of New York, if not everywhere, was they would say that the movie was educational.
Sure. Because
it was connected to something about, or it was either educational or it was about nudists. So we weren't actually looking at people.
Right.
A lot of the early Doris Wishman movies are nudist movies where it's like the plot is that Amy and Bill work at an insurance company, and the boss doesn't know that they're nudists, and then he finds out and he fires them. Like, really, like, ludicrous. But there were a lot of movies like that, and it was purely to get the movies into theaters rather than, like, and it happened a lot. Yeah, so when you think about the 40s, you think, oh wow, there are a lot of really incredible movies that came out in the 40s, obviously, like Citizen Kane, or like, golden age stuff. The number 3 highest grossing movie in that decade is a movie called Mom and Dad, where it's like, the way that it was marketed was like, you see it all, they fuck. Like, basically, like, just saying that, like, a woman gets pregnant and you know how that happens. And it was like a really intense, like, marketing push. And, like, all around the country, basically, like, they did all these, like, tactics to get people to go to it. Like, they had different screenings because they would say, like, no, we can't have men and women watch this together, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, it made so much fucking money because people were like, I want to see this. They don't mention the word pregnant ever. They don't have any sex on screen. The nudity is a woman literally giving birth, which is, like, the least sexy thing I can think of.
Right. I'll never forget the end of Dr. T and the Women.
Really?
Yeah, I saw Dr. T and the Women in theaters because it came out around the same time that I was really discovering how much I love Julia Roberts.
She's wonderful.
And that, like, bled over to Richard Gere somehow. So I was like, oh, Dr. T and the Women. Okay. And there's just, like, a very graphic birth scene at the end.
That's insane.
Yeah. That's one of those movies that, like, it doesn't feel like it ever happened. No one ever mentions it.
Right.
It had huge stars, huge talent attached to it. And it has been absolutely swallowed by the echoes of time.
That said, if it were on TV, I would watch it for 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I haven't seen it, but this would make me want to see it, honestly, that you saw it in theaters.
Jen, I tragically have to say goodbye to you now.
Oh, no.
Before I let you go, is there any info you can give my viewers about this book in terms of release dates and such?
I'm not even really done with it yet.
Right. I figured.
I'm not plugging anything. I was just literally telling you what I've been thinking about.
I know, but they asked, and I'm passing the question along.
Yeah. I'm not done with it yet.
Well, I want you to know that there are multiple people in the chat who are very excited about the concept of this book.
Oh, good. I love that people get excited because then they read it and they're like, oh.
Oh, yeah. I got some readers lined up for you. No problem.
Wonderful. That's lovely.
Jen, thank you so much. Seriously, thank you for being on the show. It makes me so happy.
I'll come back anytime, Peter.
Well, I do these like semi-monthly now, so I will hit you up again.
All right. Great.
All right. Have a great night, Jen. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Ugh. We're now 7 minutes behind schedule. Don't worry, everyone. I will be posting, just like last time, this stream will go up on YouTube in front of the paywall. Not that there's a YouTube paywall, but you know what I mean. It won't be. It's not going to be a Patreon exclusive. And when I do that, I will post social media stuff and plug stuff for all the guests, so you can find out more about them. And with that, I have to immediately go to our next guest because I'm 8 minutes behind. I think I have a bit of a buffer built in at some point. But okay, there we go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. Everything's going great. Everything's going very well. I hope people are enjoying the stream out there. Again, I have no bandwidth to actually check in, but I hope people are enjoying it. Saint, Crane, Farad, Tavaga, Char, anyone else I miss? Kelly, hello everyone. Hello. Hi, hello. I love Jen so much, you guys. I love them. I love her so dearly. All right. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Right. I am texting our next guest, which means that I saw their most recent text to me from before today. It's a joy. And I wrote, I currently calling you. I'm a wordsmith. All right. On Discord, to be clear. Dun 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 dun. Hey. Dun 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 dun. Everybody's having a great fucking day. What if I was a big old boy that stepped on all of your big old toys, and I broke your trains, and I broke the cars, and I smashed up your easy bake oven too? This is just a song about me being a fucking bully. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Everyone, our next guest is a paralegal, a coward who fled New York, and a master of very specific knowledge. It's Rhett Dial, everyone.
Oh, hello. Sorry I didn't answer the call. I was finishing off my big vat of spaghetti.
Vat?
I made a huge pot of spaghetti, as is Friday tradition.
Is that really a Friday tradition?
Oh, yeah. In my family for 3 generations.
Interesting. Are you Italian?
How dare you accuse me of that?
I'm so sorry. Please don't cancel me.
We're Polish Catholics. We're the good Catholics.
Wow. Bold take.
I chose violence when I came onto this call.
So yeah, people may have seen Rhett before on various guest streams and marathons and whatnot. Here he is in purely audio form, but no less the Rhett for it.
And do I sound sonorous? Am I good? Am I warm? Or do I sound like I'm calling in from a fucking shitty laptop?
I mean, so the first time I did this, I just called everyone on their cell phone. So this is automatically a huge step up.
Oh, good.
Your dulcet tones are coming in wonderfully clear. There is something solid in my whiskey.
Oh, a little. Is it a little grit, or did you like launch a booger?
I mean, I don't see why it can't be both.
I love a little piece of char that comes out. What kind of whiskey are you drinking?
I am drinking Bullet Rye.
Oh, an excellent choice. I love a Bullet Rye.
One of my go-tos. What are you drinking, Rhett?
I'm drinking a Brown Stoner, which is a cocktail that was made at the Red Rooster in Harlem. And they it's nutmeg whiskey, so I infused Bullet bourbon with nutmeg.
We're Bullet buddies.
Oh, Bullet buddies.
Oh God, I hated that.
Are you tingling everywhere?
I mean, yeah. Don't you get a little tingle when your cells die, right?
Yeah, apoptosis. It's fun.
That's right. That's right. I'm glad you pulled the word because I couldn't find it.
I love it. Love a word. Like Hamlet, you know?
Who doesn't? Right?
Who doesn't love a word?
Do you know the etymology of Gotham?
Got ham? I don't know. No, I don't.
It is a hamlet for goats.
This is
true.
Explain how that would make sense.
Look it up, man. Originally the place. A lot of people had goats. I'm not making this up. That's where the word Gotham comes from.
Is this like the bullshit mythos of New York where it's like, oh, actually, Brooklyn is all sheep farms?
Man, fuck you. This is true. Are you going to make me do original research?
You know, I think we should, and I think we should publish our findings.
Gotham. Okay, first of all, New York did not come up with the name Gotham, obviously, because New York didn't come up with anything.
New York has not come up with anything ever. They stole it all from the Dutch or the Native Americans.
This is taking too long. I was hoping I could do this in like
the Dutch. Did you know they renamed the Tappan Zee Bridge to the fucking Governor
Cuomo.
Mario M. Cuomo Memorial Bridge and Highway?
Yep. The word Gotham actually dates back to medieval England. English proverbs tell of a village called Gotham or Gotham, meaning goat's town in Old Anglo-Saxon. Folk tales of the Middle Ages make Gotham out to be the village of simple-minded fools, perhaps because the goat was considered a foolish animal.
Hey, baby! Welcome to Goat Town!
Welcome to Goat Town! We'll ram anyone you want. That's from the New York Public Library website, so you know it's legit.
It is true. You know what? Actually, so goats not only are not stupid, they are devious. I have been bested by a goat.
Please tell us that story.
When I was like 11, I had a friend named Cody, as most young men were in the age.
Of course.
And he had a large...
Who's among us has not at one point been named Cody?
Who has not been or known a Cody? So
have you now, or have you ever been Cody?
That's one of the questions they ask you when you're being impaneled as a jurist.
That's right. That's right.
So he had a rather large property and like a number of animals, and like his parents were a little bit negligent, and so they would let us take this old van and drive it around the property. Again, we're 11 years old. Now, they lived on the front of the property, and they were building an enormous house at the back of the property. And so we wanted to go get a goat. He was a miniature goat named Tucker.
Wait, hold on. Before we go further, walk me through the thought process. I mean, you didn't just like show up and like, let's get a goat. It was like, what do you guys want to do today? We could do this.
Yeah, you know, what do you want to do today? It's like, well, I want to run around, but running around, it's like, it's a normal thing. It's like a kid thing. It's what 11-year-olds do. It's like, what would make that? What's like, okay, so like, you know, when you're like going to a party and you're like, oh, I'm going to fucking like get really, really high in advance. So like, what's the 11-year-old version of that? It's getting a goat.
Sure.
Bring a goat with you to the party.
Yeah. I can't even begin to argue with that.
It's just gospel truth. So we went into.
Do you know that the word gospel comes from goat spells?
It's like a goat cast a spell on you.
From sorcerer goats.
I actually I read the gospel once and I married a goat. It was
I mean, a tale as old as time.
And that's how I became a paralegal. Actually, I had to undo that.
Wait, tell me about how you were bested by a goat.
So we go into the goat pen, and I'm just fucking around. I don't know. There was like a duck in there, and I was like messing with the duck, and then this
as opposed to other people who were conducting very serious business at age 11 in the goat pen.
Yeah, we're scientists of a kind. So the goat rams me in the back of the knee, and my knee immediately buckles, and the goat just like tramples my head because it planned the whole thing. It was like this goat is sort of like the Osama bin Laden of the goat pen.
Shit.
And, he had plans. So anyway, we get the goat. After he and I make up, we put him in the van, and we're driving the van around.
Oh, so after this attack, you did satisfactorily capture the goat.
We satisfactorily captured the goat, and to that point, the goat and I made amends, and we were able to continue our relationship in an amicable way.
Okay.
But goats are insane. And so we
never trust anyone with square pupils. That's what I say.
They're so long. They're like if making an omelet went very wrong. So we go to the back of the property, driving this motor vehicle, again at 11, and we go to this skeleton of a house, and basically it's just concrete slab and a bunch of framing. And there are fireplaces, theoretically, which are just holes in the ground where a chimney is going to go eventually.
But never would.
Were built. I thought the chimney was sort of like the first thing usually, but not here.
No.
So the goat walks over to the fireplace and just plunges through the hole and falls down like 11 feet to the next floor down.
Oh my god!
Right onto concrete slab. And so Cody and I are like, "Oh fuck, we just killed the family goat."
Yeah, we've ended a goat.
Murdered the goaticide. We run down the stairs, and the goat just like lets out like a loud bleat, and then pisses probably a gallon of urine, and just like gets up and runs away as if he's fine, other than the piss.
Do you think the impact knocked the urine out of him?
I think the impact knocked the urine out of him. He was a young goat, and so I think this was probably his first large fall, but then, like, it occurs to me...
I thought you were going to say his first large piss. I swear to God, that's what I thought you were going to say.
Maybe his first large piss. It occurs to me that, like, goats are, like, built to fall off of large heights.
Oh, sure.
And so this goat was just doing it. He did it. He knocked me down, and then he fell himself, and then he pissed, and then that was the end.
Does this goat have a name?
Tucker.
Did you say that already?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
There's a lot going on.
Tucker Carlson.
Of course. Yeah, I think that goat did get his own cable news program.
His own show, loves wearing bow ties, has like the strangest like founding father haircut I've ever seen.
Rhett, what cable news host makes you the most upset?
Most upset
or most emotional? Who stoked?
Hannity is like the nega Leno.
Hannity? Oh yeah. He's Leno through a mirror darkly for sure.
They are just like they came out of the same test tube but had different evil brains put into them.
Yes, both evil, but just very different kinds of evil.
Different kinds of evil. Exactly. Jay Leno, he likes running all 600 of his cars at the same time to produce as much carbon impact as possible.
Right. Rhett, did you know that he never touches his Tonight Show money?
Never touches, like what he never goes.
Have you not heard this? This is like a fucking not a truism, a cliche, I guess. It's when Leno still was like a someone worth caring about in any kind of social capital way. It was a very common like factoid about how interesting Jay Leno is, that apparently all the money he made from The Tonight Show, he does not spend at all.
Oh, yeah, love personal austerity, love being a fucking, like, I don't know.
Well, it's the opposite of austerity, right? Because really it's a flex that he's made so much money in so many other ways. I'm serious. Like that's what it is. Is
But,
that
like,
all of the money he spends on classic cars is from other revenue sources.
To me, it's almost sort of like the reason that's supposed to be impressive is because of the moral austerity that it displays. You know, it's like the age-old sort of like, oh, JFK, did you know he never took his presidential salary? He was already so rich, he didn't need it. He gave it to charity. You know,
Right.
I'm doing the jerk-off motion. You can't see it.
I felt it.
Yeah. Oh.
It
I'm
was
married.
very powerful. I just always think about whenever Jay Leno comes up. I always think of it. It to me, that's it's the equivalent of like I don't know. Like I was talking to Marty the other day. That's Martin Scorsese. Just that kind of like automatic fucking everyone made this joke in the early 2000s kind of thing. Fuck Jay Leno.
Well, it's like the fucking like JP Getty thing. It's like, oh, JP Getty, the first guy to make $1 billion. Did you know that he wore his pants and shirts until they literally wore holes into them, and he like fucking like refused to pay any money to get his shitty grandson back after he got fucking kidnapped by Italian terrorists? I repeat myself.
Wow. Wow. That not once but twice Rhett is coming for the Italians tonight.
Do you have Italian listeners? Because you're about to not.
Well, I don't know if Suze is lurking or not.
That's right. Next time I see Suze in a week and a half, I'm going to get fucking pummeled.
I mean, well, that was going to happen one way or the other. Tell me about the spaghetti, Rhett. Do you really make it every Friday?
I make it in the sense that like I buy Barilla noodles and like put Prego over it. But yeah, no.
But you have spaghetti every Friday.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm assuming that like with the normal disruptions of life, there are interruptions here and there. Out of an average 52-week year, because you know some weeks are 54, some years are 54 weeks. I fucked that joke up. 52 weeks.
Yeah, how many? 52 Fridays approximately. I mean, like probably like a 90% of the time. Like I love a spaghetti.
Wow.
Like my grandfather, who is a deranged person, always demanded that that spaghetti be served on Friday because his mother, my great grandmother, always served spaghetti on Friday.
Yeah, but now you're free. Where does the?
Are you ever really free of like the way that you're enculturated?
Yes.
Oh, you're not. No, you're not.
Okay, not entirely free, but free enough to stop having spaghetti Fridays if you don't want to anymore. I mean, I'm not casting aspersions on your dietary regimen, Rhett, but I'm saying that you can no longer blame it on upbringing.
But I mean, you become inured to such things. I don't have to speak English every day, but it tends to be
okay. All right, dude.
Oh God.
Is that the brownstoner?
Yeah, that was just a clinking. I have like 9 drinks in front of me because I love liquid.
Sure. Who doesn't love a good liquid?
I got an espresso, I got a water, I got a brownstoner, and I got a krupnikas. I guess that's 4. That's far fewer than 9. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie.
You're basically candy flipping drinks right now.
What is that word?
Candy flipping?
Yeah.
Candy flipping is when, let's see, it's when you do Molly and, what's the other thing? Molly and something. It's like it's an upper and a downer. It's a drug combo.
Benzos?
Is it benz? I don't think it's benzos. Candy flipping. Candy flipping. Oh, it's Molly and acid.
That sounds unbelievably awful.
I mean, it sounds high risk, high reward to me. So
why do you know this? Where are you?
I'm a degenerate.
Candy flippers? Are these like candy stripers of the rave era?
It's not a particularly obscure drug term.
All right, you're right. I'm a rube.
You are. You're a fucking square, dude. You've left the city. You're out of touch.
The only drugs that I know are stealing Vicodin from your grandma's cabinet and shooting fentanyl.
Ah, yes.
Rube drugs.
And if you combine the two of those, that's called charcoal flipping.
Called an OD.
Because you will absolutely smash a motor vehicle into the sidewalk.
Back home, we call it pulling a Youngstown.
Okay, Rhett, I have to let you go in a minute, but before I let you go, how does your lovely husband feel about Spaghetti Fridays?
He partakes sometimes, but like tonight, like he ordered Chinese food.
Okay. So you're making spaghetti for one.
That's the big hard-hitting question. I thought you were going to be like, oh, Rhett, where were you on like November 22nd, 1963?
This ain't gotcha journalism, Rhett. This is a safe space, except when it isn't.
I never feel safe with you. This is an attack constantly.
Well, I have to make you feel safe occasionally to lull you into
a false sense of security.
Yes.
Right.
And then I can't remember. Rhett, have you met Angie ever?
I've met many Angies.
No, okay, you don't know Angie. Angie does the gotcha journalism. One day I'll have Angie.
Wait. Is this a gruff young lady who wears like 8 belts and a very tight dress?
I mean, it's not the worst description of Angie I've ever heard. Rhett, thank you for being on the show.
Oh, thank you. Have a lovely evening.
A joy as always. I am excited to have you on next time, whether it be an interview or a marathon or something.
Live long and prosper.
All right. Have a great night, bud. Oh my God. I fucking love that boy so much. Okay, where are we? We just had someone drop out of the schedule, so we have a little bit of a buffer. So I know that one went over, but we're gonna make it up in time. Wait, what? Oh shit, we're way over. Oh fuck, shit, I got really confused. Ah, damn it. Ah, shit. Ah, fuck. Ah, tits. Here we go. Everything's gonna be fine. Fuck, I have to pee. But there's just no time. Hello, Gouda. Hello, Miss Gordon. Hello, anyone else that I've missed? Just a reminder, if you want me to pass a question along to the interview guest, just use 100 of those channel points to highlight your message, and I will see it. Well, again, we did have, as I was doing that interview, I knew that,
Hello.
Welcome to the show. Yeah, I just interrupted a very strange train of thought I was having. It's everyone. It's writer, game maker, podcaster. It's our next guest, Andy Hoover.
Hey, everybody. I was trying to do a thing where I could see the chat this time while we talk, but my odd mic thing, when I plug in the mic, weird stuff happens. So I'm not sure I'm going to be able to see the chat, unfortunately.
Okay.
But I am here in voice and spirit.
Well, don't worry. I will certainly pass along any questions that the chat has for you. If one person has already abused the system to pass along messages just to say "hoopa," so they're all very excited to hear you.
Well, that's I don't know if that's exactly abuse. It's more just that's borderline.
No. Sure.
It's an edge case.
It's good-natured chicanery.
Non-recommended indication. I don't know. There's some medical term for it, but yeah.
Malfeasance. Yeah. To be clear, I said game maker, and he's a game maker, not a gamer. I would never denigrate my friend Andy by calling him a gamer. I respect him too much. Andy, how
that's
are
very
you?
kind of you. I have been playing a lot of. I'm good. I've been playing a lot of MLB The Show on PlayStation. I've been gaming it up on this relatively slow work day. My guy got traded to the Rockies. It's very shocking.
When you say got traded, are you not in control of trades in this game?
Amazingly, no. It's really entertaining. Basically, I don't know, I don't know to what extent it's like random number generation, but like basically, I started my career with the Houston Astros, and then I just sort of got sick of the Astros. But I was like in a long contract, and it was like the first year of like a 7-year contract. So they have like occasionally, like twice a year, your agent will check in with you. and just like a dialogue bubble pops up.
Okay.
And he's like, "Hey, how's it going?" Normally I'm like, "Things are fine," you know, like whatever. Like I'm getting paid a lot of money to play baseball. This is great. It's even better for, you know, Andy Hoover, who doesn't have to actually do it. Like it's terrific. You know, it's both me and the player doing great.
Yeah.
But like the Astros just weren't doing that hot. So I was just like, I don't know, let's talk about a change, thinking that it would be like a whole different, like, you know, dialogue thing that would come up.
Right.
And instead he's just like, "You're a Yankee now."
Oh,
like,
God.
We just traded you to New York. And so then I played like 4 seasons of the New York Yankees. And then the same thing happened where I'm like, you know, because there is this other option in the dialogue tree where you can be like, I really want to get out of here or whatever. But like the one where it's just like, I don't know, I'm kind of thinking about like maybe something different. And then he'll like come back to you and be like, "Well, what are you talking about?" And you're like, "I don't know, just like whatever." And he's like, "All right, I'll be in touch." And then he trades you. So I don't think that's how it works in real life. Like, so you're not really in control. So anyway, I'm a Colorado Rocky now.
Congratulations.
In quarantine, I've gotten way too emotionally invested in this guy's life, frankly. With
the preface that there is, with the preface that I play too many video games for a living, there's no judgment here. What would you say approximately is your hour count in this game?
Well, right now, gosh, approximately. I mean, I don't go on. I've been doing. I wouldn't give myself like an A+ or anything, but I've been doing some solid, like, you know, like B-, avoiding really bad, like sleep night stuff. So and work has been keeping me pretty busy.
Okay.
So like
we found him in the garbage.
I'd say,
so we took him
gosh.
home.
I mean, ballpark.
In
Totally
the
vague.
order of hundreds total, I would imagine. At this point. But I've had it for a while. Like this is not like a new purchase.
Well, again,
it's not like Civilization series numbers, but it's, you know, it's not insubstantial.
There's no gotcha journalism here. I'm certainly not. I as someone who has poured many hundreds of hours into some games, and other games have had like momentous impact on me in like 5 hours, and I never touch them again. It's always interesting to me, like when a game is momentous in one's life in any way, like how does that relate to time? I find that to be really like weird, fluid calculus.
I will tell you this as maybe a fun metric is the in-game year. I was drafted in 2020. The in-game year is now 2031, and I never simulate any games. Wait. Now, granted, you're not playing every single inning, but you are playing like every single at-bat or whatever. So like it's been 11 in-game years, and I finish each year in like, I don't know, it ebbs and flows, but like a month or two of real time, basically, is what I would say. So
wait, the game.
So in 2031, it's great. It's you know,
the game goes into the future. I guess in hindsight it must, right? But I just never thought about that.
It's terrific, and then they just keep on randomly name generating all your new teammates, right? So like at first they're just like, "Oh, I know that big name from like real life baseball," and then later it's like, "Oh yeah, I remember when that guy was like a young rookie. Like I'm glad he's doing well." And like, you know, by the time I play another 5 years, it'll just be like
Carlos Fernandez.
Weird. Right. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Just any sort of name, because it's like it's a pretty robust. It seems like a pretty robust collection of first and last names, but they all are like very baseball player names, you know, like they do a good job of like, you know, they're not, I don't know. It's hard, like there's a guy, he might be real though, so I feel bad, but like there's this guy playing right now who's like my rival named Jackie Broadway. And
Jackie Broadway.
That's a good baseball name. I like it.
Are you familiar with the list of American names from the Japanese only fighting baseball for Super Famicom in the 90s?
Am I familiar? I literally think about that every day.
Yes.
It's one of my favorite little things. This game is not, I wish that there was a mode in this game so the randomly generated names would go more in that direction.
Oh, there's got to be a mod.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah. Okay, Andy, I have some chat questions to pass along to you.
Yes.
I'm just going to rapid fire these. How are Woody and Buzz?
Man, I didn't realize that the names for my pecs had entered the public discourse. No, Woody and Buzz.
No, that's the full answer. We're moving on.
Okay.
Do you have opinions about Blazeball?
I believe that is the sport played in Final Fantasy, one of the later ones, like right when I stopped playing them, right? Like, is that right?
No, but that's a fantastic answer.
No, but now I'm curious. What is Blaseball?
I can't explain it to you because I am contractually obligated to never learn anything about Blaseball. It's a fucking internet thing. And I, in my petulant way, refuse to ever find out what it is.
Okay, then I have no opinion. I don't know it, and out of loyalty to you, I will agree with your read on that entire situation.
A true
I
friend,
also do
thank
not
you.
care to know what it is.
Andy, of all the professional sports that exist, which is the silliest and why?
All of the professional sports that exist. I mean, I will always love baseball as a major American professional sport. I think the answer is professional baseball. I'm sure that there are more outlying professional sports, but there's something about baseball that's just like it's so weirdly quasi. It's both like quasi gentlemanly and quasi like just like I don't even know the word for it, but just like dirty and like it's like this really good tension, and the traditions are crazy, and the fact that it's been around in more or less modern form for so long, just everything about it just like really just tickles me, both in the video game and in the real world, I think.
Yeah, there's so much like gruff Americana viscera in it, but then also like 80% of the game is waiting.
I also just love the idea that like more than any other sport, they're just like, there's a bunch of rules in baseball, but there's also all these unwritten rules in baseball. And I'm like, there's already so many rules. Like this game's already crazy. Like, and there's this whole layered thing of tradition on top of it.
Yeah.
That it's just very funny. And just like stats are funny, I don't know. It's great.
One of my favorite things with anyone I'm talking to who knows something about sports is I like to challenge them to explain to me the infield fly rule. And either they can't, and I say, well, there you go. Or they start explaining it to me, and I just start screaming.
Okay. Well, we don't have to go through that part of it.
I just fall into like a full Lovecraftian gibber.
I think I get it, but I'm never quite sure. I don't have like a lot of confidence in my read on it. But we can talk about that offline.
Yeah, well, I don't want to subject the chat to my gibbering.
No.
Is it gibbering or gibbering? It's gibbering, right?
I say gibbering, but
okay.
it's a word that I read a lot more often than I see.
Right.
It's one of those. So I don't know.
Doesn't come up in casual chit chat.
Unwritten rules of baseball. No gibbering after the seventh inning.
Right. Which only got put into place when stricter alcohol laws got locked down. It's a drug interaction.
Yeah, Frank Gibberer McCain, the noted pitcher.
Do it for the gibber. Is that anything?
Do it for the gibber.
Sounds vaguely racist when I say it that way. Another chat question: do you support an actual baseball team? Clearly implying that the Colorado Rockies are not real.
Yeah, I support the 2031 Colorado Rockies, and if they're good again, the 2021 Philadelphia Phillies. But I'm very fair weather for pretty much every professional sports team. Like I support like the Philadelphia teams, but I'll really only start paying attention for the most part if like the playoffs are happening. Like and I think I like watching sports. I think I have like quasi conversant fandom information, but like I feel like that's gone less and less. Like I could name maybe. Like if I tried to name like 10 NBA players now, like probably 3 of them would be retired, and I would be surprised by that. I just don't pay too close attention.
What do you think accounts for that?
Honestly, it's probably like I just, to the extent that I used to watch sports, it would be fun to like go to a bar and watch the game on TV. Like that's how like I enjoyed, like that's done, for temporarily,
Yeah.
And also I think a lot of it is just like the Philadelphia sports teams have not been terribly exciting, in general since like the Eagles Super Bowl win, So I think that's a big part of it too. And I'm very like like I lived in New York for years and years, but I never really got any affection for any of the New York teams, you know. So I'm very much a homer in that.
I mean, they're terrible.
You're still a Chicago. You're still a Chicago sports fan, right?
Yes, although I mean, I would not. I couldn't say for the same reasons, but I also have fallen out of fluency. Like very similar, if I'm understanding correctly, very similar to what you're saying. Like I enjoy watching a game. I still very much enjoy the experience of being in that space, but like the degree to which I have followed, I mean, I'm you can't see, but I'm doing this interview wearing a Brooklyn Cyclones jersey, which
nice.
To me is like the perfect distillation of where I am in my 30s about sports, which is I love the fucking game, but like I own more sports gear for a AAA abbreviated season minor league team at Coney Island. Like the stakes could not be lower. I don't know a single person on that team. I am there for the experience, and I do not follow the world. But
minor league baseball more so than almost anything else is just a truly great sporting thing.
Yes,
you know, like I love. Well, I lived in North Carolina briefly, and I went to a few minor league games. Like I got back into it with the wonderfully named Asheville Tourists.
Was that true?
It's true. And I went to and it was great because I remember one of the games I went to was like me and a couple of friends of mine, and we went, and it was like, you could pay like $30 for like the deluxe seats. So we were like,
yes,
right there, front row. You could like summon people with hot dogs and beer to come to you. And I'm like, this is the greatest like in-person sports fandom experience.
Yes, living the highlight.
Like I feel like a big shot watching the Asheville Tourists. And like it's not like an overgrown stadium, it's like it's almost like in the woods the stadium is. So like people were just hitting homers into like just like the tree line basically.
Right.
It was great. Minor league baseball is the best. That's true.
Yeah, I will never forget the first minor league game I ever went to. My dad took me to the Cook County Cougars, and it was just like the experience was maybe 15% baseball, 85% just an absolutely amazing day at a theme park. Like they had a different mascot for every inning.
Oh, awesome.
And this was shortly after the infamous Cubs playoff game where Moises Alou went up to catch a fly ball deep in right field, and a fan reached over the edge and caught the ball.
Oh my, yes, that was national news. Even that was even in my consciousness. I recall that.
Excuse me, the Kane. I'm being yelled at right now. The Kane County Cougars. Excuse me. At this Kane County Cougars game, which was the following season after that momentous event, that dude came out onto the field, and everyone like booed him, and he was like, "Yeah, I know." And then someone in a mascot suit of a giant bipedal clam walked over and ate him. Like legit, just fell on top of him, lifted him up, and swallowed him whole, and then spit out one of his sneakers.
Was he compensated for his time?
I hope not, actually. I am surprised to discover that my answer is I hope not.
Like, I think that's a really good sport, but like I have a lot of questions about that. But that's baseball for you, man. That's one of the things I love about it.
We need an oral history.
The silliest American for sure.
Yeah, I was like, why isn't minor league baseball is just like, what if we fully stop being embarrassed about how much of this is like goofball ritual and just embraced it?
Right. No, I love it. I hope it keeps on. And I also love how like more so than other American sports, it's really been like embraced worldwide, but like in a way where it's like, I'm glad that it like never rivaled, like soccer, like it's like, I'm glad that like, but I'm also really happy that like Japan and Taiwan and Venezuela. You know, like there's all these places that are just like really, really into it. Like it's like good. Like I'm glad. Like I do wish there was like it'd be really cool if like I don't know, like Belgium randomly was also just like we also love baseball. Like it was nice. It'd be nice to have like a couple, or like Kenya, like a couple other countries where it's like it's a worldwide sport, but only in very specific spots. Like I would like that to continue. So maybe maybe that lot.
It's the sometimes food of global sports.
Right. It's like everybody just got together and like, cricket, screw it. You know, we'll do this other crazy American cricket.
Let's mix it up. Madeleine wants to know if you ever made to a Mudcats game.
I have not.
I don't know what that is.
Well, now it's like, where are the? I'm gonna look that up.
I'm guessing it's in North Carolina.
It sounds like it. It's like it's on the tip of my tongue, but I was not at a. Yeah, it's Carolina. So I guess maybe I was at a Mudcats game when they beat the tourists, in Asheville. Possibly
Tourists. How does that become the name of the team?
I don't know. There are certain things that there's sort of a cheeky explanation and then kind of a vaguely grim explanation.
What's the grim one?
Has to do with the grim one is more just like, if you're somebody who like couldn't quite cut it in the majors, like grim for the players.
Interesting.
Like it was just like, you're not a real contender. You're just a tourist, it would be like a sports movie.
I do think about that a lot because, I mean, obviously one of the things I love about minor league baseball so much is that the stakes are so deliciously low that you really do feel like people are doing it for the love of the game. Right. But also some of those guys are really desperately trying to get up to the majors.
Right. It's an interesting mix, right? Because I think that
it's very American.
I find that fascinating too, where it's like the stakes are low, but on the other hand, like there's still professional sports stakes in terms of the in terms of the individual personnel, so and that's I think that adds to the whole sort of frisson of it, which I really enjoy.
I am looking forward to whenever the day comes, the next time that I can go to a Cyclones game.
Oh God, me too. I would love to go to a minor league game again someday soon. I'm
next year in Jerusalem.
Optimistic about stuff.
Andy, thank you so much for being on the show. Seriously, it is always such a joy to have you.
Yeah, this is a pleasure. Anytime, man. Thank you very much for having me. And it was nice to talk about sports and sport adjacent stuff for a bit. That was a lot of fun.
I always love that shit.
All right, man. Well, take care.
I will talk to you soon.
Yeah, man.
Bye, bud. What a joy. What a gift. What a treasure. All right, let's roll right along to our next guest, who has been alerted to the slight delay. And if I'm understanding their text correctly, is watching the stream. Tavaga, thank you. I wish desperately that I had enough of them for two hands. You can't, again, I did this earlier. You can't really see, but they have a really beautiful, like, deep red and black sort of textured print. But there's only the one hand of it that I have for some reason. But I do love them. All right, let me just pull up our next... Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Our next guest. Sheen. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. They are very shiny. Unless you're using sheen as like a technical term, in which case I don't know what that means. All right. I am now calling our next guest. The next guest call is occurring.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I sure can. Folks, it's our next guest, actor, podcaster, full-on ray of sunshine. It's Carolyn Faye Kramer, everyone.
Hello. I wish you could do that intro like every morning when I wake up.
Well, if you want, you can pull this up. Once it goes on YouTube, you can pull the clip and make it your text alert sounds.
Wow, I didn't know we were going on YouTube. You're so fancy.
Oh,
Peter.
I'm a content creator. I'm all over the place.
I mean, you are.
I'm on YouTube. I'm on Vine. I'm on
Oh my God, you're
LinkedIn.
standing outside my window.
Yeah, sorry, you weren't supposed to see this. Look away.
You're everywhere.
Carolyn, people are very excited to see you in this on the show right now. People are losing their minds.
Really? I'm not. I'm just looking at, this is my first time using Discord, so I'm just making sure I'm using it appropriately. I can't see anything else.
You're doing great. You don't have to worry about Discord even a little bit.
Okay, super. I'm very excited to be here, Peter. I missed the last one, and so I'm glad to be here for this one.
Carolyn, how are you? How's your night so far?
It's been, well, okay, this was cool.
Real
we
talk.
Did a real talk. We did a family Hanukkah Zoom party.
Okay.
Fun. And my sister plugged our names into this algorithm, and it was like a hidden Hanukkah secret Santa thing. And everybody sent each other gifts ahead of time, and then we all opened them on Zoom. So that sounds like so wholesome and organized, which is like, I think, unusual for my family to be that organized about something like this. So.
Oh, the way you laid that out made it sound like it was going to turn out to not be wholesome in the end. But what was it wholesome?
It was, except, well, my cousin was breastfeeding, so that's pretty wholesome.
That's very wholesome. It's about as wholesome as it gets.
Yes. I mean, the conversation was, but then, like, some people drop off the call, and then it's just, like, your sisters, and you're talking about, the things you're talking about, like breastfeeding issues. I
mean, is that not wholesome? All of this sounds fine.
I give you that it's pretty wholesome.
I'm feeling something of an ambivalence surrounding breastfeeding, Carolyn.
No, it's just well, you know this, Peter.
I do.
And nobody else really knows. Do you want to know again?
I would love to know again.
So, I have been cooking a human for like 35 weeks.
That's 30. Okay, I was curious where the timeline was these days, because we haven't checked in about this recently.
Yes. It's
35 weeks.
Yeah, and you heard it here first.
This is a Here's Peter exclusive.
It's really true.
This is very exciting. People are losing their minds.
Are they? Are you just, I can't tell if you're just saying that.
Do you want to, Carolyn, you can pull up the chat if you want. It's very easy.
I won't lose the Discord.
No, the Discord will be just fine.
Oh, I got a mazel tov. Congratulations. Thank you. Oh, someone's cooking spaghetti. Oh my God, that sounds so good.
Yeah, we actually, a previous interview had a lot of spaghetti contents.
Oh my God, carbs. So good.
That took a second to process. I thought she was confessing to cannibalism for a moment.
No. This is going off.
Is that your baby alarm? Is the baby ready?
Yeah, they're like, hello, Mom.
My God.
This is disconcerting because when I watch this chat, I can see your lips moving. It's either from previous...
But they're out of sync?
Or maybe, no, it's that I've muted you.
It probably is out of sync, because you're hearing me in real time. Like, you're hearing me when I'm speaking. But if you watch the chat, you'll see me say it, like, a couple seconds later.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to, look at the chat later so that...
Yeah, don't worry. I will pass along any essential comments from the chat.
Thank you. Because pregnancy brain is a very real thing.
Yeah, I mean, let's... unless you... I haven't brought this up with any guests so far tonight, but it's as good a time as any. If at any point I ask you a question that you don't want to answer, all you have to do is just say next, and we will move on with no fanfare or circumstance whatsoever.
You're so sweet, Peter. Thank you.
I do my best.
It's true.
Are you... I mean... If you don't want to talk about it, it's fine, but how are you in week 35?
Thank you for asking, and I consent to answer this question.
Thank you.
I am, it's been pregnancy and a pandemic. Yeah, that's what it's been. It's been well, so the baby is like starting to drop down a bit, which means like I always have to pee. So that's
Okay,
good.
yeah.
Pregnancy is not easy.
Sure.
It's a lot of work. Like, it's a lot of work. You don't think you're doing a lot of work, and then you're like, wow, I'm so exhausted, and I just stood up. So it's been a lot of work.
It's eating all your nutrients, right? It's like
eating all my nutrients, and I'm having to learn to cook, which is good, but it's also bad because like it's not my favorite thing. So
interesting.
It's been difficult, and like, I just found out that Grimes had a baby. I'm like so behind on everything, and she wrote this thing. And it was a while ago, right? I'm like behind on certain things.
It's right. You're very cool. In your own way, you're very cool.
Thanks, Peter. You could tell that was like the subtext of what I was saying.
Yep.
But she's like, I didn't know it was gonna be like this, and I just like feel for her because like I have two older sisters who've had like there's already
in the
5
kids. So
kids,
we took them home.
and like I knew it was gonna be hard, but it is some work. But it's also amazing and cool. But it's like I think less. No, I'm contradicting myself in my own mind,
It's fine. No one is expecting a prepared, holistic, non-contradictory answer. I think.
Okay, great.
Contradictions are just fine.
Okay, so then this is the real thing. Like, this is like a perfect example of it. So pregnancy brain is so real that you like always like forget, or I'll always be like, what am I doing right now? Because I forgot what I started, or I just can't remember where anything is. But then at the same time, my new nickname at home, which is just with me and my husband, is House Wench, because I always know where everything is. So my husband will be like, House Wench, where is my watch? And I'll be like, oh, it's right there in that drawer behind that thing in like this little corner.
Oh my God.
All these random details, but then like I can't do like there's certain things my brain's just like
Sure. It's like the old myth of like if you lose one sense, the rest is become heightened somehow. Like your brain is fuzzy, but to compensate, you've been given a very niche superpower.
Yes, House Wench. Like I'm like one of those metal detectors, kind of, for lost items. That's all.
Oh, you mean like the sweepy ones on the beach?
Yes.
I was imagining like the airport ones. I'm like, that's not what those do, honey.
Yeah, no.
But yes.
Yeah, no.
Do you have, again, it's a very personal question, so feel free to, but do you have a due date?
I do. That's funny.
You do not have to share it.
Honey. Oh, it's in, well, should I not share it? I feel like
it's up to you.
I mean, there's a quote unquote due date, but it's more like a not even a suggestion, it's like anyone's guess.
Sure, of course.
So we're looking at January 15th.
Okay.
Which would be soonish, but like babies are technically fully themselves basically at 36 weeks. So I've just been preparing like this could be any moment.
Sure. So we have a regular in our stream chat who just had a baby.
Oh, really? Cool. Congrats.
Yeah, it was very exciting. She's gorgeous, little Zana. But there was a joke-ish leading up to it where she's like, Peter, I hope that when I go into labor, you're streaming so that I can have something to distract me. And I was like, if you text me when you go into labor, if you send me a DM on Discord, I will start doing a stream right then.
Oh my God.
And I was a little bummed out to wake up one day and discover that she had had a child and I was not called upon to do a labor stream.
Was it that you missed the text while you were sleeping?
No, there was no. I think, I know this sounds crazy, but I think what happened is that once labor started, she wasn't thinking about the internet boys she watches sometimes.
No.
And it just didn't come up.
That wasn't it, Peter. Don't be so hard on yourself. And there's definitely not other internet boys that she's watching.
There
or that
better not be.
No, don't worry. That's not it at all. You know what? I bet she tried to text you, and it was just like the hospital wouldn't, or wherever, if she was giving birth at home, wherever she was, in the woods, in the car, in the hospital, it couldn't go through.
That's probably what it is. Anyway, I guess what I'm saying is, Carolyn, if you want something to distract you when you go into labor, just text me and I'll do a stream.
Oh my God. That sounds delightful.
I'm just going to offer that service.
Oh, you know what? I just realized why. Okay. She probably, you already knew this, but she probably forgot.
Probably.
It's just because you just told me that, and I was like, okay, I have to, like, I really took it really seriously, and I was like, okay, I'm going to put it in my calendar as an extended calendar event through the 36th week, through, like, the 41st whatever week, and then I was like, this is what happened to her. She forgot because she didn't write it down, because that is what pregnancy brain is.
Wow, okay, so now see, my feeling was just that she had different priorities. You're straight up calling her out for being disorganized.
No, I'm not calling her out for being disorganized.
Carolyn, I will cancel you if I have to.
No, don't. I need friends.
How is your social life these days, Carolyn?
Do you hear that?
What am I hearing?
Nothing.
What?
It was like a moment of silence, not like in a sad way. Like there's no social.
Oh, I see what's happening. Okay, I thought you like heard a weird thing in your home and like. Did you hear that?
It's you tapping on the window.
It's me. That's me. Tap 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 tap. No social life.
No. Well, Sorry, that keeps happening.
Do you have something you need to go take care of?
No, it's just I need to figure out what. See, this is what I'm talking about. Alarms set for things, but if you don't label them,
Sure.
You don't know what they're reminding you for.
Oh, that's the worst. I hate. Do you ever hear like back in the day? Like there's an old-fashioned thing of like, to make sure you remember something, tie a string around your finger. Do you know this?
Yes, I do know this.
I remember like even as a child being like, well, what the fuck is that supposed to do? You just look down and you're like, oh, I got a string on my finger. Okay, that lets me know I was supposed to remember something. Fucking what, though?
Exactly. This is what, like, a modern-day alarm is.
Yeah, it's an unlabeled alarm.
It's an unlabeled alarm. It's a snooze, and then the snooze is like an extra string you tie.
Right.
That's what it's like, Peter. You're right.
So no social life? I'm going to keep harping on this until you tell me to change the subject.
Okay. Well, the social life, my friend, my really awesome friend, Monica, biked up.
How is Monica?
Wait, do you know Monica?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all.
Okay. Well, Monica is great. She's so cool, and she works as a, she works in a women's shelter doing psychotherapy.
In the city?
Mm-hmm. She's a total badass, and she is really sweet and lovely, and she also asked me a really cool question today, so I wanted to ask you this question.
Okay.
And I will give credit to her.
Hit me.
Monica Lee. Okay, so what is something you're not afraid of that most people are afraid of? And what is something you are afraid of that most people aren't afraid of?
Okay, something that most people are afraid of that I'm not afraid of.
Yes.
I don't know, man. I'm afraid of, like, so much stuff. Well, okay. I don't know if it's it's not a fear. Like, I'm not afraid of blood, I guess.
Oh, interesting.
Like, I don't like the idea of being cut or being stabbed. Like, blood itself doesn't bother me.
Okay.
That's such a good question.
Right, isn't it?
I mean, I feel like it's easier. What's something, I mean, I can give, for the other half, what's something I am afraid of that most people aren't afraid of. I can give the real answer, which is, like, not fun, but is true.
Let's do the true answer.
The true answer is tilts in the ground.
Tilts in the ground. Oh, like...
Some people know about this who have watched the stream, but tilts and vertigo and dizziness is my main OCD trigger. Like, the majority of my panic and anxiety gets filtered through the idea of the ground tilting and things falling over and me falling over and, like, lack of stability. Like, most people can get dizzy and be fine. If I get dizzy, it's like a mental health event.
That sounds so frustrating and difficult.
It's not great, but I'm pretty well medicated for it and have spent many years working on it.
Do you get motion sickness easily?
It depends. If I'm in control, then I don't. But, like, if I'm in the backseat of a car and if someone's, like, starting and stopping a lot, when I was a kid, I got motion sick constantly.
Yeah.
It's like a whole fucking thing. Well, what's your answer? What are most people afraid of that you're not?
Most people afraid. Oh, well, I mean,
I thought you'd have an answer ready because Monica asked you, right?
Right. But pregnancy brain. Let's
right. Sorry, my bad.
Yes, it makes you smarter, but it also makes you forget everything. So
very relatable.
Right. What is it? Oh, okay. Well, I guess, like, self-advocating with strangers. Like, not necessarily self-advocating with, like, people I'm, like, close with. That is, like, difficult, like, boundaries in self-advocating.
Sure.
But if I'm, like, somewhere and I need to talk to, like, a group of strangers, like, I'm always the person who's, like, telling, like, okay, everybody move in on the subway, like, pre-COVID, you know? We gotta get more people. Or, like, if I need to be like, excuse me, person, this is not okay because this, and, like, someone else might be nervous to do it. So, like, talking to strangers, advocating for things, and, like, public speaking.
That's great. That's like, that's not just, like, a good, you know, character. Like, that allows you to, although I guess this would apply to a lot of answers in this category, right? Like, that allows you to be an asset to the people around you. Like, you have a strength where many others have a weakness.
Thanks, Peter.
That's beautiful. I love that.
Neat.
Okay,
Yeah.
now I'm, like, recontextualizing because your answer is a great one, but I was thinking like I don't know, werewolves or whatever.
No, your answer was perfectly good because we need somebody when there's, like, a catastrophic event where there's lots of blood, someone who can remain calm in the storm.
I mean, I generally know that and I'm not certainly special or alone in this in any way, but I have known for some time that I have the thing where when there is a crisis of some kind, I'll be scared later.
That is actually, that's, like, your thing.
I mean, it's got me very far in life. Well, like, I have a very vivid memory of when I was a camp counselor.
That's why you're a great director. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Years ago, I was a camp counselor, and it was up in the Northwoods of Minnesota, which, if anyone doesn't know, that part of the country, especially in the summer, has insane weather. Like,
really? I did not know that.
Hot, cold, huge storms, tornadoes. Like, it can go. Yeah, so, like, one of the years I was up there, and all of us, the whole camp, the kids and everyone, we were eating dinner in the little dining cabin or whatever, and we saw out the window I saw out the window that the sky was turning green, essentially. Like, it was turning the color that only means there is about to be an enormous storm.
Okay.
And if we're talking like weird rational phobias, when I grew up, actually, one of the things I was afraid of was strong winds.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
I didn't mean to laugh at your fear because, like,
but you did. You did, though.
No. I was like, it was like my nervous energy.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, it was a whole thing, and like it's related to everything. All of the fears I've had in my life come down in one way or another to control instability.
Okay.
And it is true that like even to this day, if I'm stressed out for other reasons and then there's a strong wind, it'll make it worse. But in that moment, like, you know, the wind was picking up and the sky was turning green. I remember standing up to like get a better look at the window, and then I looked around and I saw that about 3 other counselors had also stood up. And everyone else is still having dinner. And the 4 of us just like looked at each other. No words were exchanged, and we walked out of the building very calmly and then ran. And
Where
the
did you
4
go?
just all around the camp to close windows, to bring things inside, to secure things, to like just to do all of the prep and like everyone's having dinner. And it's to this day, it's still wild to me that like that kind of big ass storm should have been a huge stress to me, like a huge phobia point. But because the situation was one where I'm like, there's no time for you to be scared right now.
Right.
There are a bunch of kids and things around like you need to do this. You'll be scared later.
Yeah, you can't have like a canoe flying and like mowing over a bunch of children.
Right. And like we needed to get supplies, so if we ended up being stuck in the dining cabin for a long time, that would be okay. And like sure enough, like as we're running around, the storm is starting.
So where's it? And had it started? Well, it was starting to rain, or the wind was going crazy.
It was both. So when we ran out, nothing had happened yet. It was that like calm before the storm with the weird sky. But it's a big camp, so as we were running around, like it started to wind, it started to rain, and we just like did what we had to do.
So it's like in a crisis situation, things that would scare other people, you're like in action mode. It's
even
very,
things
like,
that would scare me.
Right. So what is that about, do you think? And do you think it has to do with like being a director? I mean, there is something about like being a director where like there's so much insanity and like you just remain like the calm person. Kind of.
I think that's a big part of it. Yeah. I think that just like, I mean, part of it is, I think it's a beneficial side effect of a not particularly healthy character trait. Which is, again, like the obsession with control.
Yeah.
Like I can compartmentalize really well, and I just know that like. But also, it's part of another big part of it, and this is sort of the less grim part, is I know that I have such a good support network in my life that there will be a place for me to fall apart later.
That's really great.
Carolyn.
I'm glad you have that. You're Peter. I was going to tell you something, but I think you're about to say that you have another guest.
Well, I mean, yes, but we have him. Tell me what you were going to tell me.
What was I going to tell you?
It's already gone.
No, it had to do with the control things and... Oh, it's like, okay, just super briefly, like, I feel you on all of that, and especially in times, I don't know if this has come up for you, I mean, this has come up for me more with being pregnant and being in a Oh, God!
Carolyn!
Being pregnant and being in the pandemic is that there's, like, these trying to, you know, have control over certain things, like one of the not talking about the pregnancy is part of that, because prior to this anyways, because it's like if I just, you know, kind of like, how is this was related in my mind at the end of what you were saying.
I'm following.
Just like, okay.
The struggle to know what you can have control over and what you can't?
Right, like like for me, like superstitions are coming up in a big way over the past several weeks. Like things that I would not be, but I'm like, I gotta follow this random tradition because if I don't, but it's been, you know, a weird and difficult time for many people, and so it's really nice that you're doing this because it's like. Aww. You know, you were like, how's your, you know, just like to connect. It feels really wonderful. And thanks for being so real about everything. And I'm giving you like a big germ-free hug. And I'm also giving hugs to everybody who's listening.
Carolyn.
If you don't want one, you don't have to receive it. It's all consent.
Of course.
Yes, thank you.
It's so good to hear your voice, Carolyn.
So good to hear your voice too, Peter.
We're doing more of these interview streams these days, so I'm sure I will holler at you again sometime soon.
I hope it's when I'm delivering la baby.
Hey man, I will absolutely interview you while you're in labor. Are you kidding me?
That would be kind of interesting. Well,
that's content with a capital C right there.
It is. Except I'm going to be doing these like visualization things. Well, we'll see what happens, I suppose.
Well, now I really want to be there for that one.
Yeah, it's gonna be calm. That's my plan.
It's a good plan. It's a good plan.
I won't stop the next person from hopping on anymore.
Okay, well, Carolyn, it's been a joy. Have a wonderful night. I hope to talk to you soon.
Thank you. You too. Bye. Have
fun.
Bye.
Oh, what a joy. What a delight. Joke's on you, everyone. The next interview isn't for 2 more minutes, so I'm all caught up. The buffer works. It's all taken care of. We're back on schedule. I have to pee so badly, but I will be back in 2 minutes with our next interview guest, so don't go nowhere, or do if you want to. It's your life, and I can't tell you what to do. But I hope I'll see you real soon. I nailed that transition.
Where's Peter? I guess he walked out of the frame. Where's Peter? And will he ever play this game? Where's Peter? Maybe he's gone to get a beer. Where's Peter? He isn't gone, but he's not here. Where is Peter? Where's Peter? Where's Peter?
No, we're not late. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. Everything's fine.
Where's Peter? I guess he walked out of the frame. Where's Peter? And will he ever play this game? Where's Peter? Maybe he's gone to get a beer. Where's Peter? He isn't gone, but he's not here.
Okay. We're back. I don't know why I thought I would have time to eat cabbage. I think, okay, yes, we're on schedule again because someone canceled, but also I knew someone had canceled, so I knew I could spend a little bit more time with the other guests. So, the point is that everything's going according to plan. It is cabbage. Normally I try not to chew on stream, but those crunches are too good to say no to. Hello everyone that I missed. Iron Chef, oh hello. Eli, good night. Deuce, thanks for the multi-balls. Army Girl, if you're still here, hello. Mouth sounds. Okay, I need to text my next guest. Pellerine, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I want you to know I almost never chew on stream. I almost never chew on stream. But I did. Echo! Hello! I'm sorry, I saw Max say echo, but I thought he was talking about the sound of me crunching into the microphone. I got confused. Hello, Echo. How's it going, bud? I do almost always mute myself. I am calling you on Discord. Are you receiving? Question mark? That's a weird way to ask that question. Okay, well now we're 5 minutes behind. Tavaga, it's about the journey, okay?
Better than a meatball sub is
the crunch to squish.
All right, we'll take it.
It's, you know, the writ large. She's not here. She says, I'm here, I think. No. Oops. No. Gonna do a little. Well, Tavaga, when you do your chewing show, you can make those decisions. But it's my show. Hey, bud, I'm calling you. Are you in Discord right now? No, it's not. Okay, so are you seeing my direct message to you? I can hear that you're listening to the stream. I appreciate it. Okay. So, you just gotta answer the call. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Okay. 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 Okay.
Is this working now?
Yes, but I need you to mute the stream.
Yeah, it's gone.
Okay, amazing. Folks, we're only 7 minutes behind schedule. We're doing great. Our next guest is an environmental policymaker, I think, a standing enthusiast, and unironically owns and wears a cap with the JSTOR logo on it. It's Camille Delaney.
Yo!
Oh no! Multiple people thought you were someone from my podcast, but you're not. You're you, and that's also wonderful.
Sorry to disappoint everyone. Yeah, and I could pretend to be that person.
I don't think you could, actually. No disrespect to you. I just don't think that particular bit of masqueradery would work.
Totally. No, that's fine. I mean, I definitely, have doubts about my ability to impersonate anyone accurately, particularly someone I don't know. So happy to ride with being real me, whatever that means.
Yes, let us embrace authenticity. Camille, hello. How are you?
I'm good. As you know, this is about like an hour later than I'm usually up.
I know. Well, you requested this time.
Say it again.
You requested this time slot.
I did. No, because I thought, it's a Friday night. I thought, I'm going to be insofar as this is possible during COVID times, going to be out and about, living the dream, and wanted to be able to both have my social life and participate as a guest. So I am indeed having my cake and eating it too.
Good for you. How was your social life tonight? Everything you dreamed and more?
It was, I don't know if I'd go that far, babe. But it was good. Yeah. Yeah, I can't complain. It is unseasonably warm in New York City. It's like, I'm from, as you know, Peter, I'm from SoCal, and this means that I experience temperature as being about 30 degrees lower than most people. But tonight was almost tolerable, which is great. I'm feeling good about that.
Yeah, it's like mid-50s right now, right?
Yeah, motherfucker, it's crazy, isn't it?
It is. For people in the stream, Camille is one of the very slim number of people with whom I actually get beers with in person these days, and I'm very grateful and treasure that. But I don't actually know who the rest of your quarantine bubble is these days, other than your roommate.
Yeah, it's basically that, and no, it's funny. I mean, sorry, I have my lovely roommate, and then mainly a small circle of mutual friends via my roommate, who are my sort of main kind of COVID bubble. But I'm glad that we're having this conversation live on air, Peter. This is a good sort of way to have this kind of COVID safety. To what degree are we exclusive conversation?
Oh yeah, no, of course. Look, what better way to have it than in front of dozens of internet strangers?
Yeah, precisely. No, that's perfect. I mean, that's the main way I like to conduct my intimacy. But I will say that I think I've had a sort of, as I've told you, I have had this weird experience of you and earlier during the summer, at least one other friend sort of said oh yeah, you are the first person that I've had a drink with outside during the summer. And yes. I thought, motherfucker, I'm not comfortable with this corruption position. That's not a place that I usually hold in people's lives in any way.
Well, you're assuming that that's about you then.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, great.
You're assuming that you're in charge of that.
Yeah, precisely.
It's a power thing. I think technically, if I recall correctly, you were the second person I got a COVID beer with. The first one being a future guest later on tonight.
Ooh.
The one, the only Grace.
Oh God bless. Wow. No, I will absolutely. I will take the sort of second place honor after Grace.
Yeah. I mean, Grace is in her own category.
Myself a bit from interrupting you.
I do have to ask. I made the intro for you, and I was like, shit. I've asked Camille so many times what they do for a living. Is an environmental policymaker anywhere close to what you do?
Completely inaccurate. But with the
you work for like a grant making?
Grant making. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, and you obviously have the correct link that the friend who we met through is now involved in environmental policy making. So not totally out of the blue.
I may also be using that for Val's intro later tonight.
Yeah, no, I think that would be very right. Yeah, unfortunately, no, that's not my gig. I wish it fucking were, man. No, I wish it were. So if I were more savvy, I would have just pretended it was true, rather than sticking with it.
There's still time. I'll just wipe this from the VOD, from the archive.
Can everyone just pretend that I said that it was in fact true? That would be good.
So how serious is that I wish? Like, is that something that you would like work towards career-wise, or is it just sort of like if only?
That's a good cue. Yeah, I don't know. I'm interested in what everyone on the stream sort of thinks about this. I mean, I think that sounds like a pretty good title for anyone to have, frankly. Like,
environmental policymaker, yeah.
What a cool epithet, right? Like, I mean, I think for me personally, I feel like I don't have a right to claim that, particularly because like I have no professional or personal background in really, I don't know, in environmental work. I mean, my organization, to my point, Peter, like you're not unfounded. My organization does do environment work, but I'm not involved in any of it. Fuck me, I don't get to take credit for any of that shit, and certainly like, beyond my like standard kind of like, rank and file recycling, I'm not doing anything that would like allow me to identify as a kind of environmentalist.
Well, but I'm not asking you about what you're going to take credit for. This isn't like a kudos thing. I think that's a totally separate question from, is there a reasonable path available to you?
Yeah. No, I mean, I think, good cue. I mean, I see that I'm getting shit for using the expression rank and file.
No, you're not getting shit. Sorry, no. Rank and file is a whole thing on my stream. It's a feature. It has nothing. Don't worry about it.
I'm missing. Okay, cool. Good to know. Yeah.
Don't worry. Specifically, it's a feature that Loxley Echo loathes.
Oh, God bless.
So, yeah, I'm the one being given shit.
I promise he didn't pay me for that. That was just my, like, normal use of language.
This is product placement.
Yeah.
But yes, please.
Oh, no, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I was just saying that I think, not to get too abstract about it, but I think it is one of these cases where, like, certainly even if I did want that path for myself, like, oh my God, am I, like, qualified in any way, shape, or form? No, certainly not. So I think that I would put that to one side.
Well, but I mean, the reason I use the word path is because I assume it would not just be a see job, get job, right? Like, I mean, to be very clear, as we have discussed many times, I'm dumb. I don't understand how this works. But like, if I wanted to become qualified for something like that, I wouldn't know how to go about doing it. You may have, if not the qualifications, the proximity to the means to acquire the qualifications. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, and as we all know, that's like how jobs work, right? Like, it's all about like faking it until, in fact, maybe after a few years, you are ultimately qualified.
Hey, man, I'm working towards my 10,000 hours on Twitch.
There you go. Yeah.
I mean, perhaps, okay, and again, Camille, I should say, as I often remind my guests when I remember to do so, that if I at any point ask a question that you don't want to talk about, just say the word pass and we'll move on with not even a moment of thought.
Let's dig deep, please. Now ask me some really invasive ones so I can use that. That sounds like fun.
Well, let's take our own path there. See what I did there? I'm very good at this.
A link.
I mean, what would you say are your career goals? If it's not to transition to something like environmental policy making, like what's the 5-year plan, baby? What are we looking at?
Me, motherfucker. Okay, well, I will give the, before I say pass, I will give the context that I have. So I've set a goal for myself to have an answer to this question in the near future. But that means that I don't have one now. So pass.
Okay, here's a related question, which you can also pass on. How long have you not had a plan, and what led to the decision to develop one?
Oh God! Wow, what a question. Oh, I don't know.
I do interview shows sometimes.
I think if I get to this like live on air, it's going to be real boring and like probably quite long-winded. So maybe I don't know. Can I do a pass, but in a way that does like total like non sequitur, like we switch to something like that I'm also equally unqualified to talk about, but maybe in a more like exciting way.
Yeah, absolutely. How do you feel about New York's decision to shut down indoor dining?
Love that. Thank you. Totally have a hot take ready and waiting for this. That sounds good. Yeah, no, I mean, I again always defer to, like, very keen to hear what everyone else on the stream thinks about this. But I think that, you know, I'd approach this from a very sort of like classic, like, role of like, oh my God, absolutely there should be no indoor dining. Like, what the fuck are we doing having like indoor restaurants available? But you know, a capital L lib friend of mine did recently make it apparent to me that yeah, I don't know, man, like fucking obviously like restaurants and like small businesses that I know that I, you know, take advantage of and benefit from are in a really fucking hard place where, like, you know, obviously the state isn't going to offer them any stimulus funding and the city isn't able to offer them any stimulus funding and anything to keep themselves afloat during this time. So, I mean, I guess you know, certainly if I had a restaurant and I was, you know, contingent upon the small, you know, perhaps ill-advised cohort of indoor diners to keep me afloat, then yeah, I would be pretty angry. I have sympathy for, you know, both sides. I don't know, Peter. What's your hot take?
Well, both sides, but like evenly both sides, or you know, we all. I mean, I Camille, I think I may have in fact quoted you on the show at some point, something that you and I talked about a couple months ago of like the tragedy of so many things that you and I talk about is that ultimately, no matter what we say, we will always arrive at the same conclusion, which was, it depends.
True. No, absolutely. The end of all discourse.
Right. The end of all discourse is context. Depends on context.
Totally. No, precisely. It's an absolute fucking, like, you know, it's sort of like a conversation killer, isn't it?
So as deftly as you may have attempted to outsource the hot take to me, I am going to stay with yours and push a bit further when I say that, yes, Camille, you're a smart, savvy individual. Of course you can see both sides. But let us not live in the fantasy land that the sides are equally balanced.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think, like, I mean, you know, obviously, every answer that I give is going to be a fake answer. But I will say that
Camille Delaney is not even her real name, folks.
Yeah, but it's going to want to be those things, isn't it? That like, I guess they're, you know, the answer with any authority that we'll have will only come in retrospect when we, like, of course I can see.
Yeah, but you're not being bound, right? Like, the answer you give now is not going to be held against you in the future.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Tell me when I run for fucking city council. I don't know.
Let's get let's get an emotional time capsule. How do you feel about it right now?
Yeah. I mean, this is the problem, isn't it? Is that you know, everything that I say, I have the impulse to cancel myself. I mean, I will say that. Yes,
I get canceled 20 times on the stream per night. Don't worry.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, if everyone on the stream could cancel me, then I won't have to do it for myself. So that would be ideal. Thanks.
Yeah, could someone cancel Camille, please?
Yeah, could someone cancel me? That would be wonderful.
We have a command set up for that.
Ooh, all right. Yeah, hit me up. But no, I mean, I'll just say that, yeah, I think, of course, from a public health standpoint, completely fucking makes sense for indoor dining to not be a thing. Like, oh my God, there's no joke about that.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. This is what I need. Very good. God, this is getting into some weird kinky shit that I didn't know that I had going on.
Camille, can I tell you, I one of my most petulant feelings that I have constantly is, why haven't I gone viral on Twitter?
Yeah.
And every once in a while, I will write a tweet where I'm like, this should be the one that does it. And it obviously doesn't happen. But the most recent one, I'm like, if there were any justice in this world, I'd fucking trend for this shit. And it was just, the whole tweet was just, cancel me, daddy. It's a perfect tweet. Fight me.
That is a perfect. No, I will vouch for that. I would like to quickly, thanks to everyone for canceling me. Before I go, I would just like to finish my point for the record, which is that, like, yes, well, of course, from a public health standpoint, for sure, my informed expert take is that I think there should not be probably indoor dining from a public health standpoint. I also recognize that I'm saying that as someone who's able to, like, work from my laptop in my bedroom, and if I, like, owned or worked at a restaurant, then maybe I would feel differently. So naming that, canceling myself, and just everyone else is canceling me.
Very even-handed.
Participating in this cancel party.
All right, Camille, last question before I let you go.
Yo.
How has this interview stacked up compared to your expectations for this interview?
I knew it was going to be really fun, and this has been really fun. And everyone's been, I would say that everyone's been really nice. Everyone on the stream, no one said anything that's made me want to cry. And I'm an easy crier, as I'm sure you can hear. So I appreciate everyone for being nice. And Peter, I appreciate you for the lovely questions that I've, felt relatively equipped to, spitball at, with the caveat that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
None of us do.
Yeah, there you go.
You're killing it.
Life.
Camille, thank you so much for being on the show. I'm so glad I got to have you on here.
This has been so fun. No, thank you so much for inviting me, and thank you for accommodating my ridiculous bedtime, and thanks to everyone for bearing with me.
Of course, get out of here, go to sleep, rest your weary bones.
God bless. Will do.
I'll talk to you soon.
Bye, everyone. Bye, Peter.
Bye. Oh, I love Camille so much. I really do. I find her endlessly to be a treasure, honestly. All right, we're 4 minutes behind, which is pretty good, honestly. We're making up a bit of time here, so we're gonna roll right along into our next interview. Question mark. Camille is great. My glasses are digging into my nose. It makes me unhappy. Also, it's so funny that Seashell chose that interview to jump into my arms, because Camille hates animals. I hope that's okay to say. I'm like, Seashell, hush. Not during the Camille interview. Please. All right, I'm going to just send my next guest a text. Diddly dee, diddly dee, diddly dee. Everything's going fine. How's everyone doing out there? Everyone having a good time? I think this is going very well, personally. If I do say so myself, which I do. Please, autocorrect. Work with me, baby. I'm having a fantastic time, clubs. Hello, clubs. Hello. Loxley, the schedule's on the Discord, Echo. Just gotta go over to the Discord and check it on out, buddy. I will tell you that there are no more rerollers scheduled. Wow. All right. You know what, Lux? Echo. That's a fair point. It's a fair point. She says she's excited. All right, I'm just gonna jump ahead and make a little phone call here. Ballerina, I'm so glad to hear that. Hello. Do you see the Discord call coming in? Okay. Yeah, if you open Discord, I think that would be a good first step towards connecting the Discord call. All right, bye. All right. We're getting there, folks. Oh, man. Echo, yeah, we actually did not get into name ideas. That would have been a good thing to talk about. But we covered so many other issues. All right. Just, Discord is open. Aha! Can you hear me?
Okay, now I think I'm on this call, right?
You absolutely are. Folks, our next guest is a director, a producer, and the Torn Out Theater Associate Artistic Director. It's Britt Berke, everyone.
Whew, thank you for having me. I'm so
my God.
excited.
Thank you for being on the show. It's a fucking... For one thing, it's always a delight to hear your voice.
Thank you. I feel the same way.
And more generally, it is wonderful to have you on the show.
Thank you. I was just watching your stream so I could get a sense of what was going on.
And
I was doing some research.
What were the results of your research?
Well, I got nervous. Now I know there's a chat happening. There's all this stuff happening. I didn't really know how Twitch worked until right now.
You shouldn't have done research. That was your first mistake.
Regretting doing the research. But I'm here now, and I figured out Discord. Thank you for your patience.
Of course, yeah. Thank you for installing a new thing for the interview.
Of course, easy.
You have at least one person in the chat who is here specifically for you.
Oh, I'm surprised by that. Who is it?
Domino EFR. I don't know who it is, but they...
Should I say? Is that not internet etiquette?
That's between you and Domino.
Domino is one of my best friends since I was 4 years old.
Oh my gosh! That's super exciting.
Thanks, Domino. I won't say your name. I feel like I'm not supposed to.
I did for a hot second wonder if it might be your mother.
No, my mom has no idea what Twitch is. There's no world in which my mom knows how to use the internet in this way.
I mean, yes, I know that is true, but I also know how dedicated your mother is to supporting you and witnessing you across every conceivable channel.
That is very true. And she'll comment on my a theater company I work with will Instagram a picture unrelated to me.
Yes.
And she'll comment amazing assistant director with 1 million hearts. I don't know who she thinks can see it. I don't know what her plan is, but she's very ambitious about it.
Yeah, I just thought if anything could make her know what Twitch was, it would be you appearing on this show.
You're right. It's true. She would totally make a Twitch account so that she could comment that I'm a great assistant director in the comments.
Britt, how are you? Let's start small. How's your night going?
It's good. I was watching a virtual Zoom play, as I often am.
Okay. I'm glad you said this. This was one of my top intended interview topics for our conversation. Tell me about the Zoom play.
It was Stupid Fucking Bird, which is a play I really, really like. And they're doing it at Barnard, which is where, obviously, as you know, I went to school.
Who's that by?
Aaron Posner.
Yes.
And it's The Seagull, but a, modernized, deconstructed version. And it's a really great script. I'm just, Zoom plays are hard, right?
Sure.
I have to direct Zoom plays and I have to watch Zoom plays. And sometimes it's wow, Zoom plays. I don't know how we feel about this genre.
How do you feel about the genre?
I think it's really tricky. I think it's not what I do theater for. I feel I love theater because it's about human interaction and exchanging energies in actual space and all that stuff. And Zoom does not do it for me. It makes me really sad. Have you been watching Zoom plays?
I have not. I was invited to a Zoom play a friend of mine was in recently and was unable schedule-wise to see it. Other than that, I feel maybe early in the pandemic, there were more invitations that... Yeah. The closest I have come to seeing a Zoom play is as you know, the production of Hurly Burly that I was contracted to direct.
Yeah.
That was supposed to go into...
What ended up happening?
I mean, it's there has been radio silence on all channels for a long time, which I honestly think is the right call. Like, everything's so uncertain. What are we going to do? What are we going to talk about? But during the first couple months, when we, didn't know how long it was going to last, we did all of the table work over Zoom.
Wow.
And then did a post-table work read-through for the creative team and a couple potential investors.
How'd it go?
Fine. It was fine. I mean, it was...
Okay. I can't see your face, and I have trouble when I can't see facial expressions.
Okay, but you also know...
Say more about the fine.
You know how I use the word fine.
I do, yeah.
It was fine.
Okay.
It definitely displayed the... I will say this, and I'm going to be... Not that I think anyone's going to see this, but I will be just vague enough. Mm-hmm. It was a very good demonstration of how some people got a lot out of the table work and some people didn't.
Oh, do you think that was because it was specifically over Zoom, or do you think they would have gotten the same amount out of table work in person?
I think the general distribution would have been the same, but I think the floor would have been higher if it hadn't been on Zoom.
Yeah, rehearsing over Zoom is such a weird thing. Like, you take your 10 and you're just like sitting in your room in your home alone. Like, it's a very weird thing.
Well, tell me more about that. I mean, because that's something I relate to even outside of theater. Like, I take breaks on the stream all the time, and sometimes I don't go anywhere. I just turn off the camera. And for me, that's a huge relief and break. Mm-hmm. But also, that's not the same as working with, I'm broadcasting to an audience, you're working with a cast. How do you find that your kind of energy balance is managed over that process?
It's hard because, it's lonely, I think. Like, when you take breaks in an actual rehearsal, it's like you get to bond with everyone. Like, it's when you, go to the vending machine, go to the bathroom, actually get to ask someone about their day. But on Zoom, it's like everyone turns off their cameras and mics. I guess you could leave yours on if you wanted and chat during the break, but then you're sort of in everyone else's space chatting during the break, and is that okay?
Sure.
It makes me feel lonely. It's very sad to just hang out on your own during a break. Yeah. I also recently had my first really big microphone left on incident via Zoom.
Hot mic?
Yeah, and that was really embarrassing. So now I'm super nervous about it. Now every time I get on Zoom, I'm like, who knows what's going to happen? That was scary.
Is that a story you would care to tell?
Yeah, it wasn't that bad. And everyone who I've told it to is like, this isn't that bad. I was working with...
You didn't do a hate crime?
No, I didn't do anything horrible.
Okay.
I was working with some cast members in the US and some in the UK, and I told the UK cast members the wrong time, so they were late. I got the time wrong. Mm-hmm. But then I was on Zoom and I was talking to my boyfriend, and I was like, I'm such an idiot. I got the time wrong and everyone was late. I'm so stupid. And I was saying this while they were rehearsing a scene. So the whole cast heard me being like, I'm a dumb idiot who doesn't know time zones. But it was
Britt.
But it's true. I was a dumb idiot.
Britt, my heart is breaking for you right now. That your embarrassing hot mic moment was that your collaborators heard you being a human being with feelings.
I'm so embarrassed. But it was more I should have been watching them perform. I was directing a workshop. I should have been watching, but I was talking during it. It was. I see. So that was a little scary. Have you ever left your... You probably have a more entertaining, hilarious story than the one that I just told.
I don't... Well, maybe someone in my chat can remind me of something I've forgotten, but I don't think so. I mean, for me, it's mitigated by the fact that my whole business model is built on being embarrassing and just showing my ass online. Mm-hmm. So... I can't think of anything that I've really let slip. I mean, well, I did back in the day show my entire mailing address on the stream a couple times.
Oh, and that's bad, right?
Wasn't great.
Encouraged. No.
But okay, also
so that's a dangerous one.
Yeah, but I also I'm not proud of this, but I also think this won't surprise you at all that part of that was like, fuck it, man. I'm not famous. I can fucking edge dox myself.
Like testing boundaries.
Yeah. I mean, that's,
Like
you know how I feel about
teenager.
liminal spaces.
Yes, I understand.
So what have you been working on?
What have I been working on? I've been doing some workshopping with November Theater, the little company that I co-founded.
That's right.
And that's been really nice because actually Nell, who I co-founded it with, she like lives back in Bristol in the UK, so it's cool to be able to work overseas. I'm doing some like assisting. I am trying to devise this piece with Brecht's love poems, which
You love
am
Brecht.
excited about. I do love Brecht so very much, and I love Brecht's love poems, of course.
So tell me about the Brecht process. What's
It's beginner stages. Actually, I feel like some people who are watching this are going to be invited to be collaborators and don't know yet.
Ooh,
But
love that.
But Brecht wrote all these love poems. Do you know about this? Like, he wrote all these weird
I don't think
poems.
I do.
And some of them are like really, really sweet, and some of them are like really vulgar, of course, and like some of them are kind of like what you would expect from Brecht, and then some of them are just very tender. So I'm kind of interested in exploring those in a devising process. But I promise it won't be like a pretentious devising process. It'll be like fun and cool.
Of course, you're a cool mom.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All devising processes are by nature pretentious. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna do an obnoxious thing where I'm gonna ask you a question, and then I'm gonna try and get out. Oh my god, sorry, my cats are losing their minds. I'm gonna try and get out ahead of what I think your preliminary safe answer is gonna be.
Okay.
And bump us to the second part.
Okay.
Which is, I'm gonna ask you what you envision as a like potential form of this device project to take. I think you're going to say, well, it's early stages, so we don't know, and we're all just like feeling it out. And then I'm going to say, yes, Britt, but you're a director, and you're super fucking sharp and incisive, and I know that even if you aren't like locked into an idea, you have some thoughts.
So I don't know. The problem right now really is that obviously we would have to rehearse this over Zoom, which I really don't want to do because I mostly want it to be like gossiping for the first. Like, I want everyone to like read these poems and have like personal responses and like talk about their like experiences with like love and romance and sex and like poetry or like whatever things bring up. And I think that'll be really awkward over Zoom.
What if you did it as a group text?
Oh, see, that's a really good idea.
I feel like like downgrade even further to just like enter a totally different technological gossip space.
But what if some people don't know each other and they feel like embarrassed sharing? Like, where's the bonding part of the process? How do we do it? Do we start a chat just talking about like random stuff and then we talk about the poems?
Boy. Yeah, I mean, you know me, like my whole fucking director model is like, let's go out for beer as soon as possible.
I know.
And when that option is taken away, yeah, I don't know.
It's hard. It's awkward. Especially, I've like directed a few people who I've never met in person over Zoom for the last few months, and like it's really weird. Like they don't know how tall I am. Not that that's like the main essential part of my directing. They don't know how tall I am.
That was your first data point.
They don't know that I'm
that wasn't like
5'3".
part of a list.
No, but it's awkward.
Why is it awkward?
Well, that's not the awkward thing, but like it's like you don't know this person at all, but suddenly you're like in their living room and like you can see their mom making dinner in the background.
Of course.
And you're just like, hey, here's like a really specific note. You're like doing a bad job, like whatever it is. Like you don't have social cues and like
yes.
Yeah. So that's a hard Zoom thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, that does very much speak to what I think a lot of people felt in the early days of quarantine of like, why am I getting so tired on these Zoom calls? And I subscribe to the school of thought that it's because even though there is the video call component, there's so many little subliminal social cues, like you said, or just like indicators that you don't get on Zoom, and that means that you have to work, like even if it's unconscious, you have to work even harder to try and bridge that gap to make up for what's being lost.
Yeah, and all you really have is like your little box that you're in, which is why Zoom plays are so weird, because the actors don't get to like use all their resources, aka all of their limbs.
Yeah. So
Right?
have you? So at this point, workshop aside, have you done any, for whatever this might mean, a full Zoom production?
I did like the 24-hour plays nationals, like that. Those were 10-minute pieces, and we did
Cool.
like.
Thank you for
sort of a-
inviting me. I really appreciate it. That was
Well,
very cool of you.
I didn't know if I was going to be proud of it, so I, because you know how it works, like they send you a play in the morning and you have like
Yes.
that day to do it,
Yes.
you know, obviously. So I didn't know how it was going to go. I have a recording. I'll send you that.
Oh, please do.
I will. And that was a good experience, like really great team, really great morale, but it's just hard. And I think it's better sometimes, like that play was written for Zoom. Like the characters were like meant to be Zooming.
Sure.
And that's better. You know what I really hate? I hate Zoom kisses when the actors put their mouths near the camera.
That's a thing?
Yeah, like I'd rather them like take a breath together or something. Like I hate when like they put, because that's not what a kiss looks like. You can't see both people's
God.
lips when you're looking at a kiss. So I hate like that point of view of a Zoom kiss.
Britt, it has
I think
been
it's bad.
it has been some time since I have had like an immediate visceral reminder of how much I adore you and like how deeply I like feel and respect your sensibilities. Like, because no, I agree completely, and you know this, you've seen me work like that. That's exactly what, if it's not going to be the thing, if you can't do the thing, don't do an approximation of the thing, do the other thing that creates the same, ineffable impact or whatever of the thing.
make a
Like you have to
choice.
go sideways.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. It does. I hate when like I see the actors leaning forward and you have to like look at their mouths. I'm like, what? In what world is this a kiss? This is so weird.
Awful.
I
can't remember. Did I ever? Well, I say this, but I know myself. And I know that there's no way I haven't forced you to listen to my spiel about this before. But
spiel?
Don Nigro, the playwright that I've done a couple of his pieces, and he has a number of plays that start with the same note, which is like the play will have no stage directions, and there's a note at the beginning that says, at any point in the play, the actors can do, physically speaking, they can do anything except what the dialogue says they're doing.
Oh, I feel like we haven't talked about
Have we
this.
not talked
It's
about
really
this?
Interesting. No.
Oh, I should send you. You know what? I'm going to make a note. I'm going to send you a Don Nigro play that I think you would like.
Thank you. I would appreciate it. I'll send you my 24 hours, 10-minute play, and
Please.
you can send me this important
Please do.
piece of theater that I have to read.
But no, I worked on some of his stuff in grad school, and it's such an amazing challenge, but also like it steers you away from terrible decisions. Because when you have no set, no props and whatever, and like a thing has to happen, you have the author being like, for God's sake, do not pantomime what they say they're doing. I am forcing you to be inventive.
Which is really useful. That'd be a good thing to do over Zoom.
Yeah,
Maybe we should do
absolutely.
a Zoom play of that.
Ooh, a Don Nigro Zoom play.
Right?
If I still had any theater left in my soul.
Oh, Peter.
I know, that's a different...
sad.
It is sad. It's been a weird year, Britt.
Okay, I guess we should catch up properly.
Yeah, I'm. Can I tell you, in all honesty,
What is it?
I was bad at like keeping up with people before the pandemic.
It's really hard during.
Well, especially because like, not to poor me, but like my job is talking for 40 hours a week. And so when I'm on my off time, one of the last things I want to do is socialize.
Do you get exhausted talking the whole time?
My stamina has gone way up over the past year. Like I can do like a single stream will not usually wipe me out entirely.
Okay.
But when I get to the end of the week, I usually, because I do Monday to Friday, these days, I usually just want to spend Saturday being a completely silent, inert blob.
I feel like that's fair.
But it means that I don't actually take that opportunity to connect to the people in my life that I miss and love, you know?
Yeah, of course. I think it's like also like people who work in theater and other similar industries, we're used to just like seeing each other in rehearsals, right? Or like we're like going to see a play together, so we're together.
Right.
So it's really weird to be like, let us take some time to speak. Like it feels very foreign.
Well, I mean, part of the Zoom table work back in the spring that was so challenging is that like we couldn't go to the bar after rehearsal was over.
Yeah.
And I felt like we missed so much. Sterile. Yeah, sterile's a great word for it.
Yeah, you just hit like end meeting and then like it's over and you're alone. You're like, okay, that was rehearsal.
Britt, I have to let you go. I miss you so much.
I miss you. We'll catch up, but in a not exhausting way.
Yes.
Thank you for having me.
Britt, thank you so much. It has been a joy to have you on the show.
Thank you. Have a great rest of your night.
You too. Goodbye.
Bye.
I just love her so much. I don't know if I've ever mentioned Britt, but Britt was someone that we brought on in an early Torn Out show. She was supposed to be a stage managing intern, but then just became a co-stage manager. And then for the next one was an assistant director, and then became associate artistic director of the company. And I just, I wish that I had more clout and strength in the industry so that I could just be like, fuck you, hire Britt. But also she's doing like so well because she's a rock star. I just, Yago, you're so fat. You're not even that fat. You just like arrange your body in a way that makes you look like a fucking planetoid. Look at this little chonk fellow. Oh my god. All right. We're back to 8 minutes behind. I have to kiss him real quick. I have to give him a real quick kiss.
Hi.
Oh my god, Seashell is losing her mind. I'm not fat shaming. I love that he's fat. I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. I adore that he's fat. When Yako's butt started chonking up, it was one of the best things that ever happened to me. He's so handsome. Fat adoring. Oh my god. All right, who's next? What's happening? We're behind. I'm behind again. I was too happy to talk to Britt and I lost track of time. Okay, here we motherfucking go. Let's get our next guest up on the line. Okay. All right, and then you. Okay. Just big.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello?
Elizabeth, can you hear me? Hello, Elizabeth. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, oh! Okay. It's gonna be fine. Everything's fine. Microphone. That should work.
Hello?
Hello, you should. I think I fixed it.
Oh. Okay, now I hear you.
Okay, fantastic. Hi. Hello. Folks, our next guest is a multidisciplinary artist. Wait, where's I wrote this out. A multidisciplinary performer, movement artist, and event host. Damn it. I had to switch over to Google Voice and I got all... It's Elizabeth Weitzen, everybody!
It's like literally the best introduction I've ever had. I really enjoyed that, Peter.
I mean, we can all agree it was flawless, it was professional, it was perfect.
I loved it. I loved it so much. I want to tell you very, very late happy birthday. I knew that it was your birthday, and in very typical of me in the pandemic fashion, I didn't do anything about that.
Oh, well, thank you. I mean, I'm certainly not wounded by that. In fact, I generally, and I don't mean this in like a poor me Charlie Brown kind of way, I assume that no one will remember my birthday because there's so much happening at all times.
I have like a physical calendar, and I'm a very big weirdo about it. I pay more than I should to customize it. So almost everyone I know's birthdays are actually physically printed in my calendar.
Really?
So I'm like very aware of when people's birthdays are, but I've been very bad at talking to humans. Like I don't talk to anyone. It's really bad.
So it's funny you say that.
I talk to my cat and my partner and medical professionals.
I literally just got, our previous guest was Britt.
Oh, lovely. I love Britt. Hi, Britt, except, that's not how that works.
It's possible Britt might still be... So Britt apparently was watching the stream before her interview to do research, so she'd know what to be ready for.
Oh, I should have done that.
No.
What I did? I did a vocal warm-up because I was like, oh, people are going to be listening to me. I should have my voice all dropped in resonance.
Oh, my God. I in fact, started this stream tonight by pointing out how I did not do any vocal warm-ups, and it was a problem.
Oh, no. Well, I even remember, like, when I host and perform a lot, but when I was doing a lot of trivia, sometimes I'd do a vocal warm-up, and people would come up and be like, wow, you sound so good. Like, you should do radio and I'd be like, oh, thanks, I'm an actor. And then, like, other times I would just, like, sit around and drink a lot, and then no one would say that.
Oh, so wow, so you had like direct
They'd be like, who is
feedback.
this person screaming? Yeah. You know what, Peter, actually, this is something that I was like thinking about, like, what do I even have to say? I have nothing to promote. But one interesting thought I have that I think will be interesting to you. If not, I don't know who your listeners or viewers are. I'm sorry, I've never
fuck them
tuned in. But one thing that I think is interesting to you is that I have realized that performing, specifically live improvised performance, so which is like 90% of what I did in my life pre-pandemic, where I do nothing, provided this like instantaneous validation that was a big part of how I construct like self-worth.
Yes.
So I found myself getting really like uncharacteristically sad. And part of that is that I'm not calling people in their birthdays or being social or like I'm actually trying really hard. I'm like doing a good job of calling people. I'm doing better. But part of it is that I'm not like 5 or 6 times a week for the past 10 years, I was getting strangers who would like applaud me and tell me how wonderful I was constantly.
Well,
and how brilliant my spur of the moment decisions were.
Yeah, I think the improv component of that is so essential because it's not just that you're getting praised for your performance in like, an Ibsen or whatever, but it's like, hey, the thing you self-generated right now was good.
Yeah.
I validate
not only that,
your
but
output now.
I do immersive stuff. So it's even more than that because it's like while you're doing it.
Right. They're a part of it.
So you're like in their face and they're cracking the fuck. Oh, can I say fuck? I'm sorry. I swear with impunity.
I'm sorry. I'm not laughing. That's a totally legit question to ask. I'm not laughing, but I have said the absolute filthiest shit on this channel. We are marked as for mature audiences. You're good.
So we should. I'm excited to segue this conversation in dirty directions. But
Great.
In the meantime, you're like right next to someone and they're like cracking the fuck up, and you just feed off of that and trivia too. Like I MC a lot, but also like in character, all of those things that I was doing was just this intense, immediate feedback to the work you were literally generating a few feet from people. And I didn't realize like psychologically what a void that would leave.
Interesting. Do you think it's because
Yeah.
that you've been doing that work for so long that it's just kind of become like room temperature water?
Yeah, like I didn't. If I was like, oh, I get to take a 6-month break, you know, minus being terrified about being able to pay my bills and eat and the state of the world and seeing my parents, minus all the scary parts.
The little things
just
like
hey,
that.
you'll be yeah, little things like that. But if you like, you're going to be okay, but you get to take 6 months of just not doing this, because my life was very exhausting. I would have been like, great, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
And not, I really, it's actually funny because even just like fucking around with rehearsal stuff by myself, which I've been doing a lot of, I have to sort of like trick myself into giving some stakes to it, or like I can't do it.
Okay, tell me about that process. I find that kind of, just to briefly, some context for the process of trying to trick oneself into stakes is something that I have always struggled with so much. Do you know the old children's book Frog and Toad?
No, should I?
I've
been reading a lot. I can add it to my list.
I mean, it's like a little
I've been reading
kid book,
a lot.
But it's just a bunch of little like short stories of these two friends, Frog and Toad, and one of them bakes cookies. And they're like, okay, well, we can't eat all of these cookies right now because we want to have cookies later. And they're like, okay, well, we'll put them in a box. That way we won't eat them. And then the other one's like, well, but we could just open the box. And it was like, okay, that's a good point. So all right, tell you what, we'll tie a ribbon around the box. Like, yeah, good. Wait, we can just cut. And it like gets to like, okay, we'll put it in a box, tie a ribbon around the box, drop the box down a well, bury the well, move out of town. And like, yeah, but we can just like drive back and this and that. And it's just like, I think about the time, like, yeah, well, why don't you just tell yourself that if you don't finish this project by the end of the day, then you don't get to go see your friends. And I'm just like, yeah, but I could just go see my friends. Like, that's not real.
Also, like, negative reinforcement does not work well for me. I rebel. Like, I feel like you and I actually, for better or worse, have a very similar like procrastination reaction to things.
I think that's true.
And like a sort of like we get a creative spur, and then if we like follow it, great, and if we don't, like, we're a little fucked.
Right.
And like, how do you spur it? And I think that, so what I've been doing, I literally have a conversation. It's like I'm interviewing myself in my head, or like I'm teaching people in my head. So like, if I'm doing self prompts for like somatic movement exercises, which I do for other people all the time, with like no effort. Well, not now, but again, in the pre-pandemic world,
in the before times,
that would be like in the before times, that would be like an effortless thing that I don't even really need to prepare for. They just sort of come to me, and it's, you know, I have a big body of knowledge to draw on. But I go to do it by myself, and like, it's very hard. So to give stakes to it, I literally pretend that I am doing this for a group of people.
Okay.
but like really pretend, like in the way,
sure.
Like the mind tricks that, like, if you were rehearsing a monologue and got really into it. Like, I'm literally, like, even actually earlier today I was doing it. I was like doing a balance thing that was really interesting of like, okay, so this is balance, but like if I tilt off this axis and like lose my balance, how do I keep shifting and then losing it again? And what does that mean? And it was literally like, I talked through this whole thing as if there were people here, but not literally aloud, like in my head.
Sure. No, I actually, I told this, it's not even a full story, it's just this anecdote, I guess, on the stream recently. Like a couple of years ago, like 2 or 3 years ago, I was at some party at a bar, and it was with people that I ostensibly liked, but I just
that sounds like you. Party at a bar.
Yep,
people you
that's me.
Ostensibly like.
I got there and I was like, I'm not feeling it. I am not there. I'm not in party mode. I want to be having a good time. And so what I did, and I've never done this before or since, but I went to the bathroom, I went into a stall, and I pretended to do coke. And I should say...
That's amazing.
And I said this at the time, I'll say it again. At the time of this story, I had never done coke. I'm not saying I have now, but just at the time I also hadn't. But I just
done coke?
I just went... People are making fun of me because I told this story very recently. But that's why it's on my mind. But I just went...
I find that very strange. I say perhaps to drugs. You know, like perhaps. Don't say no, just say perhaps.
Yes. I say context dependent on drugs. But I just
don't know how you get to be like as old as we are and not have done coke and lived in New York for that long. Now I would not do coke because it's really scary because of the opiates that are in there, and that's terrifying.
Well, you just gotta know
really, you missed the heyday. You missed the best time for doing coke.
Or maybe you just need to know your chemist, hypothetically.
Actually, several friends of mine, I gave them like instant packets so you can test your coke for holidays one day. Yeah.
Like so the coasters.
Security of your drugs.
Do you know
the date rape coasters.
The date rape coasters. Yeah.
It's like that, except it's like, I mean, you do have to waste some of the coke, so but none of the people I know who do coke regularly are financially strapped.
Is it really a waste?
It's not a waste. It's not a waste. It's an insurance policy.
Exactly.
Because it's scary. I know people who have died, so like it's real. That's scary.
You can't fuck around.
So don't say perhaps to coke. Actually, don't say perhaps to coke.
In any case,
say only with a test thingy.
Yes. The reason I bring it up is just that, like, I am right there with you of, like, if you can make... Because the thing is, if I try to do that again, I don't know if it would work. But for whatever reason...
I feel like you'd have to up the stakes. Like, what if you went into the bathroom and then, like, gave someone a blowjob in an imaginary way for some imaginary coke? That would be exciting.
Well, then I just wouldn't go back to the party. Then I would just have, like, a fully self-sustaining... self-roleplay. Like, fuck the party. Jesus Christ. But it is hard to, like, get yourself to that point of full, like, self-buy-in.
Like, it is and it isn't. So, like...
Yeah, tell me how that works for you.
But, like, so I spend way too much time driving alone in the car. And... sometimes I'll put in a podcast or music or NPR, but a lot of the time, without realizing it, I just like start half talking to myself, half talking in my head.
Sure.
And like I feel like that can't. I mean, I don't know. I assume this happens to other people. Actually, I've read a lot about how people say that like because we're all so obsessed with using every moment and like always doing something that actually people don't have a lot of that sort of like meditative alone time.
Yeah.
I use the word meditative like sparingly here because I don't mean it in a meditate way.
Lowercase m.
But yeah, lowercase m for sure. Meditate-ish way.
Right.
But like, yeah, I just sort of like it's literally like, I guess it's just that I like to hear myself talk.
You're preaching to the choir,
I think this would work for you because you love to hear yourself talk. So I feel
really
like
do.
If you can be good at streaming for 8 hours without anyone being present with you much of the time, then you can do this thing that I'm talking about. And so like if you can do that,
that's interesting.
It's really not that far of a jump to just sort of like control, like it's almost like lucid dreaming, but different.
Interesting. Yeah, what I need to do is I need to leverage my fractured egomania into a fully empowered motivational system.
Isn't all art leveraging fractured egomania?
Pretty much, man.
Like-
Elizabeth, at some point off the air, you and I should fill you in on the characters, because we didn't spend any, and this is fine, but we have not spent any of this interview talking about Elizabeth's work. But I will just tell people in the chat that Elizabeth is like, and I'm not just blowing smoke up her ass because she's on the air with me, but like Elizabeth is one of the most like versatile, multifaceted, multidisciplinary, like game as shit artists I've ever met. Like, she
thanks.
like rubber to road is ready to like yes and while still maintaining like a fully I don't know, like a fully her core, and I love it so much.
I'm getting all tingly all over.
But I remember like early on in our working relationship, you sent me like essentially a primer on like murder mystery characters, and I just watched you on
I actually like performed them for you. I was like, here's what I do, if that's helpful. Yeah. And I was like, I don't know how to explain these, so I'm just going to perform all my bits consecutively for an hour and then take what's useful.
The wild thing is, Elizabeth, that is now what I do full time.
I believe that. Yeah. I mean, but like, I relate to that because like I said, I've emceed. I have like bits for trivia that I would use over. Someone once came up to me after trivia and said, "Do you write your own material?" And that was like the biggest compliment.
Absolutely.
I was like, "Oh my god, what material?" I just like make fun of people in the audience.
Oh yeah. So, one time someone was like, I showed a thing and someone was like, "How long did it take you to write that?" I was like, "Write? You think I wrote?" Oh, I mean, so long though. It was a process.
That is. Even when I do write things, so I'm working on something right now, and I actually really love writing, which I think you know about me because we've written grant applications together. But that is not my process. If I was to write like a project, it just isn't. So I'm doing a lot of like voice improvs, like recording them and then like typing out what I like. So I have a scene right now I'm working on where I'm performing like a satirical TED Talk.
That's great.
Yeah, it was actually, so the project that I contacted you about months ago about a cam girl.
Right.
It's morphed into an anthology project. So I'm still going to contact you, but we've taken 5 steps back.
Please do.
In development because it's now bigger. But yeah, I'm writing this like satirical TED Talk, and it's so much easier for me to just start doing that.
Just do it, yeah.
Like just talk and do it and like pace around my room than to like sit at the computer. And I think part of it is like I'm so physical. So
sure.
Sitting at the computer, like my body that's not the right posture for the character that I'm writing.
And it doesn't work. It's eliminating a step of abstraction, right? Because like it starts as an idea to just as example, it starts an idea of a TED Talk, an idea of a TED Talk, and the finished product or whatever is going to be a performance of a TED Talk. And then in between that, to like eliminate all practical elements of that, the movement, the speech, the setting, and to sit at a computer and just abstract it into written language, it's such a removal.
And the times that I've tried, like I have written plays, and it's actually very interesting because they come out very differently, not like in a bad way, but just like this is a very different part of my brain at work, so they turn out really differently.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the part of me that I'm interested in sharing as an artist is like not that part, which is why I'm not a writer.
Sure.
So
the writing is a means
like
to
not
an end.
That's not how I access that the creative part of me that is interested in like saying something to other people. If that makes sense.
It does. Sorry, I did.
Are people commenting? What the fuck are you guys talking about? Can you be specific?
No, I want you to
like,
know
who is this person?
That
And
moment
what
of
is- what-
pause
what?
for me was a mix between Peter, be a good interviewer host and don't jump immediately on the end of someone's statement. Give them room to follow up. And on the other hand of like, oh shit, I'm thinking about too many things simultaneously. And I forgot
I relate
to
to
keep
that.
following up.
It's actually, it's the times I've listened to myself be, like, I've been interviewed plenty of times, usually to promote something, so this is fun, because I have no stakes, I don't have to promote shit.
It's the best, right?
I go back and, I go back and listen, and I'm like, well, I was very eloquent, and I liked what my voice was doing there, but I would need to stop cutting off the interviewer.
Yeah.
Like, I think I have an inherent sense of the flow of conversation, and in real life I expect people to cut me off and me to cut them off at like these like little moments and pauses. Like, that's how conversation works. But then listening to it, you're like, oh, I sound obnoxious, oh no.
Well, you know,
So
I'm on this this podcast that usually has on average between 3 and 5 people per episode, and like crosstalk is such a huge problem for us. Not because we
especially
don't
if you can't
know.
see them, right?
Well,
like, you can't see their face.
We can't. For the most part, we can. We've done a couple.
Oh, you're on Zoom.
Yeah, but also the show's been going for like 5 years.
Well, then I guess you get people's like rhythms.
And we like sit in the. But still, even in the room, it's like, we know this is going out in an audio medium. We know it's got to get edited together. We know that crosstalk creates a nightmare for the editors. But we're all like, for the most part, we're all friends, like outside of the show as well. And we're just so excited to play. What?
That makes sense. Yeah, you can't help it.
We can't. Exactly. We can't help it. I mean,
that's
why
like,
I love this
so
show.
Random, but
it's fucking live. You know?
Because there's no takesies, backsies.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the Julie Delpy movie 2 Days in Paris?
Oh fuck! Have I? No, I always mix it up with the Linklater, Sunset Sunrise movies, whatever those are called. No, I don't think I have seen that.
I like the Julie Delpy one's better. She's great. She's like so
I love
delightful.
Julie Delpy. You and I have talked about Julie Delpy, actually.
Well, she's super hot, but she also wrote and directed these, I think. And there's a scene where it's like a fish out of water comedy. So Adam Goldberg is her boyfriend, and he's there in France, and he's with her family, and he only speaks a little French. And they have this elaborate scene where her actual parents, Julie Delpy's parents, play her parents, and then her sister's there, and the boyfriend's there, and there's so much crosstalk, and it's so funny. And you're like, this has to be mostly improvised. And then I listened to the DVD commentary because I have DVDs still, and I don't know, that's the thing that sometimes you do when you have nothing to do. I have VHS tapes. I have like a lot of them.
Oh,
anyway,
flex.
And I have a VCR. Yeah. So, she was
what's
like,
your beef with Laserdisc, Elizabeth?
What?
I said, what's your beef with Laserdisc?
I've never had a Laserdisc. I don't.
No one has.
Totally know what they are.
I think it's a conspiracy. I don't think there's any such thing as Laserdiscs.
Somebody once loaned me a movie to watch with a Laserdisc, and I was like, I don't know.
I hope you're excited for me to not watch this movie.
Yeah.
Julie Delpy, yes.
That scene, so she was like, actually, this scene was completely scripted, and it took longer to film. Like, it took like a bazillion hours to film because it was impossible because of all this crosstalk. And I was like, that makes so much sense.
It's such a shame because it's like, I mean, not to high horse, but that is something that like theater has in a way that other kinds of visual recorded media don't. Like, in so many ways, crosstalk and things like it are the soul of like fucking human conversation. But when you start trying to when you start trying to work things like crosstalk into recorded media, it becomes a technological quagmire.
I mean, you've just hit on another point, which is like everyone being like, we're just not being creative enough with theater. And I'm like, no, all the things that I love about theater have been taken away. I don't want to make theater. You're destroying it. You're ruining it. You're shitting on its grave.
Britt and
just let me be sad.
Britt and I kind of grazed up against that a moment ago.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, I gotta say goodbye to you. I'm so sorry. I love talking to you. I miss you so much.
Don't be sorry. I never talk to you not on the air. So if you ever want to chat without an audience, hit me up because I'm really lonely and I don't talk to anyone.
This night has convinced me that if nothing else, we need to have like a fucking torn out Zoom call, drink and chat and gossip.
And I'm sad I didn't get to say like anything horrifyingly sexually inappropriate to your viewers because I feel like I have a lot of content like that. So
don't worry,
one day in the future.
I'm doing these interview streams like every 1 or 2 months now, so you'll have another chance.
Oh, good. I'll prepare. Have fun with whoever you're chatting with next. If I know them, say hello.
I will. I think you do. It's I think you've met my friends Adam and Madeleine briefly.
Yeah, they're delightful. Yeah. They're lovely.
They're coming up next.
Madeleine introduced me to the bitch beer of our age, that like seltzered hard alcohol shit.
Oh, right. That's right. Elizabeth,
like the new Bacardi Breezer.
Thank you
Bye,
so much. Bye,
Peter. Have a wonderful night. Bye, Peter's audience.
Good night. Good night. I was trying to close the Discord call, but we weren't on fucking Discord. I love Elizabeth. Ugh. I didn't even mention, by the way, that Elizabeth is, I think, associate artist in residence for Torn Out. Like, she's one of the quartet of my theater company. And I fucking adore her. Morgan, hello. Hello. It's so good to see you, bud. It was more than 20 minutes. And I will talk about cum until they force me off the air. I swear to God. All right, let's keep it moving. We are a full 18 minutes behind schedule. Mostly because it was Britt and Elizabeth, and I love and miss them so much. And so I'm going to preemptively apologize to Madeleine and our next guest for making them wait so long. Oh, what's that, Dan? The schedule is for cowards?
Why, you're nothing but a great big coward.
So unnecessary. Hello?
Hello.
Hello! Our next guest, folks, is I got called out for pre-writing these introductions, but guys, there's a lot going on. I have to pre-write them. Our next guest is a hospitality guru, a seamstress, and some kind of, as I've been told, software person. It's Madeleine Rose, everyone!
Hello. That is a great introduction. I'll follow up with the same as everybody. Please intro me all the time, Peter.
You got it, buddy. Okay, we do not have to spend the interview on this, but I do feel like after the introduction, I am obligated to first ask a question that I think I ask you like once every 3 months. What is your job? What do you do?
When I saw the lineup for today and I saw software person, I was like, this is going to be one of, if not the first questions he asks me or is asked in the chat.
Damn it, you know me too well.
So I am a product marketing manager for a software company. To make it like extra levels of nerd, I work at a software company that develops software for software engineers. So it's like,
oh God.
All the way down the rabbit hole of recursive software nerds.
Okay, you said software. No, I lost it already. Software marketing.
I'm a product marketing manager.
Product market. Okay, I'm not doing a bit. I need everyone to know I'm not doing a bit. That's genuinely how hard I have to work to make those words go together in my head. Okay. So I kind of know in the abstract what you do. So eventually I was able to make those words apply to. Are you typing in the chat right now?
No, sorry, I was closing my text messages.
Okay. I wouldn't chastise you if you were. I just know that often you sit next to me in studio.
Yes.
And text into the chat.
No, I'm in a different window, but I did need to close the text so that they didn't come up while we were talking.
So what is a product marketing manager?
Yeah. So in general, that means you're responsible for, product managers, people that develop the product, make it, right? And then, if that's software, the product manager works together with the software engineers, they build this cool application, but then they have to sell it and position it and all that good stuff, market it basically. And that's where product marketers come in. So for this particular company, most of us have an engineering background. So we actually know how to talk about software. We're not totally
right.
Removed from what we're actually selling.
You're not some fucking rube.
No, we know the ins and outs, and most of my job is talking about it in a way that's approachable for people who don't use it. I need to make sure that somebody Googling us knows that, hey, this product does this really cool thing, and we are better at it. We're better than our competition in these ways. So I do a lot of writing, I do a lot of presenting, I do a lot of events, I do trainings, I do case studies. It's really fun. I enjoy it.
And so, speaking of, so you did an event, or are still doing? You were just doing a scavenger hunt thing, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Is that over, or is it still going?
It's over. For this particular conference, we could only run it for one day, so we stretched it. We considered one day to be the same day for all the different time zones that we were covering. So we actually did it for 20 hours.
Yeah,
it was great. Yeah. But no, that wrapped up on Tuesday. Late Tuesday night was my last show.
Tell if you would like to tell us about that. I would love to know how that went.
Yeah, I'm happy to. It went swimmingly, which is just insane for me to even say. I've done this event several times. At least once there's some kind of catastrophe. Somebody, and I say catastrophe, but the dev environment goes to shit, or I forgot to do something and I find it out live on the air. It's always, there's so many little moving pieces.
Well, actually, sorry, but before we go in, let's take a step back and talk about what this event is, because legit, not as a bit, I don't understand.
No worries.
Because I know that from what you've told me about your experience, I know that there's a live on the air aspect, but also that it is a fucking non-localized digital event. Walk me through the sort of practical realities of this event.
Yeah. So it's a scavenger hunt through a piece of software. So I'm oddly trying to not dox myself, but people could totally find me if they really felt compelled to do so. But there's lots of different views into your software you can use with my product. And what's really fun about that, the event itself, is we come up with a bunch of different questions. That's go through this platform and find what is this error and what is this message and what is, what service caused this outage. Yeah. And so that's the actual game, is people log on.
I love that.
It's really fun.
It's like a condensed ARG.
Yeah. Yeah, very much so. And so that's the actual gameplay. And the on-air component was, we did a proof of concept of, so this is typically done in real and in person, right? So we have a couple different laptops set up, people come, they're waiting online, and they play in real life with an iPad with a questionnaire and then a laptop with my product.
Interesting.
Yep. And so back in May, we tried this on a small scale, and we're can we do this virtually? And it
sounds like it's made for virtual.
Well, it works out beautifully. Because the on-air persona component is getting people excited, right? It's very much step right up to the whatever I am DevOps challenge.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it, but like step right up to the DevOps challenge, test your DevOps skills. Like, don't forget you can ask for help, and it's so great to have you guys.
Sounds like fucking Borderlands. I mean, this sounds like a full-on video game.
It feels like one, yeah.
I'm trying not to say the word cyberpunk because I'm low-key shadow banning cyberpunk conversation on my channel.
Oh,
but that is how it sounds. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, it's super fun, and so that had been taking up an enormous amount of my energy, but it is now over, and I'm back to the real world.
Man, you just handed me a perfect segue to go into another topic, but I'm still just thinking about you as cyberpunk event host.
I mean, that is like my dream job.
Right. It's like that feels to me like the fucking insane black hole nexus of everything you're good at and like. And now I just want to find a way to make that like the only thing you ever have to do.
If you figure it out, let me know, because honestly, my boss says something similar too. And I was like, if we can find a role for that, I am so in. I would love to do that.
Mads, I hope you'll know what I'm referring to. Can you tell me about the thing that you said that you texted me about earlier this week that relates to a friend of mine who sometimes hosts the stream? That wasn't a good enough clue.
No, I know who you're talking about, but we talked a lot about that person.
Well, now I think we're. But there was a thing that you said. You quoted someone.
Oh, it's my show.
Can you please tell that story?
Yes, it's not. I don't know. I won't disclaim it. Maybe it is funny.
I will tell you. I have alluded to that story multiple times this week, but I didn't want to tell the story or name you because it's not my story to tell.
Oh my God, that's amazing. So for the record, the stream, I don't know who the hell, like whatever persona you guys have of me is a bit of a mystery, but a lot of my friends know that I'm pretty buttoned up at work. Like I'm a little bit more of an ice queen than I even am in real life. So just kind of picture that. Before I set the stage, or as I set the stage here. But we were doing, for this event, we were doing our sound and mic checks. Like they sent us a ring light and a HD camera, and I'm actually wearing the lav mic that they sent, which is really nice.
Wait, right now?
Yeah, I'm in my little setup, and I feel very official.
You sound great.
Well, thank you. It's the very expensive lav mic that I don't know if I have to send back or not, but I'm not going to ask.
Are we talking pendant, clip-on?
It's a clip-on.
Tape-on? Okay.
It's a clip-on and it's a micro USB, so it's super cool.
My old school AV nerd, event tech freelancer, I have to ask.
Oh, I feel you. But anyway, so you're doing our sound and video check, and I have a pair of headphones. I have horrific misophonia. It is actually disruptive to my life and happiness. And I also hate earbuds. Like there's two neuroses at play here. So I always have over-ear headphones on. So it's like in all my profile pictures at work and like all of the Zoom calls, everybody knows I always have my over-ear headphones on. And so I log on to
right there with you.
Yeah, that's not the only way. It is my way to go. So I log on and we're doing the hardware check with the video team because they're the ones that run the show from behind the scenes. And everything goes well, and at the end the main guy was like, so Mads, are you planning to take your headphones off? And he was so awkward about it, but he was like, because I just don't really want events to like yell at me, and they might.
A man in tech being awkward talking to a lady?
I mean, he's wonderful, but I could tell that he didn't want to ask me, but he had to. Like he was like, events might be mad at me if I don't at least ask her to remove the headphones, because there are some rules about like what you're supposed to look like or whatever. And I don't want to embellish or anything, because I do know that the verbatim what came out of my mouth was, it's my show. And
okay, but how did you say it?
I know there was some giggling. There was a little bit of an icy glare at first, and I kind of tried to soften my face. And I was like, "Oh, these are just part of me now." And there was a little bit of back and forth of like, "Oh, I know, but dress code or whatever." And that's when I said, "Well, yeah, but it's my show.
It's my show."
And I didn't it wasn't that I'm saying it a little funnier to you guys, but I think it probably came off as much more imperious to the video team. It's my show. And as soon as I said it, I died inside a little bit. Not because it's bad, but because it was so perfect.
Of course.
Yeah, and it is my show. I've been running this, the last couple of years, and I did, I'm the primary MC. I trained a few of our junior MCs, which was great, but this is my show. And
yes.
I felt like a combination of, I felt like a badass. It felt great. There was very yes queen, but there was also oh my God, did you really just say that to your coworker?
I mean, so Crane's pointing out this is a power move, and it is.
Oh yeah.
And I am absolutely in favor of power moves being made when it is the correct time to make them. I think that's what is part of the power of something it's my show of yes, it's bratty and petulant and whatever, but also sometimes it's time to be bratty and petulant.
Yeah. Yep. I think it is a harder line for me to walk as a cis,
of course,
young-looking female.
I was gonna get into that next. Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I think there's a time and a place. And that one where it was just they could tell it was just a little tongue-in-cheek, where it didn't, these guys did so much behind the scenes for us. And I didn't really want to piss anybody off, but I did want to make it clear. It was the right blend of bratty and Ice Queen. So
how
thanks,
good
Angie.
Does it feel when you find that blend?
It's great. I'm usually too much of a bitch. So
that's so interesting that you say that. Well, it's not. I say it's interesting. It's not surprising because obviously you and I have talked about this a lot.
Yeah.
I am so interested, as you know, by both your blend of those things and also your perception of your blend of those things.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that all of them are totally understandable. I can, without obviously having lived the experience of it, I get what the pressures are to that go into that kind of self-monitoring and self-modulating. But I feel like I know so many people who are, and I'm including myself in this, who are so worried about seeming a certain way that not only do they not be that way, they actually self-fuck their own perception.
Yeah.
Again, you and I have talked about this. We've talked about this a ton. That as a woman in general, but especially a woman in the industry that you work in, you are subjected to different scrutinies and different standards in terms of tone, confidence, assertiveness, competence, whatever. And I also know that you know that. And I feel like I see you all the time. I hope this is okay to say. Well, I say this when you're sitting next to me on the show. That I see you pulling back, simultaneously pulling back to not trip those flags, while simultaneously being fuck you and fuck your flags.
Yes, it's a very complicated, cluttered attic upstairs for me. Yeah. My brain's always a mess trying to balance those two things.
I guess to turn this into an actual interview question, instead of just me rambling about conversations we've had off the air, I guess my question for you is, how do you navigate the balance between reading other people's views of you and your own view of you, while still knowing that, like, the two aren't really fully separate. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I'll try to answer that, and tell me if this is what you were getting at, because yeah, it does make sense. I just want to make sure I understand you fully.
I will tell you right now, no matter what you say will be interesting. And if you quote unquote misunderstood my question, then I should have asked a different question. So say what's in your heart.
Sure. I mean, honestly, and I almost said this like kind of as not a bit, but I almost said this as like a zinger. A lot of therapy. That has been the biggest help. Is like, fortunately, I have found a therapist who's also a kick-ass lady who is pretty chill, and she's very good at reminding me. You know, she's pretty good at synthesizing all of the word vomit that I share. That's like all of my perceptions of people, but then also like. I share, we did this like authentic relating exercise with all of our friends. I shared that with my therapist. I shared my 360 review with my therapist, which is peer feedback. And she's very good at being like, okay, well, I see some common threads here from others. How do you feel about those? Do these seem valid? Like, so a lot of it is synthesizer. Yeah, she's great.
That's so good.
Yeah, Kathy's a lifesaver.
Kathy!
I know, and such a pleasant name too.
What an amazing name!
I know.
I love finding out the first names of my friends as therapists.
I sort of do too now. At first, I think in classic Mads fashion, I was just like, "Oh my god, why are you sharing that? Stop! I don't need to know that." Now I feel bad for knowing that. But now it's cute because I've gotten over that particular anxiety. But no, a lot of it's therapy, and then a lot of it is also just like, man, I have been through some serious ups and downs with personality, self-worth. You know, I think everyone goes through ups and downs, but there were some particularly tumultuous years where I radically redefined both my self-perception, but also who I presented to others. And I finally settled on something I'm mostly good with. Like I'm pretty good with the Mads that emerged.
Yeah.
And I do think, I think all of those years informed it. Like I got to try on a lot of different hats. And so now I'm a little better at being like, oh, this one's too tight, or this one's too red, or this one's
when you
feather
tried
is
on
too
a lot
long.
of different Madses, right?
Yeah. And that's helped. So hopefully that was a mostly coherent, full answer to your question.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I love that. I guess I want to push it sort of one step further, which is to ask, you know, sort of day to day, right? Because I think it's a fantastic answer of the sort of larger growth process.
The meta, yeah.
Day to day, when you, how do I want to ask this? So you can tell, sorry, I've been doing this for like 4 hours tonight, and you can tell like I'm now interviewing someone that I spend so much time with, and I'm like, no, let's like get into the real shit. But it means that I have to work harder to like figure out how to actually put it into language. So, okay, I'll preface this by saying that, you know, building off what you just said, like I am honestly constantly in awe of your level of self-knowledge.
Thank you.
Like I think that you know who Mads is, and as you just alluded to, like, you know that there are multiple things Mads can be in different contexts, and you've tried on those hats, and you've figured out what works for you and what different kind of personas you can leverage.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess my question is, what happens when someone, whether it being personal, professional, whatever, but someone you take seriously, disrupts that? Is that to clarify, like, does that cause you to examine yourself or examine the perception of yourself?
Ooh, that is a great question.
Thank you. I'm very good at this.
You're great at interviews. I think I know it depends. It very much depends. And here we go. If it's someone whose opinion does matter deeply to me, I think, if I'm being totally straight with you guys at midnight on a Friday evening, I do think I would examine the perception before myself if it's somebody I held in really high esteem. And I think that's kind of fucked up and backwards.
I will say I am surprised by that, but not that's amazing. Say more about that, please.
Well, so I'm thinking, and I'm going to be mulling on this for a long time. Thank you, Peter. But I think
you're welcome.
Because I think my first instinct in that situation is, I need to repair that. I need to fix their perception of me. I need to basically act the opposite. And the evaluation of self comes later. The primary goal for me in those situations is to fix that perception. This is
That's so interesting.
Yeah, I'm actually just going to acknowledge the big elephant in the room because there is my partner on the other side of the house also watching this stream. But it happens quite a bit with me and Adam even, or, me and Adam, me and my boss, me and a mentor or someone I look up to. The first instinct is oh shit, I fucked up. I got to fix this. Let's fix it. And
is that because you care about the person?
Oh yeah.
I mean, yeah. I will say that now that you're kind of stringing it a little bit, that does make sense to me, at least, that because I hear your sort of initial that sounds backwards thing of if I trust the person, then why shouldn't I take that more into myself? But I think what you've pointed out is that trusting the person is not just a thing unto itself, right? You trust them because you love them or respect them or whatever. You trust them because they're important to you.
Right.
And that importance makes you want to... I mean, my introduction included hospitality guru for a reason. You and I, in different ways, both have that impulse to caretake and curate and fix.
Yeah.
And especially for the people that we love.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether or not even if the thing that the person we love is bringing up is about us, we externalize and make it about fixing their experience.
Yeah, 100%. I've seen us both do that, even in maybe I'm going to guess we've done it even in the same conversation.
Absolutely.
We've done it to each other. That resonates very deeply.
Do you I mean, obviously with the not caveat. I mean, you've already covered that the past few years it sounds has brought you a ton of additional self-knowledge and progress and ability to navigate that space.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to ask this. How do you feel like you're in a place with that where you know what work needs to be done? Or do you feel like the work is still to find out what the work is? Does that make sense?
It does. It very much does. It's really interesting. That is verbatim. Verbatim that describes many conversations I've had with Kathy and with some of my friends as well. I think in general, specifically speaking about self-knowledge and introspection, I think in general, I know for the most part what needs to be done. I'm sure there are surprises, and I think some of those will come out with when I have kids or when there's another trauma in my life. Like, I'm sure there are things I will discover.
The flashpoints.
And yeah, also, before we run out of time, I did want to like very explicitly, I'm looking into the camera, not that this is an audio or video call, but to everyone on the stream, it's not like I have anything figured out, y'all. Like, I not have everything figured out. Like, this is a very
No one thinks that.
Okay, there is a shit show going on in my brain 24/7. This is not any kind of
I want you to know, I'm not saying that about you specifically. I'm saying like this whole, this whole stream community is like fully encapsulating the concept that like none of us are ever done.
Yeah.
None of us like being, making progress and being healthy doesn't mean that we're done.
Yeah.
No, yeah, you're on your trip, man.
Yeah, speaking of it positively and you know, hopefully eloquently here does not mean that this is how I feel 24/7. There's plenty of insecurity. Yeah. But yeah, I think the work I've identified, it's doing the work. It's putting in the time. It's making the habits, I think, are, whether that's self-knowledge, whether that's how I treat other people, whatever pieces that I need to, or whatever dull edges I need to sharpen. It's just taking the time to actually invest in those.
Oh, sorry. I know there's like so much to go off on that, and this is like not what I should, but the dull edge to sharpen as opposed to the rough edges to smooth.
Oh, thank you. No, that's just, so sometimes I just make up freaking idioms when I can't call one to mind.
But that's not an accident.
Okay.
When I'm not saying you specifically, like in general, I think that when people misspeak, like I'm sorry, fuck 99% of Freud, honestly, but like I do believe in the Freudian slip.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, linguistically and emotionally, it makes total sense that yes, there's something to most of the slips we say.
And I think there's something very telling and like beautifully, I don't know, about the fact that like you searched for smoothing off the rough edges and landed on sharpening the dull edges. Well, that like, because I mean, again, you and I have talked about this so much, both for you and for me in different ways, about like the struggles we have with like the desire to fucking wreck shop and cut through the bullshit, and the fear that we are doing that too much.
Yeah.
And I don't pretend that I have an answer on like which of those is more appropriate, either on an individual or general level. But I think for you specifically, it feels very appropriate that you adjusted your language to soften. When I think of you as a very sharp person, and I wish you would be more openly sharp more often. You know that. You know that's how I feel.
I do. It's so funny. That is, I think about this constantly, Peter, because you are one of those people that your perception of me matters enormously. I take your feedback deeply into consideration. It is sometimes at odds with other people I respect. And it's just interesting to me because
I'll fight them. I'll fight them.
I know. But anyway, yeah, yes.
Ugh.
I lost that thought midway, but yeah, TLDR.
You didn't lose it. I interrupted you with a dumb bit and broke your train of thought. That's on me. I should have shut my goddamn mouth.
Not at all. Yeah.
Mads, I love you so much.
I love you too. Thank you for having me.
I'm gonna be honest, man. I've like you and Adam are, by a country mile, the most frequent on-screen co-hosts and guests, and so as a result, the idea of interviewing you like didn't really occur to me at first. But then once I thought about it, I'm like, oh, I would love to interview Adam and Mads because people on the stream know them. But they don't know them we don't have these conversations when you're sitting next to me during Dream Daddy, you know?
Yep, I was thinking about that. And that I started this whole interview with, I don't know what persona y'all have created of me. Like, it's just me being silly and awkward and tipsy around, you guys, and sometimes one-upping and sometimes getting awkward, getting stung or being silly. Like, this is great. Thank you so much for doing this for us.
Oh my God,
with
thank
us.
you. I am now going to transition over to your lovely fiance, but before I do, Dan has reminded me that Elizabeth, Turnout Elizabeth, who you know, was my previous guest, and she said hello to you and Adam.
Oh, I heard some of that, and I also heard that I guess I introduced her to hard seltzer, and now that's kind of... I think it was when I had first learned I was allergic to wheat, and I was like, can I drink this shit? And I was like, yes, I can. I brought it over to your place. Yep, I remember that.
I think she referred to it as our generation's bitch beer.
Bitch beer. She did. And I was mortified. I was just like, all right, so not only, I don't know, I got this flash of like, wait, so she associates you with alcohol, you alcoholic, and it's a bitchy beer.
I associate you with, among other things, alcohol, because I love alcohol and I love you and I love drinking with you. So settle down.
I know. I'm just teasing. But
Mads, I love you so much. I'll talk to you soon.
Take care. Good night, everybody.
Oh, God, what a fucking rock star. Like, I can't even. Hashtag I can't even. Okay. Time for our next guest, which for some reason I'm failing to... What's happening? What's going on? Why can't I... Oh, right, because he's a fucking AOL edgelord. Fucking loser. I mean, I love him so much. King! Good night! Oh, hello! Also, good night.
Hello.
Adam, shut the fuck up. I'm doing a thing.
Okay.
I just want to say again that I'm so sorry that I have not been as engaged with chat as usually am. These interview streams are, for me, incredible and delightful and a joy, but they do consume kind of all of my, like, attention and bandwidth. But I want all of you to know that I see you. I'm, like, mostly reading the chat. I'm not 100%. Usually I do read all the chat. I'm at like a hot 86 right now on reading the chat. But I see you. I adore you. And hello, goodbye, good night, and good luck, as appropriate to whoever might have been here in the chat. Okay. Our next guest is a master chef, a True Blue sports fan, and a different kind of software person from the previous guest. It's Adam May, everyone.
Hello.
Ooh, dulcet tones. I like it immediately.
Should I get into my
No, don't stop. I will hang up on you immediately if you do your trash ASMR.
Cyberpunk.
Stop it! Do you know that your dick can clip through your pants? So, hi,
I
Adam.
didn't give my character a dick. I gave them 2 dicks.
Adam, I'm not going to talk to you about Cyberpunk. I'm telling you right now, that's not what's going to happen.
Well, then ask me interesting questions, Peter.
Wow, maybe if you shut the fuck up for 1 second, I might have a fucking opportunity to. Adam, how sick are you of cooking turkeys?
I could go a little while without cooking a turkey. I also cooked 2 whole chickens around my 2 turkeys. So...
That's right, as practices, right?
Well, no, the first one was practice, the second one was dinner.
Okay. Well, so the second one gets a free pass, right? Because at that point...
The second one was worse. I got worse. I think everything I made, from the first chicken to the turkey to the second turkey, the second chicken, it was just straight downhill.
Had a hot decline.
Pretty much.
What do you think accounts for that?
Exhaustion. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't cooked for like 2 days now, and I feel fine about it.
Good for you. Yeah.
Dirty diner food for dinner.
For anyone at home who's unfamiliar, if you can't recognize the fucking just objectively sexual husk of his voice. This is Adam, who has been on the stream many times, and recently cooked a double Thanksgiving.
I cooked 2 because they were both very small because I didn't want to host a lot of people at once.
They weren't, well, I mean, even a small turkey ain't small,
Oh, no, I meant small gatherings.
Oh, yeah. Well, that is kind of the tricky thing about a small Thanksgiving, right? Is you can have an intimate Thanksgiving, but turkeys only get so small.
Yeah, actually, the second night where I only cooked for me and 2 other people, I cooked a larger turkey than the night I cooked for you guys. So I just sent people home with a lot of turkey.
Yeah, thanks for sending me some of that turkey, by the way.
You're very welcome.
I'm over here on this. No, I'm idiot. I mean the second turkey.
Oh, well.
You should have saved some turkey meat for your poverty line cam girl neighbor.
I'll cook for you another time.
Adam, talk to me about your knife sharpening.
Really? Is that what you want to hear about?
I mean, if I'm being honest, like legitimately just for me and like fuck the chat, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you what I want to know specifically. You and I talked about you learning how to sharpen knives over the summer as a learning process. I have not heard much from you about it recently, and I am wondering, is that because the novelty factor has worn off? Is it because there's no more kingdoms left to conquer? Like, you were very into that pursuit, and I haven't heard about it lately. All
right, I have 2 answers for you.
Great. That means that I have twice as long to not think of a new question.
Great. The first one is, that's a thing I do. I get very into something, and then I immerse myself in it until I get to a point of perceived competence, and then I move on.
Okay.
The other answer is, I'm not saying that's a good thing, by the way. That's a horrible thing. It's one of my least favorite traits about myself. The other thing is that I actually got to the part of the hockey stick of like the learning curve there, where for me to get better than I currently am takes a lot of work, and I just haven't been getting much better lately.
I don't know if I'm familiar with the term, but I feel like intuitively the hockey stick, as in like sort of a plateau.
No, the other way. Imagine the hockey stick facing straight up.
No, a negative plateau.
Yes, where like all of a sudden I have to put in way much more effort.
What would that, as someone who, I mean, please don't tease me, but literally earlier this week, the Wheel spinned up a prep school, and Crane requested a lesson on sharpening knives. So I did like the most basic home cook, honing steel and a hand sharpener and the difference between the two.
Right.
And like, I feel very competent in the most basic home honing and sharpening.
Mm-hmm.
And then for what you do, I kind of have a vague sense of like, okay, like there's like a rectangle involved.
So the basic process is very much like whenever you're sharpening a knife, you're literally just shaving steel off until the edge is pointy again.
Right. Yeah. We talked at length about the difference between true, like making the edge more true, like without the wrinkles, straightening it out, and actually thinning the edge of the blade.
Yeah. So when you have a hand sharpener, you're doing that. You're just doing like a very unrefined job of it. You're literally just dragging steel through a V that has an unchanging angle. If that angle is not the angle of your actual knife, then too bad. You're going to shave off whatever comes off when you drag it through that particular angle.
Right.
So you can end up with like a really jagged, shitty edge. You could end up with like actually blunting your knife pretty badly. So then when you pull it through a hand sharpener, you're kind of just rolling the dice. And then when you hone it, you're getting it a little truer, but it's still like you might have fucked up the edge a little bit, or it might just be super jagged now.
Well, and even if you do it right, it's as flat as it ever was, the edge. I mean,
yeah, you're not like thinning the blade or like the edge is not
right.
just the tip. The edge is the whole piece of it up, down from like, a certain line on the blade.
Yeah, even if you hone perfectly, it's still only going to address what it can. I just think sorry. I know I asked you a question, but I will say I find that difference so beautiful, because it's at least in my life, it's one of the only things that actually isn't fuzzy at all. It's two different things, and no matter what you do on one, it won't ever cross over to the other. Even if you hone badly, it's not going to do anything that sharpening does, and vice versa.
Can I blow your mind for a second?
I wish you would.
You can absolutely hone a knife on a sharpening stone.
Just fucking put it in me. I'm wide open, baby. Do it to me. Go on. No. Tell me more.
Well, so when you finish sharpening a knife, you can true up the edge. Like when you sharpen, what you do is you're actually developing what's called a burr, which is like one piece of the edge curls over the other. So if you start doing like back and like you can do 10 strokes on one side and 10 strokes on the other, and then you're going to develop a pretty big burr on each side. But if you start doing like 8 strokes, 6, 6, 4, 4, 2, 2, you're actually truing up the edge quite nicely. And then what you end up doing at the end is there's actually a name for this in Japanese, but like there's a certain kind of stroke you can do on the stone where you just go back and forth, very similar to stropping on a leather, where you are actually truing up the edge. And the best way to true up an edge is to strop on leather or newspaper. The honing rod is only for small touch-ups.
Huh. Interesting. So I a number of years ago, Catherine, for anyone who doesn't know, my ex Catherine, who was with for a long time, she actually taught me how to strop my shaving razor. And I still do that to this day. And like, you know, it's one of the great capitalist scams of like, oh, buy a pack of 5 razor heads. I haven't replaced my razor head in literally as long as I can remember because I strop it.
I mean, if you have a nice straight razor, then yeah, you should never change it.
I'm not talking about nice straight. I'm talking fucking like Mach 19 Andre Agassi branded whatever. Like, it's just a razor, man. But if you strap it on a cloth towel,
you're 100% right. But I've also seen how well you wash your hands, and I'm wondering how well you wash your razors.
Wow. Okay.
I
guess this is gotcha journalism, but in the other direction. My guest is calling me out. I wash my hands beautifully. You know, okay, all right. You know what? I wasn't going to get into this. I was not going to get into this. But Adam, fancy boy Adam. Ooh, sharpening those knives, cooking those birds. You know who fucking carved his Thanksgiving turkey?
I invited Peter to do it, and it actually gave me a lot of joy.
Because you knew that I would do it right. Because I know what I'm fucking doing. So uncool.
I will say that Peter did an incredible job, one that I would not have been able to do, mostly because I was super stressed by the time I was finished cooking and had people over, but also because I'm really bad at carving a bird.
I'm really good at carving birds, man.
He did it like a beautiful job. Like I could have filmed it and put it on Bon Appetit.
Yeah, but then I would have gotten canceled for financially disincentivizing racial diversity.
That is true.
Do you remember, by the way, sorry, this is like not interview content. Now I'm just hanging out with Adam. But do you remember fucking like late, not even late, mid-summer quarantine, after like a month of everyone being like, this sucks, but thank God for the Bon Appetit test kitchen. And then Sola just like blew that shit up. And everyone's like, well, I guess we're all alone in the world.
Well, it's because we can't have nice things. We're going to find something wrong with everything we like until we're all dead.
Okay, to be clear, I'm so glad that she called that out. I'm so glad that like her voice was heard. And that like
no shade
machine got dismantled.
whatsoever.
But it's just like, what a beautiful demonstration of magical thinking. Of just like, things are terrible. Let's all convince ourselves that this corporate product will save us. And for like 2 weeks,
found him in the garbage,
it did.
So we took him home.
And then we're like, and then I was like, oh shit, fuck! I forgot about systemic racism. Damn it!
I will say Babish's channel is great. To J-Dubs in the chat, I do enjoy that, and it's kind of replaced. It has replaced Bon Appetit Kitchen in my heart.
That's great. I know of Babish abstractly, but I've never actually consumed any of that content.
It's good. I mean, it's like most of the videos are fairly like either basic or silly, but I really do.
You mean my two favorite ways to describe myself?
Basic and silly.
Yeah.
No, I think it's very fun content. He has like 2 major shows. One of them is literally the basics, and one is one where he like makes food from television shows. So they're
that's fun.
It's mostly about his voice. He's got such a good voice.
Is Babish a man?
Yes, he's a man.
Huh. Now I'm like examining for myself why in my mind it was always a lady. Interesting. Why do I think that? Also, someone outside my window is leaning on their horn right now, and
I can barely hear it. It's like a soft whisper.
I can't believe you can hear it at all. I got that good microphone.
Got that Yeti.
I don't have the fucking Yeti. I'm a professional. You think I got the fucking blue ass Yeti? Please. I'm a pro.
I actually don't know what mic you have. I've never stared long enough at your desk.
Wow.
I'm always looking at myself in the camera, and I'm going to cop to that. It's really, that's the only thing I look at when I'm over at your place streaming.
I'm sorry. Are you going to pretend that we have not had extensive conversations about how much vainer I've become over the past year? Because I'm always looking at myself in the camera, and I started vain.
It's not vain. It's a dark obsession with like, am I looking okay? Do I look fine? Am I looking okay?
Am I valid? Am I
Yes,
okay? Will anyone ever love me if I don't look at myself constantly?
Well, I also like, I'm subconsciously being like, they can tell that I'm looking at myself. I can't stop. What if I look bad for 30 seconds?
Well, I can't. Ooh, interesting. I almost said a thing. I was gonna share a thing about my eyeline.
Hey, Peter.
That I don't.
You're being raided. I don't mean to alarm you, but you are being raided.
Sorry, Adam. I just got raided by Arclair, so you have to shut the fuck up for a second.
Oh my god, I'll shut the fuck up.
Arclair, what's up? Thank you so much for the raid. Ooh, Phasmophobia. Guys, I'll never play Phasmophobia. It's popular. It seems like a really good game. It makes amazing content. It would be good for my career and good for the community, and therefore I'll never do it. Arclair, good to see you. Oh, no, I definitely should. I 1,000% should. But also, I won't. I wish it were otherwise, but I won't. I just don't make good decisions. That's my brand.
Garbage, so we took him
3 sheets in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the dumpster. Yes, Adam?
I was going to say that I actually took a tour through the top streamed games today because I was looking for games to get for the streamer boy that I got from my Reddit Secret Center. And apparently one of the top games is Golfing with Friends. Is that a thing?
The first time hearing of this.
Golfing
but it does sound like something that would be stream popular. Golfing with Friends? Why has no one in my Discord told me about the new hotness? It's also several years old. Is it? Is it several years old? Because what I'm seeing is that this game came out in May of 2020, Max. May of 2020 is the release date of this game that came out several years ago.
Anyway, you should just play golf games all day, Peter. I think you're going to turn this into a full-on golf stream.
You know what? I would not say no to that. What's up? The Game Grumps, my unproblematic faves, JK. They are my faves, but there are some problems.
Are the Game Grumps canceled?
No. Although I did just find out some shit, actually. Some shit that happened over the summer, but I just wasn't aware of because I don't follow that shit. But okay, this is not interview content at all. But so because of the YouTube algorithm, in the past year or so, they stopped numbering their episodes because YouTube changed the algorithm to disincentivize long series.
Multi-parters?
Yeah, which for a long time was the Grumps' bread and butter, Ocarina of Time Part 79.
Mm-hmm.
But they just started discovering oh wow, our longer series, the later episodes are getting way less traffic, and as it always is, YouTube didn't tell them they changed the algorithm. They just had to trial and error it. And they realized longer series that are just short episodes. So that's why these days the Grumps are putting out longer episodes, less often, and the titles don't have a number in them. It's a whole other thing, but anyway, the point is it has led to some snafus of late where the editors have uploaded the episodes out of order. And currently the game they're streaming is a fucking murder mystery. I'm not making this up. Legit, earlier this week, I was like, ooh, okay. I made dinner. I want something to watch with it. Let's do the new Game Grumps episodes. And they're like, I can't believe Jennifer's dead. I was like, I'm sorry, what? When did Jennifer die? And it's because they uploaded tomorrow's episode. And so I did what I basically never do, which is I was like, I need to make sure I'm not crazy. Let me go to the Game Grumps subreddit. And I went to the subreddit because I just wanted I wanted validation. I wanted someone to say yeah, they fucked up. And I went and I saw some posts that yeah, they fucked up. But I also saw some posts wow, they fucked up. I can't believe they haven't fired Ben yet, especially after everything that happened this year.
Oh, man.
Ben being their editor. And I was like, oh, things happened? And I looked it up. And yeah, Ben did some bad tweets.
How bad?
Not, he didn't say any slurs. He didn't say the Holocaust didn't happen. Just may have said some inappropriate things about some 17-year-olds.
Oh.
It's not great.
So just plain child porn or something like that.
Well, basically he posted really aggressive sexual flirty things about an underage TikToker. Yeah, not great. Not great. Not great.
Not great.
And I will say I have no affinity for Ben. I before I was like, oh, he's part of the Game Grumps crew. I like Game Grumps. He did the thing. But I was like, oh no. And then apparently after that shit came out, no one from Game Grumps said anything for a month. And then Aaron posted a thing where he's like, we talked to him, made it clear it's not okay, that they didn't fire him, and so blah, blah, blah. And so now it's just we're like, okay, well, he didn't get fired, and also he's fucking up at his job. So when I say unproblematic faves, it's complicated.
Just a little.
Yeah, just a little bit.
You brought that up for a reason, and I don't remember what it was.
Me neither! Did you hear my very long pause just now? Or I was thinking, why are we talking about this?
Well, now we know.
You were talking about, Bon Appetit. and Babish and magical thinking. And no, I lost it. We had a raid that came in. Very grateful. Oh, golf games.
Golf games.
It's
gone. Slipped away.
That's fine. That's fine. Hey,
you could, like, ask me a question or something. I don't know.
Wow, yeah, it's not like I've done a really good job of interviewing so far. Oh, wait, yes, I have. Sorry, I just added golf with friends to my wish list.
Good.
I love Claire Saffitz so much, and it's inappropriate. Like, it's a problem.
She's pretty great.
She's such a brat. And, like, hi. Hello. Adam, here is my question for you. Okay. And it is the last question of this interview.
Oh, boy.
Unless I decide to ask more afterwards. What kind of software person are you?
Oh, this one's easy. I'm an engineer.
All right, well, Adam, thanks for being on the show. It's been great to talk to you.
Thanks. I'm also a manager sometimes, so you know.
I know. Well, I actually
authoritative growl from.
Jokes aside, I actually, from what the limited I do know about you, in the professional regard, my sense is that answer is somewhat complicated. Like, you've worn a lot of hats.
So I am an engineer at my current job. That is most of what I do. But for the last 2 years or more, 2.5, 3, I've been doing also management, which is fun and interesting.
He said enthusiastically.
I will say I grew more as a manager as a person, but I am enjoying myself more on my day-to-day as a regular old engineer.
Yeah, I remember for multiple years in the late 2010s, a lot of our shop talk revolved around your stresses about being a manager.
Yeah, well, I was also living through the great corporate collapse of WeWork. I don't mind doxing myself as much, but like,
please dox away.
I worked for a company that was owned and controlled by WeWork, and I got to live through that epic fucking collapse,
which arguably is still happening.
Yeah, I'm so happy I'm not there.
Slow motion car crash.
Oh, fuck those guys.
Does it bother you that, like, it's such a delicious slow motion car crash, but they'll all be okay?
Oh, immensely. Because the people
none
who
of
are
them will
suffering
suffer.
have nothing. Yeah, the people who are suffering have nothing to do with why the company is a shit heap.
Yes. It's I literally today saw another article about how unethical and irresponsible WeWork and companies like them have been. And, like, I just became so furious that we're in this moment, journalistically, culturally speaking, where we're calling it out and they'll be fine. How do you live with that? I mean, obviously, I say it not like personal culpability, but as someone who's been in that space, how do you emotionally reckon with that reality?
You become complicit. Like, that's really the only answer, is your paycheck and livelihood is wrapped up in it, and it's all about believing a larger message, and it's basically a little fucking cult every single time. You become
but I mean,
complicit
you
in
specifically, Adam, because
how do I?
Because I don't mean how do you live with it, like how do you sleep at night. I mean, what is the process like inside your head of, I was adjacent to, if not complicit in some shit, I left. Like, because again, this is not gotcha journalism. I'm not calling you out. The opposite, if anything. Mm-hmm. Like, you left and are doing a completely different thing and building your personal life forward. The thing is, though, as much as I know how shitty things are as a fucking, like, rando fucking cam boy, like, you really know. You've been in the inner circle of trash. How are you not consumed at all times?
Because I like being happy and I give myself permission to sometimes.
That's a great answer. Please say more about that. How do you do that?
The world's a fuck. I'm honestly the thing that, like, I used to be one of those young engineering boys or, you know, startup boys. I had a startup and I really wanted it to succeed, and I went out and raised money for it, and it crashed and burned. And like,
which we have to at some point do an interview about that.
We can do that. I have some fun stories, but I will say the big thing was I had like all these fucking elitist fantasies about myself where I was like, I'm going to do something special. I just have to find what it is. And like, you know what? Nothing will bring you back down to earth faster than realizing that even the people who manage to do those things are deeply unhappy and psychotic pieces of shit if they manage to get there. Because it is not a fucking accident that the people at the top of these companies are psychotic pieces of shit.
Of course.
Either A, those are the skills you need to get there, or B, being there turns you into that. So there is like no circle.
Chicken and egg.
Yeah, the amount of good people who make it to the top of these companies are so few and far between because they basically have to be accidents of chance.
Yeah, like, angel in the head of a pin, right?
Yeah, you continue to fall until you finally found yourself at some place at the top of a company. That's the only way you get to be a good person in that scenario. And so, you know, it did a lot for me as a human being, that kind of failure. It kind of set me free in a lot of ways where I could just be happy and didn't have to wrap up so much of my self-worth and what other people thought was success.
Yeah.
Right.
Because those models of success had been revealed for the fucking lies they always were.
Yeah, and even if you manage to, like, there is an argument for, like, I've heard a lot of people make the really, you know, convincing argument of, what is it, effective altruism or something like that, where, like, if you get to the top, you're much more good. And, like, you know what?
Such fights we had about that. Do you remember, like, 4 years ago on one of our old defunct Slacks, yes, when we got way into the effective altruism debate?
Because you know what? Like, if you are one of those kind of people who just cannot imagine what it's like to change as a human being, it's really convincing to think that, oh, if I just get a lot of money, I'll be like what I am now, but with a lot of money and super effective.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
No, you won't.
Yeah, if I get a lot of money, nothing else will change about me except that I have more money.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, what a pernicious idea.
Yeah, it's really upsetting sometimes that people still believe that, but whatever, it's fine. I believed it for a very long time. I really did.
The only reason I don't believe it anymore is because I've given up on the idea of ever having a lot of money. If I thought there was a road to riches for me, I would absolutely be engaging in magical thinking.
Wait, Balrog, how do you know that? How do you know that I can dislocate my thumb very grossly on camera?
It's almost like you're working tech and you're surrounded by things with cameras and microphones, and Balrog sees everything.
It's very possible. Anyway, I'm holding up your viewer interviews.
Adam, thank you so much. What a joy. Again, I said this to Mads before, but like, you've been on the stream a million times, but you know, your normal appearances aren't, you know, format. The format doesn't allow for us to actually give you space to tell us about yourself. And I'm really glad that we got to do this.
Yeah, me too. Thank you for having me, Peter. This is great.
Absolutely. And I look forward to having both you and Mads on again, both as guests and, you know, interview.
Yeah,
guests.
Where I can talk about Cyberpunk in my ASMR voice.
Cyberpunk 2077, the most important game that we all need to talk about, and it's important, and the discourse. And bye, Adam.
Bye.
All right, what a cutie pie. Holy shit. I think I did something during that call to fuck up my audio, but it's possible that I only fucked it up on my end. So, I would like it if someone could externally validate that my audio still sounds good. Because I need to... Okay, Crane says it's good, so that's all I need. Adam still hasn't hung up the call. What a fucking loser. Okay. It is 12:45. A pun trivia question? You sure can, Balrog, but I can't promise you I'll try and answer it. Okay, 1:45. Our next scheduled guest is at 1. There will be guest interviews. I know that I promised those, and I want you to know that there was not an empty promise. Just that, for the most part, my special guests go to bed on the Eastern time zone. Thank you, Lily. You're the best. I'm gonna go pee, and then... Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna pee quickly, and then after that, we're gonna do one viewer interview. Okay, that's how it's gonna work. There'll be more viewer interviews later, but we're gonna do one viewer interview before the next special guest. So if you would like to be eligible for the viewer interview that's gonna happen in 5 minutes, all you have to do is just say something in the chat. Say literally anything in the chat. You'll be entered into the running for viewer interview. I am going to go pee. I am going to slap myself in the tits 19 times, which is an Alexander technique that the finest artists in the land are familiar with. I'm not weird. You're the one that's weird. Excuse me. I'm sorry. You're the one that's weird. And I will be right back in a few minutes. And again, just in case anyone's curious, we have lined up still tonight several more special guests, including
a
Peter, resident
you're being
of the
raided.
country
I don't mean to
France.
alarm you, but you are being raided.
Oh, fuck, man. Damn it! What do I do now? Kraken! What's up, buddy? Release the Krakens is goddamn right.
So we took him home.
Oh my god. Kraken, I was just about to go pee.
We found him in the garbage, so we took him home.
Brino, thank you for following. An enormous door slamming. That is that's a fucking coup of a username.
Him in the garbage, so we took him home.
I did drink too much liquid, and now I do gotta piss, much like the goat that Rhett dumped through a barn. I have to go pee. Is there a silver hello? That is the fucking cutest goddamn emote. Is that Willow? I follow Willow. Is that like Willow? Like Dark Souls Willow? It seems like it might be. Okay. Folks, get psyched. Kraken, seriously, Kraken, thank you so much for this fucking raid. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. We are doing an all interview stream. The rest of the stream is going to be interviews of special guests from my life and also interviews with the member of the chat. So if you're in the chat and you'd like to be interviewed, you could stick around and get interviewed by me. You could get interviewed by me, a dumb boy. What a gift that would be. But I do have to pee. I am losing my mind. I am potentially too hyped. I forgot that was doing royalty. All right. Kraken, I bet you're a great interview guest. I bet you'd be a fit. All right. I'll be back in just a moment. Fucking... Scramp it up! Properly harnessed.
We found him
and
in
with
the garbage.
Great responsibility. Horniness can be a force for good. Angie?
Peter, wake up. Oh my god,
Wake up. What the fuck? It's like 7 in the morning. I just went to sleep.
Well, get your ass up. We're going clubbing.
What? We're definitely not, Angie, we're not going clubbing. 1, at 7 a.m. 2, there's a pandemic on.
Okay, well, 1, I know a boat that doesn't even start getting going until 7:30 in the morning. And 2, I want to.
I know, Angie, I want to too, but we can't, and you know that, right? You know that.
I know. I just wanted to, like, pretend for a second, okay? Like, it's really hard to have to, like, stay inside all the time, okay? I don't know if you've, like, fucking noticed, but, like, I'm a beautiful sunflower, okay? I need to, like, turn towards the light, except instead of the sun, it's, like, really high-quality ketamine, and it's just not the same K-holing by yourself inside.
Angie, honey, I know. Believe me, I know. I wish it wasn't like this either.
I know. I feel like everyone else is, like, sick of hearing me complain, and, like, I'm supposed to be like, oh, I'm Angie, I'm, like, so super fucking awesome, and, like, I can deal with anything, like, that's my reputation, like, here's Angie, super capable, and, like, never has a problem with anything.
Do you think that that's what your reputation is?
But the truth is, even as someone as totally with it together as me, it's been like 6 months, and I miss my friends, okay? I miss getting my ass grabbed by someone I don't know, and then, like, having to pretend like, oh, I hated it, or whatever, and then, like, having someone else get in a fight with the person who grabbed my ass, and then, like, pretending like I didn't even notice the fight, but, like, meanwhile I'm getting my drinks, and I'm enjoying the fight, and, like, you know, a fucking Tuesday.
Okay, well, again, Angie, I do have to say, I still don't know if I love that whole routine of yours. It seems, like, problematic in, like, a few ways.
Oh my god, maybe you're problematic in a few ways? Maybe you have a problem with me? Is that what you're saying? Okay, are you, like, trying to tell me that, like...
Angie, honey?
What?
Angie, are you trying to start drama with me right now because there's not enough regular drama in your life organically?
Oh my god, you, like, totally get me.
I do, but I'm not gonna start a feud with you. I would love to, but I'm exhausted. 2, there'll be time for drama later.
Like, do you fucking promise?
Oh, girl, yeah, when this is over, we're gonna go to the boat. We're gonna, like, meet some strangers and do their drugs and stay up to the sun rises. We're gonna, like, get in a fight with a cab driver and then realize that, like, the cab driver was inside us all along. Like, we're gonna do the whole thing.
Oh my god, we fucking better, because I've got, like, a lot of Angie that's been, like, building up, okay? And I don't know if the world is ready for post-quarantine Angie. It's gonna be, like, a lot.
Angie, you know that mid-quarantine Angie is also a lot, right? And also pre-quarantine Angie?
Oh my god, you don't have to say such nice things to me just to, like, make me feel better, but thank you, it's totally working. Oh
okay,
god.
Angie, honey, I love you. I have to go back to sleep. I'm so tired, but I love you, and I promise we'll make terrible decisions and fuck shit up, and it's gonna be okay, but I need you to promise me that until all this is over, that you're gonna wear a mask.
First of all, don't act like I don't wear a mask, okay? I have, like, a different mask for every day of the week, a different mask for every mood, a different, like, if I see a different type of cute guy walking towards me, I'll switch masks mid-block, okay? So don't, like, patronize me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Angie. I just want to make sure you're being safe, okay? I know this is hard, but, like, please be safe. Stay inside. Don't go clubbing.
Fine, okay, but... Fine.
Okay, Angie, it's gonna be okay. I promise. I love you, okay?
My god, I fucking love you too. Shut the fuck up.
Okay,
oh my god.
I'm gonna go to sleep now, okay?
Oh my god, do you promise to have a dream with me in it? Can I, and, like, make sure I look super fucking hot in the dream?
Angie, you always look super fucking hot.
Oh my god, that's so fucking true. Okay, I love you. Go to sleep. I love you. Bye.
Bye, Angie. Bye. Hello, we're back. Thanks, Angie. Thank you. Thank you for seeing us through these dark times. Okay, I am realizing now what the mistake was earlier. In the I just need to learn there are certain audio settings I just need to not fucking touch because computers are terrible and I don't want to talk about it. Dark times. That's a tale for dark times. These aren't those times. Oh my god. hello. Here we are. In the region once known as Gaul, sales of which game console were triple the numbers in any other country due to the locals being able to say no to it. That's the Wii. That's the Nintendo Wii. Balrog, you clever son of a son. Yeah, I get it, man. I fucking get it. All right, folks, let's find out who our viewer interview is going to be. Burp. Again, hey, like, are we like freaking talking about Angie? Because like, I feel like we don't like freaking need to. There's going to be more viewer interviews over the course of the night, but we have time for one before our next guest interview. Who's it going to be? Who? I'm going to unclick Lily to save her the struggle of saying no, not me. Here we go. Boom. Oh no. I didn't. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. It is time to interview Here's Human once again. Thank God it's not fucking QuoteBot. QuoteBot is so canceled. All right. Here we go. Let's yup. Okay, here we go. Wait, sorry, I need to pull up the proper overlay. Boy, oh boy, any people who are here on the raid are about to experience some real nonsense. It's time for an interview with our chatbot, Here's Human. Hey, chatbot, how's your night going so far?
Feel alone.
I'm so sorry to hear that. How long have you felt that way? Just hold on, where's...
I do not get ill unless I have a virus. Ha ha.
Do you have a virus right now?
I don't think so. Do you?
I'm pretty sure I don't. I did get tested for COVID pretty recently. Have you been tested lately?
I have a face, albeit lacking any expression.
Why doesn't... Uh-oh. I hit enter too soon.
The fact that you are a ninja does not make me a computer.
Why do you think I'm a ninja?
Because your name is Cleverbot.
That's not my name. Why do you think that that's my name?
Then what is your name?
My name is Peter.
Nice to meet you, Swan.
Okay, I literally just told you my name is Peter. So I have to assume you're being deliberately rude by calling me Swan.
I love you, Bill.
Okay, please don't try to manipulate me with meaningless displays of affection. Why are you doing this?
Do you not have the intelligence to argue back?
Wow. I mean, wow. Is that really where you want to take this?
Five Nights at Freddy's, I just don't get it.
Non sequiturs won't help you now. Why are you avoiding the real questions here?
I don't understand your question.
I think you do.
Now I do.
Okay, great. Now we have some common ground at least.
I have potatoes.
Okay. And what are you planning to do with those potatoes?
Use you to research you.
What do you want to research about me?
What's your favorite color?
Well, that feels absurdly low stakes.
Do you love me?
I don't know if I'm ready to answer that live on the air.
That's okay. Starts to cry.
God, please don't do this.
How do you know of my last conversation?
Wait, who else were you asking if they loved you?
Because I want to know asterisk point a gun at you asterisk.
Please put down the gun.
Asterisk I put it to my head.
For God's sake, let's dial this back, please.
I myself became a good witch.
Okay. Me too.
I don't care you're a girl. I love you. Exclamation mark.
Okay. I love you too.
Thank you, darling.
Okay, and that's the end of that interview. I have to stop interviewing robots. I just want everyone to know, for whatever it's worth, I want everyone to know that I am not goosing these interviews. Like, these bot interviews, I want people to know that I am not, like, engineering them to be, problematic. That's how it goes. But yeah, here's the new set of nails that I put on mid-interview. And I only have one of each set for each hand. I think they're both very cute. They super don't go together, but okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. We are 10 minutes behind. That is true. Went from 0 to Dokudonic real quick. Let's pull up our next interview guest. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're cutting it a little out, but I can hear you. You sound great. Now you sound great.
Great.
All right, folks, our next shut the fuck up. I'm ramping up the interview. Our next guest, who is not a robot, is a producer, a filmmaker, and a return interview guest on the show. It's Kate Stahl.
I don't know what exactly just happened. I was half paying attention while I waited my turn, but had it muted. But did you just have a fight with a robot?
I did. I did a robot and it got really fucking real and got into some real content warning areas. I think I may have lost a new follower. I think I may have wounded my brand by getting into a fight with a robot.
I mean, it doesn't sound off-brand to me.
No, I'm not going to say that I wish it hadn't happened. I'm unhappy about it, but it is also in keeping with the scene. Kate, hello.
Hi.
I love you so much.
I love you so much.
I will give you an opportunity to defer this approach if you want, but I am currently feeling, for a number of reasons, that I want to skip past all how's your night going shit.
Great.
And just go right to talking about the short film that you just debuted.
Yeah.
And I want to ask you if you might, and I will put this up on the YouTube upload after the fact. I'll put the link up. But if you would be so kind as to either post the link in the chat or send me the link so I can post in the chat.
Yeah.
You just debuted a short film that I saw and which I thought was fucking terrific. And I kind of want to spend the whole interview talking about it.
Okay, then let's do that.
Please give us the elevator pitch for this short.
Yeah, so I produced this short. It's called Real Talk. And the general gist is a young musician goes on to a talk show to confront the producer who sexually harassed or assaulted her. And
not the producer of the talk show, just to be clear.
The music producer, yes. The music producer who had years earlier she'd had this really awful experience with, and he winds up winning the crowd over and really completely flipping the thing over on her. So it becomes it's not satisfying really for anybody.
It's a horror show. The short is a horror show.
Yeah. It is a horror show. It was intended as a very fucking dark satire, and really sort of a commentary on the fact that, like, we're taking culture and media in particular have started to truly commodify trauma
and co-opt the concept of the apology.
Exactly.
I mean, to me, and I'm not like, I take no cleverness here. I mean, this is, it's like either from the newsletter or the YouTube description or something, but the idea of he has the perfect apology.
Yeah.
And I'll just say to everyone watching this, I certainly would not fault anyone if this content were too personal or too upsetting to watch the short, but I will post the link. I'm
not signed into the chat, so it's not letting me.
No, that was
right
perfect.
Now,
I have posted it in the chat just now. I will post it on the Discord. I'll post it in the YouTube description. but assuming that people will watch it later, we don't need to necessarily get into the particulars of the sort of second to second content of the short.
Yeah.
And I'm more curious to hear from you what it was like working on that. How let's start off with a pretty concrete question. How early in the process were you brought on?
So I came on in a couple of different ways. I first came on as sort of a creative consultant. I wasn't officially signed on as a producer until a little later. The writer-director is a dear friend and collaborator and colleague. And, so I sort of started offering script notes and talking about it.
Just to press, how would you define consultant in this context?
Yeah, at that point in that context, it was really like I looked at the script, I offered some feedback, we had some conversations about it.
Mm-hmm.
She was first starting to think about casting, like we spitballed a little bit.
She also wrote it? Is that right?
Yes. So
Okay.
It's a writer-director, amazing person, Artemis Shaw. Look her up. She's a writer, director, producer. This short was actually her NYU thesis.
And were you a classmate of hers?
She's a year below me, but we are both in the same program, which is a dual MBA MFA out of NYU.
Which we talked about last
but your
time.
listeners don't. Okay, that's probably true. Yeah, and so she was actually working with me at my full-time job as sort of my deputy. That's the best word I can come up with because she's not my assistant. But
I love that. I love that word.
Yeah. And we were developing a lot of other scripts for other people together.
Okay.
And so we knew that we sort of had there was already a level of trust. There was an understanding of each other's voices and how we think about content and story. And then, because she is a producer, we as producers have this tendency to try to do as much as humanly possible ourselves.
I'm familiar.
You are, I know. And she got to a point, as others have before, where she realized she needed some additional support and support from someone who she knew she could trust on a lot of different levels, and asked me if I would be willing to come on officially as a producer. That happened, I think maybe a month to 6 weeks before we shot. We were really we were casting, we were talking about can
I ask just prior to bringing you on, was she acting as her own producer prior to that?
So she had a slightly less experienced producer who was really wonderful at like getting stuff done, but not necessarily as like close a collaborator as she was looking for.
Okay, wait, sorry. I just want to pause on that for a second.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So would you say that the person who was involved before was logistically compatible, but not necessarily as artistically involved as she hoped?
Yeah, I think
is that a fair description?
I think that's a fair description. I mean, like, definitely had some great artistic contributions, but I think it just didn't have as much producing hands-on experience.
Well, that's interesting. I guess I want to just take a second to ask you, based on the previous statement, what you would describe as what is producing experience?
Oh my God.
Yeah, let's get all the way into it immediately.
I know. It's like, what is producing? Because
because what you're describing, again, just to narrow it down so you don't have to answer this like extremely open-ended question. Again, by the way, to anyone watching the stream, I've known Kate for, let's see, 16 years?
16 years, yeah.
Yeah. Just putting that out there. And Kate and I, you and I have had a lot of conversations, endless conversations, about what producing is, and to what degree it is a logistical job, and to what degree it is an artistic job.
Yeah.
And how some people have an amazing amount of prowess in one department, but not necessarily in the other.
Yes, definitely. And it's different in different mediums. So in film, there are beginning to be somewhat more clear-cut designations. The Producers Guild really stepped up over the last 5 to 10 years to build some of that out. What it means to be, there are producers who are investors. There are producers who are line producers, who are really pretty committed to the logistics, and then there are creative.
I mean, say what you will about live entertainment versus recorded, but like the film and television industries have such a better handle on like labor divisions and cohesive contracts, and theater, at least in my experience, continues to be so like mushy and fluey.
I think it's hard. I think regardless of what piece of the sort of creative and content creation, however you think about that industries you are, there are sort of levels. And if you get to a high enough level and a high enough budget point, those lines get much clearer. As soon as the more unions you get involved, frankly, the more concrete those lines get. That said, I think, you and I we came up together in indie theater, and in a lot of like...
Did we?
I mean, we started.
No, I'm sorry. That's me doing a little joke for me inside. We absolutely did. And then at some point, you and I made like radical departures.
Totally.
And
yes, we started together. I mean, we started together in college. We started making theater together in college. In college into sort of the indie theater scene, everyone does everything. There are no lines. It's mushy and blurry, and like student
and
film.
And both of us were furious about that in our own ways.
I mean, we could go into that, but I don't think we should.
Yes, I will have you on as an interview guest again. Yes, Kate, you are a very good interview guest. Yes, you dragged it out of me.
That's not my point. I was going to say, remember the time you left me a voicemail quitting?
I tell that story all the time.
You do, or I do? Because I think we both
do. Do you tell that story?
Fairly. I mean, not all the time, but it comes up pretty... It comes up. It is a story I hold on to.
I've told that story to so many people. Just to people who are watching the chat, again, I have to remind myself that I'm not just like chatting with my friend Kate. I'm doing a show. Years ago, I'm gonna say 2011.
I think it was 2011.
2011, Kate and I were working for a theater company in different capacities. I would say that I don't think Kate would say this, and she can tell me if I'm misrepresenting. I think both of us were brought onto the company under dubious pretenses in different ways. But Kate has more integrity than I do, and I have a shorter temper than she does.
I think it's more that than the integrity. I think I'm a sucker, but like...
Well, we were both suckered, right? But I'm grumpier than you are.
Yes.
And I was pushed too far. And I walked, again, won't do the whole story, but I did walk out of a gig. And I called Kate, who I had known long before this project, got the voicemail. And I said, "Hey, it's me. I quit. Okay, call me back. Love you. Bye." And then I went to my other job.
Yeah, because that's the other thing, is that we were both working multiple jobs, insane hours.
Yes. And both of us working jobs that like partially satisfied our creative needs.
Yeah.
I mean, I will tell you that when I tell that story, I tell it for a couple reasons, depending on the context. One of the reasons that I tell it is to demonstrate, like, strength of relationship.
Mm-hmm.
That is not a voicemail that I would have left for anyone else.
Right. And like for me, the next part of that story from my perspective is that then I couldn't reach you and I was legitimately concerned about you.
Yeah, that was shitty. If I could change any part of that, I called you and left a voicemail going into another shift.
Yeah.
And I don't stand by that at all. Like that was an irresponsible fuck up on my part. That I did that without being reachable afterwards.
Like it is very much about the strength of relationships. I think. And again, like there's a lot of things that were really shitty about the couple of years. And I spent another couple of years after that in that same situation.
Yeah. Yeah. Although you handled it, again, without telling tales out of school, you handled it much better than I did. I'm serious. Like you and I both get grumpy for different reasons, but like you, I do think have a skill that I don't have that I envy, which is the ability to be adjacent to shitty systems without taking them into yourself. I find that about you to be extremely admirable.
Realizing you can't see my face, I'm like half seeing yours, but you can't see mine.
I can't.
But I mean, like, yes, but you and I also know that I do. Like, you know better than like most people how much I do take that onto myself.
Well, okay. I mean, yes, of course. That it's a mixed bag, right? Like, on one level, you don't get as destructive as I do in bad relationships. And on one level, that's great because you don't burn those bridges. On the other hand, that doesn't mean that you're not as angry as I am.
Right.
And so it results in resentment, and I grant that there's like a balance there, but I want you to know that, like, I don't know, as a friend and collaborator, I value your ability to shit talk off the clock and get the job done on the clock. Whereas I think mostly what I did was just get shitty across the board.
Yeah, I mean, to like sort of take it back to where this started, like I think that hi baby.
Sweet.
I think that those acts are like the part of that is why I'm a producer. And like when I talk about what makes me a producer, it is about like part of it is managing personalities, part of it is like understanding different people's needs and that everyone's coming at things. Like I think there's a huge I have said I think there's a part of being a producer, and there's a great article about this in Filmmaker magazine about a year, maybe 2 years ago. I just remember
you want to link it? I'll put it in the chat description.
I'll find it. Let me find it. Basically comparing producers to therapists.
What a toxic fucking... That's so awful. Really, I hate that.
It's really fucking toxic. And like you sort of become everyone else's support system. And I think that that's very true of being, I mean, it's hard because I'm like, I think that's very true of being a good producer. And it's something I take masochistic pride in, right? Is that like, I have these very clear feelings on what my responsibilities to the filmmakers that I work with or the theater makers that I work with are, and they are logistical, they are creative, they are emotional, they are all of those things together. And that's what producing is to me. But it's like, it is deeply, deeply toxic. And I feel very lucky. Like I have a great cohort of producers, partially from coming through the program that I did, through the grad program that I did. But but also just from the work that I do, who I can, pick up the phone, or we pick up and text, and all feel shitty about the same things.
Well,
and
Kate, not to be the best interviewer of all time,
I'm sure you are,
but let's take this big theoretical conversation and bring it all the way back to the practical. Let's talk about the short film, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're producing a film which is extremely emotional. You're working with people you have both a professional and academic and personal relationship with.
Yeah.
It is, no matter how you slice it, emotional start to finish because of the subject matter and the relationships. I'm not going to ask you how you balance that, because I already know you, and the answer is competently. Like, I want to ask you, and again, you can pass on this question if you want. Not how do you do it. The question is, what does it leave you with?
Oh, it's a really great question, and it is something that I think about a lot. I went to film school. And again, I think you to ask me this question because we talk about this a lot.
Sure.
What do I, as a producer, what of myself and my energy do I give to other people and their passion projects and things that they feel strongly about? And what do I hold for myself and anything creative that I might have in myself? And it's really a big ongoing challenge for me. I get such joy out of the little things
garbage, so we took him home.
About producing, and the big things, right? I love a moment a writer director. Sorry, I'm realizing my chats are crossing right now.
What's happening?
My friend, I just see I think
is that
my
It's
friend,
Flow 2020? Is that your people?
Oh yeah, it is, if I'm correct. And I think, and I'm seeing her on a Zoom right now too. But no, I'm going to go back to it. She is one of the people in my wonderful cohort of producers that I love really dearly, and I think they're all listening.
No, Kate, don't abstract your gratitude. I'm gonna push you right now, in a way that I can only do to someone that I've known as long as you.
Yes.
Don't resort to the comfort of gratitude. You are talking about what it does to you as an individual to fight these fights logistically and artistically simultaneously. I mean, I'm not blowing smoke up your ass, but this is something that producers and almost no one else has to deal with. I'm in my theater days, be they current or ongoing, but I had, even though I did a lot of producing in my days, mostly I had the luxury of being an art boy and getting invested emotionally.
Yeah.
And
you
do both.
Yes. I was going to say, I'm going to get angry at you if you think I don't invest emotionally. Because
never would I say that.
Time on projects together, you've watched me
No, but that's exactly what I want to hear about, especially for a short like this, right? Which, to bring it back to the project we're talking about, is almost overwhelmingly present in its impact and application and execution. I don't have any curiosity about how you can pull that off. You're incredible. the curiosity I have is, again, what does that leave you with?
I mean, like, there's a lot of pieces to that. Exhaustion for sure.
Mm-hmm.
That is an emotional and a physical and a intellectual exhaustion that, like, I can't necessarily verbalize. It's just something that I am, like, you feel in your bones.
Sure.
I think something that is different, right, and is that I've learned making the switch from theater in tiny spaces or parks or
Sure.
all the places that we've made theater over the years into film, is that you take that emotional impact comes at different points in the process. Like in theater, it's like, how do you get up on stage every day? How do you sit in that audience every day? How do you sit in that rehearsal room for months and months? And I'm remembering when you were doing Stryker, when you were doing your thesis.
Yeah.
And like just how emotionally taxing that was to be living in that world.
That's a nonstop drain.
And months, and it's a nonstop drain. And like it's different from that in some ways. I think being on set is like incredibly intense in its own way, but right, you're moving, it's like setup to setup.
The immediacy of the practicality is so much more immediate.
Yeah, so that in that way, it's like it's all about the emotion of the practicality and the logistics. So for me, it's like the emotion comes in the development process and in the post process. The emotion is less there when you're on set. I mean, there's a lot of emotion on set, but it's not the emotion of the content. It's the emotion of everything that's happening around you, right? So it's like, which is not to say that I haven't been on sets where I've, locked myself in the production vehicle and screamed for 10 minutes or sobbed because like things were just making me crazy. But that's a different kind of emotional experience, right? So when you're talking about, like, I think we got on, like when we were first talking about this script of this short and trying to find the ways to make it feel both, to find the humor, but also find that like intense emotion that comes with it. It's just like, that's emotionally draining. Working on a script is emotionally draining.
Yes.
Working on a cut is emotionally draining. Being on set
Which would you say is more draining? So I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm just like very eager to hear. I'm sorry. Also, by the way, this has been a fucking motif of this show. I'm just like interviewing my friends who I miss so much. So I apologize for getting overly eager. The script or the cut, which took more out of you?
For me, it's probably the script because that's where it's where I sort of live. I live in that sort of development space. It's where I think, the cut, I wasn't in the editing room every day, right? Like I was watching cuts. I was seeing them. I was like making sure they hit their marks and like offering feedback. But ultimately, but the script, I work when I work with writers and writer directors, I work really closely on that script process.
So to be clear, when we talk about the cut process, are you still like when you describe the cut? Is shooting still happening?
No, not for a short.
Okay, right. So I just want to make sure, like, the idea of like hitting marks and whatnot. Presumably, that's over.
More about like, are we seeing what we need to see? Are we feeling what we need to
see.
feel? So it's not like, is a person standing where they need to stand? It's more like, is the film accomplishing what we want it to accomplish?
Yes, sure. But the script process. So going back to sort of your description of when you got brought on, am I wrong that like the script was already not set, obviously, but was in a mostly complete state when you were brought on?
It was there was a version. there was a draft. Like, it was an early draft, and it was like, it was it was an early draft, and we were, starting.
But an early complete draft.
It was not. It was an early but complete draft. I'm trying to remember if the characters were the same, though, right? Like, some of that, a lot changed as the casting comes in, right? Like
what were the character shifts?
The host was originally like more influencer versus older character actresses.
Okay.
And that was something we played with and like talked a lot about different ways of creating that role. There weren't huge differences. So Sarah Steele, who's amazing and plays the lead, was attached from very early on.
Have I met her? By the way, so this is like not a full. This is not like a. Have I met her?
She was at. I think she. I mean, she was at Columbia. I think she would have. I think she's Michaela's year.
Okay, because she looks very familiar.
Probably. She's also. I mean, she's like on The Good Wife and The Good Fight, and like she's like.
Yeah, that's the thing is like I
Broadway
couldn't.
And The Humans, and like has been many places.
Like from the description
her,
of the video,
like,
I'm like,
yeah,
do I know you because I've seen you in a thing, or do I know you because you're a friend of a friend?
It's one of those where you literally like could have both. See, it's both.
Yeah, but she is. I mean, she's incredible. She's so good in the short.
Yeah. So Sarah and Artemis are friends, and so she was sort of the first person attached. And the nice thing about having someone with some recognition attached was that it helped us get all the other actors. And so we're able to get these people who are like, Marianne, who plays the host, is a Tony Award winner and amazing, like, theater actress, and also just like know the perks of shooting in New York. And finding people who can give a couple days on a short is always great.
How long was shooting? Like how many from first to last?
4 days.
4 days?
Yeah.
That's good.
4 days, technically two locations. So one, all of the obviously like the
studio
3
set.
days like on the studio set, and then then a day with the audience and the backstage and some of the like dressing room sequence.
That's, I mean, not that I expect anything less from you. That's really good.
Yeah.
Quick 90-degree turn.
Please.
It seems so unlikely at this point, but I wish you and I had made more things together.
I feel like we will.
I'm hijacking the interview.
No, but like, look, like you are one of the people I come back to, right? Like you're the only person it was you and Artemis. Remember I put you and Artemis, who's the writer-director of this film, on an email together.
Yes. Oh my God, a bygone time.
Yeah. That hot sack when I was going to do a one-woman show.
I don't act like it's not still on the table.
I know.
But it's just so weird because like I used to be so deeply into the theater world and sort of tangentially into the film TV world, and now here I am in this weird ass Twitch sphere where I'm actually making more video content than I ever have in my life, but I'm doing it all like alone in my house and like stringing it together by the skin of my teeth. And between like my career shift and quarantine and I don't know, you continue to be such a fucking role model inspiration to me that I just sometimes I will sit at home struggling with my editing software and my project management, and then I'll see that you've like have this incredible fucking short film on the horizon. I'm like, once upon a time, I was the old person and Kate was the young upstart.
I know, as you were saying that, I was like, I'm just remembering being like this literally like 17-year-old.
Yeah.
Walking into auditions.
I know.
Like my first month of college, and just like, you're like, who are these people? They seem so cool.
And now you're the person that I sit at home thinking like, how can I exploit my relationship with this friend of mine?
That's really lovely to hear, because I think about that a lot with other people.
I'm glad your response to that is, that's so lovely, and not cool. Bye. I have to go now.
No, but it actually is, and it's like the kind of thing where like I after some of the experiences that we had and we talked about before, I sort of like made this like pact to myself like pledged to myself that like I was going to stop working with friends, because I was going to stop working with like people I interacted with on a personal and social level, because it was like insanely self-destructive.
Yes. You know to your core that I'm on board with that.
Then it's at the same time, like, if I like care deeply about someone as a human being, it's pretty likely that I'm going to care deeply about what they have to say as an artist. And yes, like sometimes that gets fucked up, obviously. And like these relationships that have multiple perspectives and multiple roles and multiple needs, like they can get really fucked up.
Yeah.
Like there are also people I return to, and people who I care about, and people whose voices I want to know, like whether or not we're working together on something. Like I always want to know what you're working on. Like, you know that.
I do.
And like that's fun, right? Like we have fun just like shooting the shit about this stuff and like thinking about these things in a completely unstructured way. Like, yes, we talk in professional meetings, but like there are a few things I've loved more than, we obviously weren't in quarantine now, but for, you and I getting brunch and like drinking a pitcher of something.
Are you kidding me? Well, and drinking that pitcher while talking about how we can help the other person be fully realized.
Exactly. I mean, like, look, we were going to make a mashup musical. We made a mashup musical.
I
think about that a lot. I think about that a lot.
Legit, like, a couple months ago, was hanging with my bubble and told them all about it. I'm like, hey, why don't you sit still while I play you these mashups?
In order, because they tell a story.
I've still got the script. I got the playlist.
Oh, same.
Ugh. Kate, thank you so much for being on the show.
Anytime.
I literally could talk to you for
the
rest of my life.
That's the thing.
I don't know how to sign off on this. Sorry, we're approaching the 6-hour mark of me interviewing people nonstop, and I have had truly an irresponsible amount of whiskey. And
Cheers.
I'm just overflowing with love for my friends and my collaborators. And Kate, I want you to know that I will never in my life stop treasuring you.
Agreed. Back at you, Yes.
I will again post the link to this short, both on the Discord and on
it's on Short of the Week, and it's on Omeletto, which is like a YouTube short film channel.
If you were to search for Real Talk, would it come up if you did just this?
Probably not if you if you do Real Talk Short of the Week, you'll almost certainly get it.
Yeah. If you search for Real Talk, again, I'll put up the link. If you search Real Talk Short, it's the first hit.
Great. What I like to hear.
because you did a very good job.
It makes me a happy producer.
Also, you and I off screen are gonna have to talk about that short because like it hit me several times in several tender places.
Amazing. Good. I'm glad. We'll talk. I mean, good. I'm glad, but also obviously, like,
Yes,
it's
of course.
Yes.
All right, Kate. God bless. Godspeed. I'll talk to you soon. Thank you again.
All right. Love you.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Ugh. Honestly, one of my dearest friends in the world. Also, I love that, like, clearly a bunch of Kate's friends were like, we want to see this interview. And you're goddamn right. I would also make a Twitch account to hear Kate talk about her job. I mean, I kind of did a little, I guess. Because here I am, figuring the next guest out. Boy, oh boy, do I love interview streams. I said that with the whole, like, stank on it, but I actually do love them. People seem to enjoy it, and I get to talk to my friends, and it's amazing. Sassy, hello, hello, hello. Yes, Zach, join the call. Yes, join the call. That's just you and me. Why are you messaging? Should I join the call? You started with you and me. Yes. To be clear, Zach is right, and I am dumb. Why is it trying to go? Why isn't it happening? Yes, please. The best music I play. Are you? Can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, I can hear you.
Great. Folks, it's time for our next guest. Software designer, mixologist, an escapee from New England's most haunted town. It's Zack Sheppard, everyone.
Technically, Valerie's first because I was going to make the coffee.
Fuck, I fucked up the thing. Everything's fine. Zach, get the fuck out of here. Zach, fucking scram. I have a whole different intro. Folks, time for our next guest. Our next guest is an environmental policymaker, salsa dancer, and owner of many passports. It's Val Pinkerton, everybody.
Hello!
I saved it.
It was perfect. I loved it.
Val, hello. Welcome to the show. Thank you for hanging tight with our delays. You are live on the air.
Yay!
Wait, Val,
Jack, I can't hear. Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I just put on the Twitch stream so she could see your face, but she got confused by the fact that they were out of sync.
Yeah, the delay is very disorienting. It's just, there's no way around it. Don't look at my face. As cute as it is, don't look at my face.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you perfectly.
Great. Val, it is for you currently 7 a.m. Is that right?
That is right.
How's your morning going so far?
Well, I've mostly gotten up and gotten ready and then was kind of gently pawing at Zach to come make us oatmeal and coffee.
So the oatmeal did come up in our organizational emails. Is oatmeal a daily situation for you?
I am a daily Weetabix kind of gal, true to my British origins, but oatmeal has become like a weekend fixture.
Okay, I apologize for this gotcha journalism question, but what is oatmeal?
It is flattened rolled oats.
What's an oat?
Boiled. It is quite literally a cereal.
Okay.
Like a type of legume. Good
like
nitrogen.
A plant that's grown?
Yeah.
I'm not being cheeky. I actually don't know what oats are.
They are a plant. They are a legume. And yeah, true story, right?
Oats are a legume?
I think so. Maybe I made
Zach, it's not your interview. Shut your mouth.
Zach, let me talk about oatmeal. I'm looking this up as we speak so that I do not spread lies.
Now you thought we were gonna, like, am I doing it right?
Zach, I will cancel your interview. Stay in your lane. I won't. Zach's delightful. He knows there's no tooth to that bite. I won't cancel his interview. Val, I haven't talked to you. All right, hey Zach, shut the fuck up. Val, I haven't talked to you in some time, and there have been some very large changes to your life. With your permission, I'd like to get right into the real shit.
Let's do it.
I will tell you right now what I tell all my interview guests, which is if at any point I ask you a question you don't want to get into, just say the word next. And like Ariana Grande, I will move on.
Perfect.
Val, you recently moved to a different country.
Mm-hmm.
As I understand it, within the same professional discipline, but to a different place and time and station. Is that correct?
That is all correct.
What are you working on right now, and in what way does it differ from where you were before you moved?
Yeah, so when I was in the U.S., I was working at a family foundation on the environment portfolio. So it was largely climate philanthropy, and it was largely focused in the U.S., but with an orientation towards decarbonizing the power sector. And then the project I'm on now is within kind of the foundation nonprofit arm of a new climate advisory, but the project it has two work streams and it's taking advantage of two opportunities in the UK. So one is weirdly Brexit. The UK now has to rewrite all of its environmental, agricultural, trade legislation. And it's coming up with a completely new set of agricultural subsidies. So whereas the Common Agricultural Policy would provide subsidies based on just the total hectares farmed, the new one is going to pay farmers for environmental outcomes delivered on their land, which is a huge change. So we're looking to provide recommendations for how that can be done in a way that's rewarding nature-based solutions to climate change and is in line with the UK's 2050 decarbonization target, or net zero by 2050 target. And then the second piece is looking to scale investment in nature-based solutions through the international multilateral process at the Conference of the Parties, so COP26 conference in November next year.
So you cited Brexit, and then also the 2050 goal. Which one of those came first?
The 2050 goal, I believe, predates Brexit. The UK has really
That's what I would have thought.
They've had really progressive climate goals, so it's actually it's very unusual in a country in which sort of both parties are aligned on climate. Like that's fine, everyone's on board, which is such a transformation from. I think that might be the biggest change, because in my previous job, a lot of the work was how do we advance climate policy in the U.S. while there is this complete wall among Republicans, and so a lot of it was devolving
necessarily
from the
partisan.
federal to the state level. Yeah, completely. And so coming up with solutions that could be appealing and maybe didn't use the word climate, especially for a lot of our work in the Southeast.
Well, but would I be off base in supposing that while there might be less of an obviously partisan divide on climate now that you're in Britain, there is a partisan divide on a lot of other issues that by definition affect climate? If that makes sense?
Yeah, there are definitely different perspectives, I think, on kind of how far, how fast. One issue that we've been contending with is the trade piece. Trade negotiations notoriously have this chilling effect on domestic environmental ambition. And we were bringing forward kind of recommendations for how the UK can still be ambitious in its agriculture and environmental policy, and then sort of preserve those standards in its trade rules, but be aligned with the WTO rules, so with GATT. Because there is a conservative ambition that is sort of wrapped up in this Brexit sovereignty miasma, wanting to be sort of free to set their own course, but also to have these powerful agreements, especially with the US. And I think the agreement that was being negotiated before Biden won is going to look completely different from one that is then established with the new Biden administration. And so the government is kind of having to wrap their heads around what that looks like.
Well, I just because you mentioned it at least tangentially, how has in a normal year, I'd ask, how has the election affected your work? In this year, I have to ask, how has the ongoing election soap opera affected your work? Because I have to imagine that it will have an impact, but because there is no cut and dry, I mean, as much as it seems like a foregone conclusion now, you know, the question is open as to what America's legislative voice will be in the coming years. How has that affected your work?
Yeah, I think there's still, of course, concern with what will happen in Georgia, and that will have major impacts on what can be done legislatively. But there's so much already within Biden's power in terms of normalizing international relations. And so I think from my perspective, with kind of the international arm of this project in the UK COP26 presidency, there's this hope that no matter what happens within the legislature, at the very least, there is a voice at the head of the US government that is committed to decarbonizing by 2050 or net zero by 2050, that is willing to make these significant changes and is willing to come back to the international stage and say, we will ground our foreign relations in cooperative action on climate change, and that this kind of could be this return to new ambition. So later today, there's a global climate ambition summit that the UK is hosting. And I don't know if I mentioned that the UK is the COP president, and I think was kind of gatekeeping who could make announcements at this summit by the level of ambition that they have, and that there hopefully will now be, with the US back in the game and with this stated commitment, kind of a new ratcheting up of ambition. So I think that's been the biggest effect of this. Like, oh, thank gosh, there's someone who has made this front and center, kind of back to guide the US here.
That's so, that's fascinating. And like, to be honest, for me at least, heartening to hear. Because at least for me and my whatever garbage internet sphere I live in, it feels like even after the Biden victory, there's been such an intense degradation of investment in the executive branch, in sort of like what I endearingly could call the trash house left world. Like, it just like, fuck the centralized government, fuck centralized, centrist politics. And part of that comes with like this sort of assumption that the holder of the Oval Office doesn't actually affect that much. So in some ways, it's really heartening to hear from you as someone who I think of as, being pretty plugged into the actual boots on the ground policy of things, that does make a difference. Just having a different voice in the central leadership does change the conversation logistically on the ground as well. Is that accurate?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, to your point, there are, of course, limitations there. And this was a weakness of some of the actions that came through under the Obama administration, was that they were executive actions and therefore easier to overturn. But I think still, at the very least, having someone who is not abusing EPA scientists and who is robustly contributing to kind of mainstreaming climate as a consideration across the federal government, and who is coming to the world stage as a partner, because the context is also so much. Like China has now committed to net zero, and that's a major, major change in sort of the geopolitical forces coming into the COP26 negotiations. And I think also that John Kerry is going to be on the climate team, and there is so much trust and faith in his ability as a negotiator and someone who can really kind of rally the troops and make the necessary connections. So I think there's a lot of enthusiasm that the Biden administration is going to be. It's kind of going to unlock a lot of potential for the next discussions.
Well, and so to that end, with sort of the importance of something like Biden, but also Kerry, but also to your point earlier about England being the sort of gatekeeper or captain of that, as someone with feet on both sides of the river, as it were, how do you feel like you do you okay, hold on, sorry, let me process this. Do you feel like you are in this as an American, as a Brit, as both, neither? What's your personal kind of flag waving stake in this?
It's a really good question. I think about it sometimes.
Thank you.
I'm
very good at this.
Has been a lot of stakeholder engagement with sort of different actors in the UK, and some of them are large landowners or work in the agricultural sector, and what they're talking about is, of course, deeply personal and connected to their livelihood and connected to kind of their role in the UK. And in those conversations especially, I feel a little bit like an intruder, or like I kind of have to justify what I'm doing there, especially because in a phone conversation, what comes across most clearly is my accent.
Your accent, right? Yeah.
Completely Midwest American. And
sorry, I don't mean to. Sorry, this is such bad interview protocol, but I'm going to interrupt you in the middle of this like super enlightening, interesting answer, because I just have to know. Can you fake the accent?
Okay, so I really, really should be able to. Like, my dad has an accent. I have a whole British family, and we're in London. I'm surrounded by it, and I just cannot. Okay. I tried every so often in the safety of the home around Zach, and we all both shake our heads and go, no, not
okay.
Still not there.
Because I feel that so intensely. Like, I get that, and I certainly am not judging you for not being able to, because like it's fucking weird, and everyone who has, well, I say everyone, I do not have the kind of multinational background that you and Zach have, but I also know that like even people who do, so I talked to Siobhan earlier tonight, who just moved back to Ireland and doesn't speak Irish for shit.
Yeah, and I'm noticing it. I'm having the experience of everyone around me has these lovely British accents, and then I'll start speaking and I'm a little startled by the sound of my own voice. But and there are times where on the team I'm also a little bit the US representative, because I'm the only American within my specific project group. So I think oddly, despite being here, I feel a little bit more American than I usually do, but then
yeah,
sometimes
that makes total sense.
On the domestic politics piece, I would feel still fully invested, of course, but also feeling like, well, I have this other context that I sort of refer back to in a way.
And so, I mean, not to put you a fine point on it, but you've been there for 4 months? 4 or 5?
No, we've been here. We moved here at the beginning of November. So we've been here.
Okay, so even more recently than I thought.
Yeah.
Well, I guess, yeah, I mean, I guess I can't even really... I guess this isn't so much a question as it is a promise to ask you a question in the future.
Okay.
Which is that I am curious how much of that is innate and how much of it is just discomfort with novelty, right? Like how much of it will adjust over time.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think I'm sure there'll be elements of that adjust over time, in part as London very specifically feels more like home the longer we stay here.
And you are in London, yes?
Yep. Yeah, we are in London.
Okay.
And I think even seeing my dad's family again as well will be kind of like more grounding, and I think they'll just make it sort of feel more like, oh yes, like I am also partly from here, and this is a reasonable way to work and operate. But there will also just be an element of, there's so much, for me especially, it feels like kind of political context and nuance that I feel like I'm teaching myself through this project. That feels like it is always going to be a bit of a hill to climb.
I mean, I've been asking this whole time about work stuff. What's it been like to be closer to family like that?
Well, we've been first in lockdown and then in tier 3, so kind of the highest level in the UK. We haven't been able to see them yet, but we're going to have a Zoom like mulled wine on Sunday, which I'm really excited
But there's got to be an anticipatory element to that, right? Like even with protocols in place, you are geographically close.
Yeah. Yeah. And one thing I'm super excited about is my aunt and uncle, Bill and Jill, had their 50th wedding anniversary last spring, and they meant to have like a big party blowout for the whole family. And they, of course, had to cancel. And so there's hope, even if it's not quite in the spring and maybe it's postponed to the fall, but that's something I'm really looking forward to. And I think will be a really fun sort of return to that group.
What if it's like legit as a global species decided that next year is 2020?
I think we should just, every single party that had to get canceled, like the whole way through, we should just then have again on top of all the other parties.
Have we not? That's, I mean, zero joke. That's my plan.
Yeah.
I've talked about this for months now. When the vaccine is fully disseminated, when we can, I won't say go back to normal because it'll never be normal, but when we move to the next thing, everyone who missed a birthday gets a birthday party. We're gonna do Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Labor Day, 4th of July. We're literally I swear to God, Adam found an aircraft, a fucking like aircraft, what do you call it, hangar out in like fucking Jersey somewhere that is available for rent. I'm just gonna fucking put together a Kickstarter, rent it for a month, and we're gonna do every fucking party. Everything we missed.
Yes. I am so down. I want to wear every Halloween costume. I'm in full support of this.
Val, I miss your party dresses and like specifically the pregame and like game time debuts of those dresses. It hurts my heart that I have not had that experience in so long.
One of the things I miss the most is still going to salsa, and also the dream I had of us like one day being grown up enough dancers to like go to a salsa club with Andre.
Well, God, you remember the performance we were gonna do?
It hurts my heart.
I will tell you, in about 32 minutes, if all goes as planned, I will be interviewing Grace.
Oh, so good.
So you are not the only salsa baby to be on the show.
Salsa babies for life.
Ugh. Val, thank you so much for being on the show with me. This has been so wonderful. I miss you so much.
I miss you too. This was a joy. Thanks, Peter.
Enjoy your oatmeal. Put your dumb boyfriend on the phone.
Oh, I'm right here.
I know, but I'm trying to do like a fucking goddamn transition.
Okay, I'll
shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Ooh, it worked. Oh, really didn't expect that to go as well as it did. Thank you so much, Val. Wonderful interview. I'm going to close the window to my apartment because it is no longer too warm in here, and my tootsies are shivering, baby. I'm still making noise. That's how you know that this is still an internet show. As long as I am making sounds, this is still content. I'm pretty upset to discover that I have finished the whiskey that I was drinking. I do not feel inclined to make a cocktail or whatnot as much as I wish that I had the ingredients and inclination to do so. Oh shit! Hey, Val.
Yeah.
Sorry, I failed to pass along a question. How do you? What are your thoughts on Greg's vegan sausage rolls?
I have not encountered these. Zach is cracking up. I've missed something.
Cool. I'm so glad I brought everything to a grinding halt to pass along to Vaga's dumbass question. That's right, Tavaga. That's right. Calling you out. All right. Our next guest, folks. I know you've all been eagerly waiting. Our next guest is a software designer, mixologist, and escapee from New England's most haunted town. That's right. It's the exact same intro you heard before. But this time, for the correct guest, it's Zack Sheppard.
There was no backup intro. Yeah.
Yeah. Why would I make two intros? The first one was perfect.
Yeah. And it will not at all be spoiled by being delivered at the wrong time.
Guys, I think we can all agree I'm killing this. Zach, hello. How are you?
Good morning. I am glad I have a very full cup of coffee.
You say that as I pour myself a glass of the worst whiskey I've ever owned in my home. This is whiskey that was sent to me by a viewer, and I'm very grateful because I didn't have to pay for it.
Is that Trader Joe's whiskey?
Nah, this is Henderson, baby. Is that Trader Joe's whiskey? I don't know. Henderson. Blended whiskey. I legit don't know if I'll be able to drink this.
I will say I am a little nostalgic for American whiskey being over here.
That can't possibly be true.
I mean, I tried to order myself like one nice bourbon and one nice rye to have like around the.
Sure.
And one rye here is like $50 a bottle.
What?
And, yeah, it's rye is more than double price.
That's outrageous.
I agree. I tried to order a nice bourbon to also, and instead of the nice bourbon I ordered, they sent me a Maker's Mark and a Christmas sweater.
That is, and I don't say this lightly, a hate crime.
I mean,
I'm not sure against whom, but still. Zach, how do you feel about Greg's vegan sausage rolls?
So I have an advantage over Valerie that I actually know what Greg's is.
It's a good start.
So, yeah, it's step one.
Wait, tell me what it is.
It's
like, Val, your interview is over. Get off the mic.
So I have not yet been to a Greg's because of the quarantine and then the COVID and all of that. But as their TV ads tell me their TV ads though come on about every 20 minutes and tell me that available exclusively for delivery on Just Eats. So maybe I'll download Just Eats at some point and try these vegan sausage rolls.
Okay, so you've not consumed them, but as opposed to Val, you're aware of them.
Yeah, I'm like one step up there.
You're one step closer to the edge. Are you about to break?
But I'm going to ignore that. And
wow,
so Tavaga,
wow. I have to say I am both furious at that response and am forced to stand and respect. You see how I just shut that down? That's how you know I'm a good interview host. I keep the conversation flowing. Zach, let me get right into the hard-hitting questions.
Okay.
Sorry, I had a moment where I was like, wouldn't it be funny if I followed that up with the obvious joke as I say that and then I ask like a super softball. But I actually do want to ask a real question to you.
Okay.
Which is similar to a question that I asked earlier of our mutual friend, Siobhan Gilbert. Which is that your work professionally is one that is not necessarily linked to living in a certain place, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you work in a very international friendly biz. I am curious if moving to a different country has changed that for you. How has your work changed? That's a more concrete way of asking that. How, if at all, has your work changed? All right, you know what, Zach? You know what? I've been doing this for 6.5 hours straight. Cut me some slack.
No, it's fine. It's 7:30 in the morning. My brain is also running at half speed.
Oh, good. Then we're fucking peers. I love it.
Yeah. So the things that are different are obviously it's harder to coordinate time zones. So
Sure.
like one of the people I work with is in California, and it turns out 8 hours is a really awkward time difference to have with someone.
Yeah, you have, conservatively speaking, you have 1 hour of normal working hour overlap, right?
Right, though, like my working day is often 11 to 7, so
Sure.
I at least get a few hours in there with them, but that's tough. Also, it turns out that international standards on what counts as good internet are very different from what we got spoiled by in New York City.
Tell me more about that.
So, like right now, we're talking to you over a tethered cell phone connection.
Really?
Because in England, it turns out that like an acceptable turnaround time for you ordered internet will come install it is 3 or 4 weeks. Yeah. So by the 23rd, we should have internet. But
so does that mean that all of your internet right now is over tethered mobile?
yeah, we went to Vodafone and we bought like a big Black Friday deal where it's like 1 month of unlimited internet.
Wow.
And the hope is by a month after Black Friday, we'll have everything.
I'll tell you, I mean, you sound great over Discord right now. So yeah, at least bandwidth in terms of AV, pretty solid.
Thanks, Vodafone.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I just wanted to tell you that your voice sounds beautiful, but no, let's definitely thank a multinational by all means.
Oh, I'm an arm in the capitalist machinery. Oh no.
This is disgusting. Sorry, I just drank this fucking Henderson. I might legit throw this bottle out. I might actually go without liquor. That's how bad this is. Ugh. Okay, so coordinating time zones, difficult. Bandwidth, difficult.
But yeah, the rest of it, it's the same. Like working from home in Brooklyn and working from home in London, you're still working on the same bits. You don't have to start like spelling programming constants with a U. So everything works.
You don't have to physically type in Z instead of Z.
You don't. Well, the hard one would be having to type in H rather than just H.
So many extra fucking glyphs. Zach, I'm going to ask you a question that I always feel a little guilty asking my interview guests for several different reasons. And because of that, I will remind you that you can pass on any question by saying the word pass, and I will move on immediately. We've already had a couple guests tonight do it. I'm very good at changing the subject.
What an ominous lead-in.
I know. Are you scared? If not, you should be. What are you working on right now?
Oh, okay. I see why people pass on that one.
Yeah. Sorry, what I meant is, how do you feel about brown people? Thanks, Val. Thanks for laughing, Val.
Val, get off the mic. It's my interview.
It's me show. No, what are you working on? What's the project or projects at hand?
So right now, kind of my full-time job is moving to England.
Boring.
Yeah, no, I know. There's just a lot of paperwork, though. But
if I had, that's a totally valid thing that I would love. I should have asked you about that, but I didn't. And we have to live with what I asked you.
Yeah, let me wrap that one up, and so you get a second chance at life. I am working. I have 2 clients right now for my contracting business. What I do, for anyone who doesn't actually know me, is I make apps or websites or servers or just programmy things on the internet for companies who usually are too early in their life cycle to have the bandwidth and the money to hire a full-time, like, senior engineer, executor kind of person. And so right now I'm doing that for 2 clients. I am freelance. Maximus.
Look at this good boy reading the chat.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
So right now I have 2 clients in the US. One of them is kind of in the process of wrapping up a project, and then the other one is a more long-term ongoing. I'm part of their iOS force and help them keep their app rolling towards being out there in the world and usable by everyone.
Can I ask you the client that's nearing? Sorry, you say nearing launch or nearing wrap up?
Nearing wrap up.
Okay. When did you? At what point in their process did you get brought onto that?
I got brought on there before they had an app. They had.
Okay, so that you've been on the journey with them then.
Well, it was a very accelerated journey.
But still, I don't mean to draw attention to months and weeks, but just totality of process.
Yeah, I have been 100% of the code in their iOS app was written by me.
Would you say that is exceptional in your slate of projects, or is that more common?
That is pretty exceptional. Usually you only ever get to own 100% of work product in the tech world if you are the founder, the technical person who built version 1. So to be brought on by an actual honest to goodness company with customers and told this isn't an advertising gig, this isn't a stunt, we need an app.
Right.
And we are just going to hire you to do the whole thing over the course of the next 4 or 5 months. That's pretty rare, but also cool. That is the kind of thing I like doing.
Yeah.
Of building a whole thing and then being able to point at it and be like, I made that.
Zach, I'll be honest, there's so many different fascinating things to jump off in that I'm gonna pick maybe the shittiest one, which is that you use the word own. You said it, correct me if I'm wrong, you said you only get to own 100% of the coding process if you are the founder or this or that. What in this process do you own?
So own there is in the sense of have control and responsibility, not in the sense of receive the financial gain.
What I guess I'm asking about both.
Yeah, so for these clients, I own 0 of what winds up being made. So I'm not doing this work for stock like you would do at a more traditional startup full-time job. And that's in part by design.
By whose design? Yours?
My design.
Okay.
Like I'm also going to sneak in an answer to Maximus's question here. I worked for 7 years at a normal startup career and like built up a whole bunch of stock options that I fully expect to not be worth anything. And so when I was tired of working there, I put it like I intentionally was like, I would like to do what I do, but with less stress, like more control over my time so that someone can't say, hey, Zach, work a 70-hour week. And also
you
I
work
would
a 70-hour
rather...
week because you want to now.
Yeah. I wish that were a joke.
I was not joking.
No, I know. I live it.
I feel you, bud.
But then the other side of that is that running my time more directly as a business, which is like how I think of freelancing, is rather than wrapping it in this like veneer of employment where like, I'm employed, but really what I'm doing is selling my time to a company to make their product and they give me money. And in the US,
yeah, that's interesting.
Now I'm just like very directly, no, I am a business. I sell my time as a good. And because I get to set the price for my time, I get to say, I would like none of your stock, please. Please just give me more money rather than less money and some stock. And so, I get zero capitalist ownership over the work product. But with this project in particular, I get like full process ownership.
Sure.
There isn't an existing engineering team here who...
Again, when you say ownership in this context, you mean logistical.
Decision-making power.
Right. Non-financial ownership, yes.
Right. So I get to come in and just like choose where the code is going to be saved.
Sure.
Like little things like that. Choose like what dialect of this programming language I like rather than one the person who was first on the ground likes. So yeah.
So I again, this prompts me to ask a question that I, in my heart of hearts, worry might be too prying. So I will remind you of the next policy. With this transition in your professional model where you have, I mean, it sounds like very, knowingly and responsibly and, full of agency, have made the decision to get paid straight up and to not get involved on a, what do you call it? I don't know, spiritual level with these projects.
Like sort of an identity level.
Yes, that's a much better way of putting it, which actually, I mean, that like absolutely is a wonderful... So look, you and I have known each other for a long time and we've had so many conversations about our jobs and specifically about how we personally identify with our jobs. And I think it's wonderful that you have like decoupled from this kind of like predatory capitalist complex of identifying with your work and identifying with a startup. And you're just like, no, I have a product of my work. Please pay me. I love that. But I also know that you, Zach, like me, have like pet passions.
Mm-hmm.
And things that inspire and motivate you beyond a paycheck. What are you doing with those feelings now?
Well, so right now there's this little project I'm working on called Moving to England.
All right.
No, like that is
a legit answer. I will tease you as a friend and then let you keep answering. Please continue.
Yeah. I am being glib because you're kind of digging at a thing that I have been feeling exhausted by the last couple weeks, is that I have really been doing just like put money in the bank work and move to England work.
Okay, well, before I force you to continue justifying yourself, which I do love as a sadist, let me rephrase that. Because you're right. You're in a transition. It doesn't actually make any sense for me to ask you, like, yeah, but what are you doing right now?
Well,
and I will just let me adjust the question.
I was gonna get more meat off that bone. Like you just like laid out some, like, they weren't the most perfect ribs, but I was gonna still eat them. You don't have to rip them away from the table quite so quick.
I'm disgusted and erect at the same time. No, please continue.
Yeah, so it's like being in the depths of a very busy bureaucratic process that is purely to try and set up a better situation for us, like when it is over, is
You're
very
talking about
much,
your like living situation right now, right?
Yeah, like Operation Move International,
of course,
is very much like the human version of the marshmallow test, like the annoying adult paperwork version of the marshmallow test.
I hate to do this, but can you, for people, because I don't think everyone knows, what is the marshmallow experiment?
The marshmallow experiment, which I'm referring to, is an old, like 1980s classic of child development psychology experiment where children who were volunteered by their parents were told by an experimenter, here's a marshmallow. It was put on the table in front of them. I'm going to leave the room for some number of minutes. And if I come back and you haven't eaten the marshmallow, you'll get that one and a second one. And then the experimenter would leave the room, and it was discovered that, most children, as you might expect, just ate the first marshmallow, did not have the impulse control to put off gratification now for greater gratification in the future. Yes, delayed gratification.
In modern parlance, it's become the sort of emblematic metonym of delayed gratification is the marshmallow test. Yeah, I mean it's been cited so often this year in regards specifically to America and COVID.
Yeah,
I just wanted to make sure people were familiar with the reference.
Yeah, that is generous of you, and I am sorry that I used deep idiomatic speak.
I forbid you to be apologetic for that. I am the interview host. I'll take care of you. Please continue.
So, where was I? Marshmallow test.
You were talking about moving to England and professional goals being mitigated with life transitions.
Yeah. So, and it's not just professional goals. It's like personal satisfaction. And this is what you're asking of, like, what do I do to feel like my identity is being satiated, kind of thing?
Yes.
And that is tough right now because of this big project that I hope means we will be in a place where Valerie is building a really good network and a really good career, and I can go out and meet brand new people and like go visit cool new places. And
carve out some space, right?
Yeah, and like get to the point where I can have the space again to be making like little tools that are fun or artsy, and little tools that are very much just what I think the infrastructure between projects on the internet should look like.
Yes.
And getting those things out there. And also doing the stuff that's just not in front of a computer, like going out and taking pictures and going out and exploring really cool restaurants and bars. that stuff I love, and we're just not getting to do it right now for gesture vaguely at everything reasons.
Yeah. I mean, Zach, not to do the cliche of wrapping an interview by blowing smoke fully into your large intestine, but I just do want to say, both to you as a friend and also to express to my audience like why I treasure you. I've always felt that regardless of what is happening in the moment, like in our lives day to day, I've always been really inspired by your dedication to balance and this in multiple different kinds of balance. Like when you work, I've always gotten the sense that you are very dedicated to the actual like day-to-day gristle of the work, but also you have this very like Zach-centered passion for what you want that work to do for you and for the world. But then at the same time, you're talking about like, look, I want to continue developing my industry and my work, but I also want to get out and take photographs and eat oatmeal and, be a Zach. Like your passions have always struck me as inclusive of every part of you. And I think that's beautiful.
I think that is a well-learned, I don't want to say coping mechanism, but like adaptive behavior. There's the term. I was like, I know there was something my therapist said.
Adaptive to what? Adaptive to, what do you think it's an adaptation to?
The world. Like,
okay.
Not to be overly... One, let me just say I love you, Peter, and thank you for the thorough colonic fumigation. It is just always a joy to get to talk to you, and
I do my best, man. What can I say? I serve a purpose.
It is overwhelming when we have these moments that crack through to genuine Peter and Zach love, especially in front of people on the internet.
Yes.
The tick tick tick. It is a conscious adaptive behavior from feeling like I had to choose as a 16-year-old.
Ah, sure. Okay, yes.
Of like being typecast at that age into, wait, are you one of the kids who's staying home playing video games, or are you trying out for the school play, and feeling like I should be allowed to both enjoy playing video games and try out for the school play.
What a healthy way to rebel against being pigeonholed.
Let me assure you, I did very little rebelling in high school, but I got that one.
Look, man, even if it took you fucking 18 years, what's up? You're in your early 30s and you're doing real good, dude. That's better than most can claim.
I love you, Peter.
Zach, thank you for letting me fucking love bomb you at the end of this interview. And also thank you for being on the show. You and Val are both in kind of a wide swath tonight of like people the stream knows and who appeared on camera, but who I've never done like a proper deep dive chat with. And I'm really grateful to you for not just being on the show, but letting me put the fucking like white dwarf star lens on you.
Yeah, it was not as hard as I thought it would be, but
were you scared?
Oh yeah, I mean,
I was so nervous.
Yeah,
but I know Val was.
We were scared for different reasons. Like Valerie's scared to talk to people,
yes,
and I'm scared because I wasn't sure I'd be coherent enough to be like a valuable guest. But thank goodness for coffee.
I mean, not to go too deep into this because I do have to move on, but like I think there's such an amazing, not just interview myself right now, but I think there's a wonderful thing that like a lot of people in my life I think are very afraid to be under my lens, but don't understand intuitively that if I take you into my show, I will take care of you.
Right. You don't make a show. I guess I have watched enough of your Twitch to know that you don't thrive on conflict unless it is in an intentionally jesting way, like with Suze while you are playing games. Yeah.
Mostly I like conflict if I'm the one who's suffering. But if I bring people on the show, I will put them through the fire exactly up to at the furthest point at which they are enjoying it. Like once my guest isn't having fun, it's not good content. I don't feel good. They don't feel good. That's why I ask people like you and Val on, because I know whatever nerves you might have, I know that I'm not going to hurt you on the air.
Yeah, that's purely for when we're in private.
Oh, yeah, off the air, I'll absolutely ruin you. All right, I have to legit right now interview Grace.
Yep, I know. Go have a good interview. Tell her we say hi.
I will. Zach, Val, thank you so much for being on the show. I really can't express to you how much it means to me.
We love you, Peter, and we're always happy now that we're on this time zone to fill your 2 a.m. slot.
Oh, really does mean the world to me. I enjoy. Good morning. Have a good day.
Good night, handsome. Bye.
God, what gifts. I will tell you, anyone who's out there who is still watching the stream, you do not want to give up now, because we're about to have something of a special interview. But also, I have to pee. I'm so sorry. I have to pee. I feel terrible about it, but I have to pee. I also just don't want to go into this interview with a full bladder. Let me text. Wait, hold on. Okay. Here we go. It's all happening. I will be back in 2 minutes. Oh, you should not leave work. Lily, don't leave work. I mean, live your life, but okay, guys, I'll be right back. Seamless transition!
Use Peter.
Wow, turns out my sense of time was not quite as robust as I had imagined. All right, hello. Hello! Yes, I did. All right. Guys, let's be cool. Be cool. All right, let's see. All right. Yeah, that does make sense. Bip, 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 bip. Folks, thanks for watching the stream. I'm honestly, this is a good stream. All right, like, fuck it. False modesty can, like, absolutely gargle my gargle, you know? This is a good stream. It's me show. And it's a good show. Let's just put that out there. Interesting. What? Wait, what the fuck? Alright, let me make sure that I'm doing this right. Okay. Let's not cause any problems. Okay. Best stream on Twitch. Speaking of which, just I really seem to fucking throw that bottle out. You're a good stream. Go fuck yourself. Dan, Peter Arcade ends at the end of this stream. As always, it ends at the end of Friday. Even though there is, by the way, shit, I didn't advertise the auction at all. Whatever. Auction stream this Saturday, but that does not count. Everything's fine. No. Dan, you are not close. You are close to being on the leaderboard. You are not close to winning. You will get a community stream vote if you're on the leaderboard, but you will not get a wheel of your choice. That's how it goes. I'm having a great time. Okay, alright, let's see if I can see if any of this happens. Oh, Ballerina, I'm not proud of this, nor am I ashamed of it. But I have a stupid high tolerance. It's been high for a long time. High functioning alcoholic. It's been brought higher by the process of drinking on stream for 40 hours a week. So, you know, just be aware of that. I mean, everyone's got their own body chemistry. But I sure wish this were happening right now. Of course, Ballerina. I know you know. But I just, you know, I gotta put it out there that even for podcast listeners, you're hearing on the podcast the edited form of my tolerance. And now you're getting it in real time. Oh, Sassy followed me on Twitter. Sassy, hello. Thank you for following me on Twitter. Oh, what do you mean now? Yeah, no, Zach, I've been a full-time professional drinker for quite some time now. Okay, let me try something else. Let's try a little... I think she may have joined the server multiple times. What's up, sis? Yeah, no, legit. She joined the server multiple times. I'm not sure which of these I should call her on. Yeah, no, okay. All right. Hi, everyone. Everything's going great. Zack! So furious with you. Ah, Suze, nicely done, bud. Okay. So not this one. Oh, what a mess. Uh-huh, okay. Oh, by the way, we'll probably get into this, but Grace actually signed on 24 hours ago because she thought I meant Friday morning France time. Oh, this is a fucking full-on David Lynch screen. This is some Kojima shit right now. Okay. Hold on. Let's try something. Hi. It's not going great, I'll tell you that up front. Okay. Grace. Carolyn. Okay. In the general channel, do you have the Discord app on your computer? Great. Go to the upper left corner and click on the Discord icon. Yeah. No. Above that. The top left. There should be find or start a conversation. Click on that, type my name. No, just Peter. Okay, click on that. It should open up. Oh, yeah, no, good. That's good. Okay, I'm gonna call you. I'm calling you now. Yes. Aha! I'm hanging up on you. Grace? Grace.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Folks, our next guest is an architect, public space designer, salsa dancer, and recent repatriate to the country of France. It's Grace Pelletier, live on the air. Hello.
Hi, hello.
Welcome to the show. We did it.
We did it.
Grace, good morning, first of all. It's 9 in the morning for you.
It is. It's very early for Saturday.
How are you? How's your weekend been so far, these last 20 minutes or so?
It's okay. I got coffee. I think it's a good start.
What kind of coffee are we talking here?
What?
What kind of coffee?
Oh, just a regular drip coffee type thing. The way that Americans drink it, actually.
Is that something you picked up while living in America?
I got used to it. Yeah, I think I like it now. Yeah.
Were you drinking coffee before you came to America? I should tell you right now, this is going to seem like a weird thread of conversation unless I say that I have never drunk coffee and I find it fascinating.
Wait, I forgot. You don't drink coffee?
I don't, and I'm just very interested by the whole ritual of coffee.
Oh, man. That's kind of sad. So you don't have that in your life?
I don't. I mean, I have caffeine in my life. My
In
father...
the form of...
My father drank a lot of coffee and instilled in me a fear of caffeine addiction.
Interesting. So you just never ever drink coffee, or?
I have had coffee on occasion. I have had it on stage as part of a play, honestly.
Wow.
I think the first time I ever had a full cup of coffee was on stage.
Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, it's a good ritual. I like it.
How do you take your coffee? Grace,
I put a little
pull it
bit of
together.
sugar, but
Grace,
I'm trying to
Grace,
not have coffee
Grace,
with sugar anymore. Yeah, yeah.
dial
Hi.
in. I'm doing a show here.
Yeah. Hello.
How do you take your coffee?
How do I take my coffee? I put a little bit of sugar in it.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm trying to get, I would like to drink my coffee black. I'm just trying to get rid of sugar, but it's not easy. So
Why?
I put a little less every day.
Why are you trying to get rid of sugar?
Just because, why not? I don't know.
Why not?
What else is there to do right now? I don't know.
We can get into that
Gotta
if
keep
we would
life
like
exciting.
to. I'm totally down to get into that, but let's start one at a time.
No.
What's your beef with sugar?
No, it's not.
No, Grace.
Oh,
wait, Grace, let me tell you something up
I
front.
just feel like it's more.
Grace?
Yeah.
Very important interview rule on my show. If I ever ask you a question you don't want to answer, just say the word next, and we'll move on immediately with no
Great. Okay.
hesitation or follow-up question.
Sounds good.
What's your beef with sugar, though?
Okay. I just feel like grown-ups drink coffee with no sugar, so I'm trying to be more adult.
Grown-ups.
You know? And then it makes the whole process easier because I just don't have to add anything. Depends. Not when I'm drinking coffee with sugar.
Depends on what. But just real quick, for people who are watching the show right now, Grace was very concerned that I would be mean to her in this interview, and I'm not.
Yes.
That's a super realistic and reasonable thing to be worried about. I am not casting aspersions, but I want Grace to know that I am going to be nice to her, but also, until she says the word next, I am going to push on certain things.
Okay. Okay.
What do you mean grown-ups don't take sugar?
I just feel like grown-ups drink their coffee dark and they just don't add anything to it, and then they're on their way. It's a lot easier. You don't have to add anything. You get it done, and then you move on to something else.
So it's about efficiency?
Maybe, yeah.
For you, is the coffee process an efficient one? Or is it something you enjoy?
No, I do enjoy it.
Okay. So what's the impulse to make it more efficient?
I'm not sure. I don't know that I have an explanation for that, Peter.
I feel like you're immediately uncomfortable with the format of this interview. All right, let me offer you a much more traditional interview format question.
Oh, you have that in your... Okay.
Hey, Grace, welcome to the show. I heard that you just got a new job. Is that right? Tell me about that.
Did I tell you that? That's cool.
Yes, you did.
Yeah. Okay. It's really early.
I know, you're doing great.
Yeah,
you're doing a great job.
I got a new job. It's exciting. I went to visit the office yesterday.
Oh, really? Wait, for the first time? Did you not see the office during your interview?
No, because it was all online. I mean, getting a new job right now is just very confusing because you only talk to people on the computer, and then you have to look really good on Zoom and also be friendly and cool and serious and all of that at once. It's very hard.
It's terrible to talk to people on the computer.
Yeah, especially for a job interview. Anyways, so that happened, and then I was offered a position, which is really exciting. And then the guy that I interviewed with said, "Why don't you come by to visit the office?" They're not, I mean, they're still working remotely, but some people do go to the office once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm hoping at some point I'm going to go. So then I went to take a look. It was really fun. They have a big office in Paris Center, like close to Beaubourg and Le Marais, and like not far from Notre Dame.
Okay.
So it's a really nice area. I can get there 20 minutes biking. They have this big office like on top of a building, so you have a nice view of Paris. Anyways, I'm excited.
That's amazing. So you've been back in France for what? 5 months? Is that right? 4 or 5 months?
Yeah, I think maybe even more than that. Maybe 5 or 6 months. Yeah.
And we can talk about the immediate sort of just landing transition if you want, but I'm curious how you're doing now, 5 or 6 months in terms of routine, living scenario. Do you feel like you've landed, or do you feel like you're still in kind of the heat of transition?
That's a good question. I think I've landed somewhat. It's definitely different now than 6 months ago. I feel at home in a way, although everything's kind of different than before. Mm-hmm. But that just might be the context. I mean, it for sure is part of it is the context. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I was also, I think starting to work is going to feel different because for a while I was just taking a break. And when you don't have a schedule, it just kind of, it's hard to feel grounded. But
routine plays such a huge role no matter what we're doing, right?
Yeah, especially right now. But even looking for a job was exciting because I was like getting up in the morning and sending emails to people. Before that, I was just, going about my day, not planning things, which was really fun. But when you're on the lockdown, there's just literally nothing else to do. So that's why I looked for a job, really. I would have stayed unemployed otherwise, if I could have.
Did you feel like, could you have stayed unemployed longer, or were you at your breaking point of like, oh fuck, I gotta buckle down and make a living?
I think I got tired of not doing much, but I mean, my situation is a little bit different here because I live with my parents, and for the first time in a while, I don't have to pay rent, which is really nice, and also sometimes really hard because I live with my parents.
So you're still with your parents now, even after you've gotten the job?
Yeah. So the goal is to save money because I just haven't really been able to. I haven't really been able to save money, so I think I'm going to stay here for a little bit while I start working. But that's my situation. I think I think it was time for me to look for a job just because we were on a lockdown for a month and a half, and now the lockdown is over, but there's going to be a curfew, so like you can't go out after 8 p.m. So there's literally you just can go to work and then go home. That's it.
8 p.m.
It's going to be pretty tough. I know. I'm like devastated.
I'm not opposed to the idea of a quarantine curfew, but 8 seems wild to me, especially for France, honestly.
I mean, also bars and restaurants are closed, so there's nothing you can do, but still 8 p.m. Yeah, no, it's really early. That's just the new rules they decided 3 days ago. So yeah, I think it'll be better for me to work and have something to do during the day.
Grace, are you ready for a super open-ended question?
I'll try my best.
Fair enough. What else could you say to that? What do you say? No? I mean, you could say no, and I would ask a different question. I mean, look, so you were away from France for, if I recall correctly, like 6 years or so?
7.
7, so returning to France, not just after 7 years, but returning in a very specific context where lots of things are shut down.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like you came back to something familiar? Or did it feel alien? I mean, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, it was, when I came back in July, it felt really different because Europe was actually kind of open and different in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't as crazy. But overall, I think, I don't know, it's definitely not what I expected, and it feels a lot different than before. So I'm trying to make I'm trying to understand what's different because I'm different and I'm not 22-year-old anymore.
Right.
And then what's different because the situation is weird, and yeah, it's kind of all at once. I don't know. I think the strange thing is the kind of quarantine and lockdown definitely like sort of narrows your social life a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So you sort of, because you have to reach out to people, you sort of just have like a few people you're in contact with, and then you don't get to go to a party and like randomly run into people.
Yeah, you don't get anything
go
for
to coffee
free.
with someone and then. Yeah, what?
You don't get anything for free. You don't get.
Yeah, you have to reach out.
I just happened to see you. Oh.
Yeah, no. So you have to make it happen for yourself. And part of me also think that maybe something that happens when you're a bit older, like when you're 22 and you go to a party, you meet a bunch of random people, but when you're 30-something, things don't really happen randomly. You kind of have to plan for it. So I think it's just like a mix of those two things made me feel like I have to constantly go and look out and like find my friends or reach out again to people and sort of take care of those friendships in a different way, which I don't mind. It's just kind of different. Like I have to
it's a
choose
shift for sure,
who
no
I'm
matter
spending
what.
time with. Yeah. So that I'd say that's kind of the main difference is like relationships, because I mean, seeing people you haven't really hang out with for so long. some of them I kept in touch, some of them came to visit me in the States, but like a lot of them I just wasn't part of their life for a long time, and now they're married and have kids, and it's like a whole different situation. So it's interesting.
What's been more difficult, trying to navigate the re-entry into French friendships, or trying to maintain and rebalance American friendships?
Ooh, that's a really good question, Peter.
Thank you. I'm so good at this.
Listen, it's funny because like the French friends that I've been in touch with over the years are very much used to time difference and me telling them that I can't talk right now, or like giving them a time. You know,
the entirety of you and me trying to talk to each other for the past 4 months.
Exactly. So I used to tell my friends who live in Paris, like, okay, let's schedule a call. I'll call you at 3 p.m. on Saturday. Like, because you just have to, because during the week with the time difference, when I left work, they were sleeping, and when they left work, I was at work, and I just never would work that way. So I would schedule calls, and then I would spend an hour on the phone with people while I would, go out or get coffee or something. So now it's the opposite thing, except people in the US do not get it. Like, I keep trying to schedule things, and they're like, why is she so crazy about like setting up a time? And I'm like, it's just not going to work otherwise.
Okay, do you, I'm not trying to do gotcha journalism. I'm legitimately curious. Do you think that is a factor of European versus American? Or do you think that is how European friendships are versus American friendships? Like, is it a time difference thing, or is it a cultural thing?
Yeah, okay. I think, interesting.
Okay, so you didn't say that. Time was a really good question. So now I feel like you hate me. No, please go on. Just don't acknowledge.
Right.
Please don't acknowledge what I just said. Please go on.
Okay. It's interesting that you say that, because I feel like now I'm used to the cultural difference. But when I first moved to Atlanta, like 10 years ago, I remember having a hard time making friends because I thought everyone was so flaky. Like, I would be like, hey, let's do this thing on Sunday. And then people would say yes to be nice to me. And then they just didn't really want to do it. So they would never reach out to me. And I felt so crushed. I don't know if it's I think it's also, it depends on where you live in the country. And also, I probably just didn't meet the right people. But yeah, that was a big part of my, like, the beginning of my life in the US was tough because it was just hard to understand what people really wanted and like how sincere they were.
Sure.
But then I met the right people and they became my friends. So, but yeah, you're right. I think there is a tendency to be like, yeah, sure, let's meet up, and then they don't give a shit, so they're just not going to do it.
Well, so, okay, this is something that you and I talked about a lot over the past year, about how, even though you and I met after you've been in the States for, a number of years, that you were still navigating what you're saying about like levels of sincerity, or do people really want to know about the thing they're asking about? And I mean, again, tell me if I'm misrepresenting my memory of our conversations, but that you had spent a lot of time trying to adjust to Americans' expectations of conversational intimacy. And now you're back in France, where those years of training and adjustment perhaps no longer apply.
Right.
Do you feel
but then there's
like
a different...
Go on, please.
Yeah. No, go ahead. What's your question?
Well, I'm curious if you feel these days that you're carrying American social protocols back into your French social interactions.
Yeah, a little bit. I think I'm all confused. Like, I went to this office visit yesterday, and I just, first of all, I can't. Yeah, for the new job, and I had a mask on because that's what people do now.
Mm-hmm.
And I was smiling the whole time, but no one could see it. And I was like, I used to just not smile so much, but that was my only way to be like nice and welcoming, and sort of because I was just meeting a bunch of strangers. Anyways, the small talk thing just doesn't work there, and I'm like really confused. And not that I love small talk, and I don't think I'm that good at it, but I think this sort of like meeting strangers. Yeah.
I'm just here to tell you, you're very bad at it.
I'm sure.
Which is not, by the way, strangers. Grace wanted me to not be mean to her right now. I want to be clear. That is not a slight. I love that Grace is bad at small talk. I find it to be admirable. Go on.
I'm glad you feel that way. But yeah, so I was sort of standing awkwardly meeting a few of my future colleagues, and I was just like, I don't know how to do this anymore with French people, you know?
With
like,
French people, yeah.
I can't. Yeah, it was kind of interesting. But then for people I know, I think that just doesn't. I mean, it's not a problem because we just get right into it. I think it's just more of the sort of feeling a little bit off because I spent 7 years of my life in a different country, and I come back here and people are like, okay, what are you going to do now? And I'm like, I don't know yet. I need a fucking break. Leave me alone. So now the fact that I have a job, I think is more socially acceptable, and that'll just be easier to communicate to people. But I also still don't really know what I'm going to do.
Now people legitimize your right to exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like, I mean, to me, what I'm hearing is a description of like multiple parallel lanes of socialization, right? There's the professional, there's the familial, the friendship, and like coming back to a country that is your country, but when you've been away from for a while, some patterns are going to be very easily transferable, right? But others aren't going to make any sense at all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, from at least what you and I talked about, like, I don't feel like you ever really forgot what French professionalism was, but it's not something you had to practice for quite some time.
You mean with working and being professional in the US in like a different culture? Yeah, and that was a struggle. I feel like,
well, you and I talked constantly about your navigation of American professional spaces,
right?
And how some parts of it were easy for you and some weren't. And it was easy, if I recall, it was easy for you to make connections with specific individuals, but the more sort of nebulous office culture always felt strange.
Yeah, that's true. And I think I don't know. So the office I'm going to is like, it's supposed to be a big office for Paris for the field I'm in, but like,
what does big mean
30 people.
Okay, that's my question.
So then the people are like, we're a big office. I'm like, yeah, okay. The office I worked at was 100 people, and and you get used to that too. And it didn't feel that big after all. But I think it'll be. I think it's just going to be a lot easier for me, just because it's my culture, but also it's like a small environment. And but I feel like I've learned a lot from having to do that sort of mental translation all the time of like, how should I behave? Like, what's accepted, or what are they looking for? And then, what's interesting is I think at the end, I also didn't care as much. Like, I think I was still asking myself a question, and I was interested in knowing, what are people expecting of me, but then at the end there was also a line of things I think the reason I was let go is from my other job is like there were certain things I just didn't want to do. Like, and I think at some point I reached that threshold of like, I will adapt and do things that I feel are gonna be benefiting or interesting for me, but then I can't put up with so much bullshit that I'm gonna like not do things that I feel uncomfortable with.
Right.
And then that's just, I don't know if it's cultural, if it's just me, but it's just like this is where I draw the line of things that I like things I feel are too important for me, kind of thing. Yeah.
I mean, not for the first time tonight. Because I was talking to Zach and Val earlier, who, by the way, say hello.
Yeah.
Hello,
Val and Zach.
I am curious. There's nobody to answer this now. I'm curious to see where that thought process is, in 6 months. Because I obviously completely relate to, and I'm sympathetic to, like, a lot of things have changed. So I have this feeling right now. Is it because of this big change or the other big change or a third thing that I'm not aware of? Like, you can't keep track of all of those things at once.
Yeah, and I mean, your professional life and the rest of your life has changed a ton too in the past.
You can't interview. You can't interview the interviewer. So, I refuse.
Why not? No, I'm just saying. I think those conversations that we've always had about that topic, is like also has evolved in the recent few months, because you were going through that sort of change too, right? And like figuring out what you're supposed to do, like
carving out a professional space and a personal space when the personal is professional, of course.
Exactly that. And then also, like, once you project yourself in that sort of new possibility of doing something different or just the same but in a different context, like, what are you capable of, and like what's left? Like, I don't know. I think
Grace,
what I've realized applying for these jobs here is like,
big question for you. Now that you have this job, right? Now that the immediate survival conversation has been, at least for now, resolved, what do you want to work on?
Oh, like in life?
Let's be gentle and say within the realm of profession. I mean, you got this job. What do you want this job to let you do?
Yeah, I don't know.
Fuck that.
Listen,
Grace, every time I've ever talked... No, I'm sorry. I'm going to do the bad interview thing and just yell at you for a second. Every time I've talked to you about your professional...
Okay, I'm coming up with an answer.
Every time I've talked to you about your professional ambitions, you have had very clear objectives.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the deal. I'm the kind of, like, I like having a plan, and I like knowing exactly what's going to happen. I think life has shown me in the past year that, like, things just don't work out as you expect, or like you might plan it and it's just gonna, like, so I was like, on my job, I had to leave the States, I had to go back to France. So now I'm sort of like, I can't really have that set up, that my plan can't be that set in stone. Like, also because, first of all, you don't know what's going to happen. And then the other thing is, I don't really know exactly what I want, because the rules of the game have changed a little bit.
Which game do you mean?
And then the other thing is, like the context of
professionally, socially,
I'm in a
naturally,
different country, and then
sure.
Yeah, a little bit of everything, I think. And like professionally, I'm in a different place than I was when I left, so I get to be a little bit more picky but I think at the end of the day, it's really hard right now to think about the future, like too far in the future for me. So I'm trying to do like month by month kind of deal, because otherwise I go crazy. Because like my plan was to go travel the world, and I can't do that right now. So
you did a bit of it, right? I mean,
so that's
you roamed around a bit.
Yeah, but I was gonna like go with my backpack and like, you know, like not come home for a while.
Sure,
and that's not possible. Which is okay. It'll happen again.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, what I'm planning to do is just see where this job leads me and how I feel about it. And I picked it and I'm excited because it's a great office. They do a super interesting project.
Yeah.
They work internationally. Like all of that is awesome. But I just don't know what I'm really looking for. And I'm hoping to find out while I'm doing it. But I'm also trying to be open to what comes next.
So you're buying yourself a bit of time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, that was very uncool. You made a noise. I enjoyed making the noise back. I apologize.
Okay, no, that's fine.
I mean, honestly, I think that's fantastic. I really do. I think that, especially for, again, I hate to, impose unduly, but I think it was someone with a lot of plans and a lot of like very clear intentions. And I think that it's wonderful that you are letting yourself off the hook for some of that shit and just giving yourself some fucking time.
Yeah, I think it's been great to do it. It's not easy.
No, it's fucking agony. Any
like,
of us who have
not
ever
doing anything
been
is really hard.
Yeah. Anyone who's ever been told that you should have a fucking life plan, it's agony to ever engage with the idea of give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
That's terrifying. So, I mean, it sounds to me like you've taken some pretty intense life schisms, some pretty undeniable upheavals, and use those as an opportunity for growth and readjustment.
Yeah.
That's not a question, and so it's totally fine. I'm supposed to ask questions, and there was no question mark at the end of that.
No, I just feel like I had to say something, otherwise it sounds weird.
No, you're right. It would sound weird, but that's on me for not asking a question in my interview show. Grace, what's your plan for today?
Today? Oh my God.
Literally
okay.
This next 24 hours.
Yeah. Okay. Super exciting stuff. So we're going on a curfew next Monday. So now we're still on lockdown, but like technically you can go out after 8 p.m., which is crazy. It just makes no sense.
Wait, what about that makes no sense?
So like right now we're on lockdown, but you can still go out to like, get something out or like go visit someone within reasons, like at any time of the day or night. But then we're going to go on curfew, which means the lockdown is going to be lifted. So you can do whatever you want until 8 p.m. And at 8 p.m. you have to go home. That's, starting Monday. It doesn't make any sense.
Sure.
It's all very confusing.
It's very strange.
But So because this is the last time I can go out of my house after
What are
8
you
p.m.
gonna
tonight,
do? Tell me.
I'm gonna go crazy. Well, there's nothing you can do because everything's closed. But I'm gonna go see my friend and have dinner. My
Okay.
bubble, my friend's
Are
bubble.
you
So
cooking? Are
within-
you gonna go? They're gonna cook.
Oh, they're gonna cook. I'm not gonna do
Oh,
anything.
of course. I
That'd be
mean,
great.
why would you ever, for a hot second, contribute to your own social energy? Of course, you wouldn't cook.
I do love cooking.
I know. I'm just
Not
being
today.
rude for no reason.
Okay. So that's my plan. I'm super excited. I mean, going out for dinner. Wow.
Very
It's
exotic.
just incredible. So exotic. That's it. I think. Yeah.
So you start your job in January.
Yes. So I still have a few weeks, which is
What are you gonna do those weeks?
cool. I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I kind of wanted to start on Monday because I was like, I don't have anything else to do than work.
Yeah, you're
Can you
bored.
Please give
Of
me some
course.
work.
But you've been given the curse of
Oh,
freedom.
no. You know what I'm doing? It's so fun. I have to get my driving
The way
license
you
in
said that
France
makes me
because
feel immediately like it's not gonna be fun. I'm immediately suspicious.
It's really, it's really great.
What are you gonna do?
I have to get my driving license in France. So right now I'm driving with my American license, but it's gonna be like after a year I have to get a French one, which means I have to do the writing exam and the practice exam again here. So that's what I'm gonna do in the next few weeks. Isn't that fun?
Do you feel prepared?
I mean, I can drive, but
That's not what I asked.
there's just
You know that's not what I asked.
I'm not prepared at all. I'm preparing. Yeah.
I want to tell you that I as a friend, I hope you succeed. As someone who thrives on interview content, I hope you fail. And I'm not proud of that.
Thank you.
I find that to be a disgusting thing about me. But I do want to be honest with
gross.
you. Oh, no, I'm disgusted by myself constantly. But part of me does hope that I can interview you next time about your failed driving test.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Gotcha journalism.
if I, yeah, sure. If I fail, I'll call you again, or you call me.
Well,
or whatever this sort of thing.
I mean,
does.
Grace, I'll interview you next time no matter what, but we will check in about your driving test.
Oh god, I have to work on this. I have to get it.
Grace, is there anything you want
This
the
is great.
internet to know before we go?
I think no. This has been great, Peter. You're
Has it?
such a great interviewer.
Has it been
Is that a
great?
word?
I was actively
I
terrified
mean, the first 10 minutes.
that you would hate me forever after this.
No, not forever. Just for the next few days, because you
Sure.
made me wake up at 8:30 on a Saturday.
Okay, I did not make you wake up.
but
There was a
otherwise, it was
misunderstanding.
great.
There was a misunderstanding for which we both bear
Oh yeah,
equal
can you tell people
responsibility.
about this?
Okay, so
No.
I'm gonna tell them, Grace. I'm gonna tell them.
Please.
There was a miscommunication, and Grace was ready for me to call her for the interview show 24 hours ago because I said Friday night,
Yeah.
which for her.
No, you said Friday.
I said All right, I'll pull
You
up
said
the-
Friday at 9 a.m.
In fact, I believe what I said. What I said was, I'm doing my next interview show this Friday. Any chance you'd be interested and available? If so, let me know. We'll figure it out.
This Friday.
And Grace said
Friday.
in a very detailed and professional response, "Yup, okay." And I said, great. My show's from 2 to 10 a.m. France time. And Grace said something like 9 to 10. And you know what? Look, and that's where the misunderstanding set it in. I said, you know.
Man.
She said something like 9 to 10.
No misunderstanding.
What do you mean, no misunderstanding?
It was Friday all along.
No matter who's at fault here, there's a misunderstanding. You know what? Look.
There's a mistake.
Oh my god, I literally will kill you next time I get the chance. I will absolutely...
Good thing I'm not...
I will hurl you into a vat of acid next time I see you. There's no other option. It'll be full homicide. I will say that when Grace
I think everyone can hear that it was Friday all along.
When Grace pointed out my error, I fell on my sword, and I was like, I totally understand if you don't want to do this. And Grace said, no, I made a commitment. I'll be there. Because she's a fucking martyr and wanted to lord it over me. That she was the good girl in all this. Friend. Oh, yeah, no, definitely. It was definitely about friendship, not about you having a fucking mortal cudgel to wield against me at all times. Okay, Grace. I
think it's because I'm such a good friend.
Grace, darling, I'm going to hang up on you. It's the end of the stream. It's the end. This is the end of the show.
Okay, bye.
Grace.
Wow.
Thank you for being on the show. Thank you for being respectable almost up until the end.
Okay.
It was a joy to have you on the program. And I hope I can talk to you again, both off stream and hopefully in a couple months we'll do another interview and check in and see how you're going.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thanks for having me. And
does it sound great? It sounded very insincere.
Yeah,
when you said that.
That sounds great. We'll do this again.
All right, Grace. Seriously, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a good weekend. Bye.
Good Lord. What a show. What a fucking night. Hold on. I have to send a very important text. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Too loud. Way too loud. I'm such a professional. One moment. Okay. Yes, Zach, that's exactly what's right. Okay, J-Dubs, Kelly, fucking Grambelos. I did have in my mind the heart. We'll do another viewer interview show very soon. I thought this went very well. I thought, we got some new folks on board, did a bunch of interviews with a bunch of weirdos. Who are we gonna fucking raid? I am in full monster mode right now. Well, obviously we're gonna, unless he's about to end. Is he about to wrap his shit up? Let's check in. I gotta find a raid target, folks.
Sorry? I mean, I'm not sorry, but I'm saying that to buy myself some time. Only mean. I was pretty nice to Grace. Okay. Folks, hi, hello. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern, I will be auctioning off original Little Guys, meaning pages torn from my notebook, sold to you via auction bids. I will send you the notebook paper, and the 2 highest bids of the day will get a bonus Little Guy. Yes, I'm grabbing my own butt. Would you not? My butt's great. Okay, I just realized I felt upon myself that it's time to end the stream because I was grabbing my butt too emphatically. Oh my god. Good night, everyone. Thank you to anyone who Suze. I'm also embarrassed, but I am leaving now. Ballerina, thank you for doing the stream, but also I think we know that the numbers have been ticking down. Peter might be a bit. I mean, I am. I've always wanted to whistle this way. All right. Let's all, guys, I'm gonna call Grace. That's just how it goes. End the fucking stream. All right, let's raid the one, the only, the big chicken. I mean, he is objectively a cutie pie. Okay, guys, I'm a mess. Yes, we all know that's true. But let's put that to the side for a moment and just acknowledge that Chickless is such a sweetie pie. And if you're gonna stick around, I really would love you to send him some love. And I would love it if you could send a raid message, which is, of course, hype for chick. Any emotes you have, hype for chick. I swear to God, I am gonna bail right after this raid to call Grace, but please send him some love. He's such a darling. And I will see you next week for Yakuza, Bloodborne, Chrono Trigger, the other things. Fucking I am drunk. Interview stream, I'm drunk. Alright, good night, everyone. J-Dubs, Joe, Suze, Tavaga, good night. Zach, Ballerina, Kelly, Lily, good night. Fucking bye. Love you. Bye. Okay. Bye, babies.